Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown. Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning and welcome to my world, y'all. How you doing? I'm Ada K. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. We already have movement in the courtyard. Hold on. I got to text our neighbors. I hope y'all had a great night's sleep. Hold on. Can we come chop the tree down today? And we still have to chop down that tree. Oh my gosh. We had a tree fall in the neighbor's yard. It was not fun. So we get to have it chopped down. So, but they are already getting some movement in court. They're setting it up in the same stupid courtroom. Y'all, I can't believe they're doing this in this little courtroom. See this woman? Oh, I got to put it on screen. See this woman's head? That's where the jury's literally, she's sitting. See the seat? That's the jury. That's an arm's width away from that table. This is Karen Reed's family, and this here is John O'Keefe's family, and behind this bar, where they're standing, is the news media. I don't want to hear all that. Sorry. They're setting things up. This courtroom is too dang small. Just too small. Just too small. So, I may have to call them. So, welcome, everybody. If you are new here, this is the Karen Reed hearing for the Daubert hearing. The prosecution is trying to get the expert witness for the defense thrown out. Break out the chainsaws. Yeah. We weren't having bad weather or anything. And sorry. I get a call from my neighbor saying, just need to let you know the tree fell. I'm like, what? What do you mean tree fell? Just, yeah, the tree fell. I'm like, oh no, don't tell me that. My camera got bumped. We're not doing so well, are we? We going in the right direction? Things sound weird. Nope, wrong way. Ugh, that's better. Everything's crooked, but there we go. And it is 25 degrees here in Kerrville, Texas, and we are just north. Oh, my hearing aids are hot. I wonder I was having a hard time. We are just north of San Antonio. So yes, y'all, it is cold for us, but we're just dipping into it. Now, tonight and tomorrow, or tomorrow and Thursday morning, just depending on how fast that front moves, will determine whether or not we get snow for my neck of the woods. For my neck of the woods. So my son turned the heat on in the shop, and this is the hottest room in the house. I'm actually hot. I got leggings under blue jeans. I am bundled. I am wearing my hiking boots so my toes stay warm. Yep. Yep. I'm hot. Hot. So hopefully I gotta go turn down the heater. I can't handle it. Good morning. Good morning, Karate Cat Mom. I gotta call him. It's an oven in here. I can't stand it. The door's open. I don't know what he put the heat on, but it is so blasted hot in here. I'm about ready to have a coronary.
Hello?
Matt, I don't know what you put. It is true. This is the hottest room in the house. Oh. 7 degrees, 7 celestial force. Where do you live? Good morning. Oh my gosh. Oh, Miss Kevin's in the house. What? We miss you, Miss Kevin. Your ears must have been burning because we've been talking about how wonderful you are and how much I miss you, and everybody misses you. Wondering how that little baby's doing. Should be 1 year old now, right? Or close to it. Isn't the baby close to 1 years? Oh my gosh, we miss you, love. We miss you. Oh, growing up so I bet he's gotten big. We haven't seen him since he turned 10 months. Definitely have missed you, girlfriend. Glad to have you back for this trial. We are watching them get ready in the courtroom. I have to say, I need to find my saved watch later file. There it is. There's my watch later. What? Is it only on that? Okay, here it is. Can't find it. I saw pictures of the courtroom I'm trying to find. So anyway, this courtroom, as you can see, is very tiny. I think you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 6 people across that pew. Hey, Dawn. You're pretending to be awake. That's me. It was an early morning. I didn't go to sleep until 2 a.m. and I was up by 7. Oh, that coffee's good. Yeah. So this right here, yeah, I think you can get 1, 2. It is very tiny. In fact, I don't know why they are not fighting to get it out of this courtroom. Oh, there's the new district attorney. Well, not district attorney, the new special prosecutor. Special prosecutor. Hey, it's above zero today. Yoo-hoo! Dawn, where are you from? That's awesome. You would be perfect for that. You are perfect for that. You are perfect. Hey, Hacho Gonzalez, welcome. Welcome. Well, Miss Kevin, I hope you hop in and let me know how that goes. I am excited for you. We don't have that in our county that I know of. If we did, I'd be wanting to be on it. So that's amazing and awesome. Proud of you, girlfriend. I'm very proud of you. Hacho, donations, and she and her parents have all but stripped themselves of every penny they had saved. So this is a huge expense for them. Oh, thank God the fans leave. Yeah, that's miserable. That's when it's good to be deaf and like me, and you can just pull off the hearing aids and you don't hear a thing. You don't hear a thing if you ain't got your aids. Do what, 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 do what. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's up there. They're in their late. Well, let's see. She's in her 40s, so I would say either late 60s, early 70s. Why do y'all need the snow? Well, I guess tourism. I am actually in my hiking boots. I have a pair of leggings under my blue jeans to stay warm. And then I get into the shop and I go into my podcast room and it's an oven. It's an oven in here. This is the warmest room in the house, so to speak. The office. So they can get, again, give you an idea how small this room, they can get 6 comfortable across the front of this pew here. 12 people is all that can be in this section right here. Oh, 7, sorry. 14 people here, and it'll be about the same over here. And then as you see this woman's head right here and the chair, this is the jury. I mean, they literally can just touch the person at the lecture room. So to me, I hate this courtroom. And a lot of people are starting to fuss about it because they said it should be accessible to the public and it's not. Never been on a snowmobile. Been on a 4Runner, but not a snowmobile. That is so true, Dawn. I forgot about the fire danger. Yep. So true. So true. I gotcha. Mm-hmm. Well, y'all, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Created a new screen cover. What do y'all think? Remove the comment. That's the new screen cover. How do you like my new Saturday Night Live one? Or Sunday Night Live, sorry. My mega pint. I know. Y'all who don't know, Miss Kevin was my first mod along with Ronnie. And she was my mod boss for a while. I think, Miss Kevin, are you going back to school? Well, I have carpet and my house is a pier and beam. It still comes cold at this temperature. Hey, 80s music man. Yeah, that wasn't wine. Sorry to tell you, that was not wine in the glass. Let me see. I thought it was that tea. That was tea. That was tea. But I had that same glass that he used for Johnny Depp used for his mega pint. Good morning, Andriel. And so when we were in the trial and they showed a picture of his mega pint of wine, I ran and got mine. No, I was not doing this then. Mm. Oh, that coffee feels good. We would have carpet mats that were you could pick up and move, bath mats on the floor. Just outside the tub. We still do that here. Oh, yeah. Well, I will tell you, it's not fun to get a bath and you run nice hot water and you get in it and the porcelain on your tub is cold. It takes a while for it to warm up. Don't like it. So glued to the floor. So what I do is I put the hottest water I can get in the tub without any cold first, and then I start cooling it down to heat up the tub. So when I get in, I don't freeze my tush. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that should. There's a serious conversation going on right now. I don't know who's talking. So the captioning is not them. The captioning who's working on the mic. This is serious. Look at the faces on these two men. Y'all, I wish I could hear what they're saying. This is serious. And by the way, right behind this wall, you see this man here to this side, the left of the clock. Oh, there it is. There's a bathroom right outside, right back here. There's a bathroom. So you don't want to be in court and have to use that bathroom because everybody's going to hear the flush. Come on, camera, get it off of people. Come on. Bring the jury. No, I'm kidding. Auntie Bev. Are the claws coming out this morning, Auntie Bev? No, we're not unprepared. We have plenty of warning. We may not prepare well. My volume is up 100%.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Lessie.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, is Dr. Russell in the courtroom? All right, so why don't we have Dr. Russell take the stand?
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right,
Oh,
good
they
morning,
didn't swear
Doctor.
in. Okay. And we're off, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
Dr. Russell, it's fair to say that your opinion.
Quickly, we are doing the Daubert hearing. This is when the judge decides, after the presentation of evidence on both sides and questioning of an expert witness or potential expert witness, if they actually qualify as an expert witness and that their expert testimony is scientifically sound.
Opinions have changed
I knew it.
between the time when you first testified at the voir dire to when you testified at the trial and then at our last time we met at the Lanigan hearing. Do you remember we spoke about when you testified at the voir dire hearing, you had uncertainty about what had actually caused the wounds?
I did not.
Do you remember using the words like most likely a dog?
No.
Let me remind you, in the voir dire, do you remember the court asking you what kind of animal caused the wound? And you said most likely a dog, a large dog.
Excuse me.
Yes, that-
Yes, you may. Counsel, page 51, line 18. Hey, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm showing you a copy of your voir dire transcript. I'm going to ask you to read it yourself when you're done reading it. When you're comfortable with that time, I'm going to ask you the questions again. You can look at any part of that you would like.
She reads like a doctor. She reads like a doctor. Yeet, yeet, yeet. I like her. I like her. I could be friends with her.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you now remember when the court asked you what kind of animal you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
Yes.
Do you remember at trial your perspective and opinion changing?
No.
Do you remember you were asked at trial whether or not the patterns appear to be injuries you would see consistent with an animal or a large dog, and you said yes? Do you remember that?
May I see that?
Yep, you may.
She's smart. I appreciate the fact that she's asking to see it because
Trial transcript.
it has been a
page
long time
23, line 3.
and I would be her. Show me. If I didn't say it yesterday, you're going to show me in writing what you're referring to because I'm not going to get caught in a trap. Caught in a trap. There's no way out. Sorry, Elvis.
Okay, I see. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember now saying that?
I didn't say it.
Okay.
The question had that word possibly in it. I didn't say it.
I'm sorry. You can
That's
say it,
right.
Please.
So the
didn't use the word
defense,
possibly.
or they, she was asked, and she said yes. If she said no, then it wouldn't have been a dog. That was a trick question. Good. I'm glad
You
you
were
read
asked,
it.
does this appear as a pattern
Glad
of
she read
injury
it.
that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. Do you remember that?
Can you show that to me again?
Yes.
Okay,
Let's read it together.
that's a good idea.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion if I could, please? I realize it's crossed. Can Mr. Brennan and I have agreed that with regard to transcripts and the use of them, I have them as well. Given that we've agreed for transcripts being in evidence, can the witness keep the transcripts and look at
Do
them?
you have an extra copy for her?
The answer is I have a copy, yes, that
Do
she
your
can.
colleagues each have a copy?
I don't know if they do, but I can give mine
Okay.
so that she
Problem
can
with that,
have.
Mr. Brennan?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Is this your only copy?
Whoa, prosecutors getting all snippy already.
I know what they say.
Well, you might, I'm gonna go through a lot of it, so you might as well give her the whole.
Dawn, 60 degrees here where I live. We're all in flip flops and shorts.
I'm going to ask Mr. Harris for a copy.
Today, I'm in boots.
right,
hiking
so that we
boots.
can continue. You can give yours
It's
to me in
25.
just a few
My
minutes,
feet
and then
cold.
when these are done, you can have yours.
Thank you, Your Honor, I appreciate that.
Thanks, John.
Mm. I have to say, she's being a very smart witness right now, and I appreciate that.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. Brennan,
Oh,
Mr.
my
Russell,
Lord.
why don't we take a
Answer
5-minute recess? Mr. McDermott will be back with clean copies of the transcripts that I have as part of your exhibit.
Thank you very much.
To
And the
be
witness
clear,
can
just so
have.
Mr. McDermott doesn't have to do it twice, Mr. Brennan has just indicated to me he's going to go back to the June 18th. So is Mr. McDermott going to copy the June 18th and the June 20th?
I have the voir dire and the trial testimony, so let's take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks very much.
That is a good point, Andrea. We don't have, well, you can order them through Amazon, but you can't just walk into a Walmart or a discount tire and buy chains here. Yep, celestial force under 10 minutes. Welcome to the Auntie Bev Show. And you think I'm kidding? I'm not. Welcome to the Auntie Bev Show. I have a story. I was driving to Colorado. I had driven my ex-mother-in-law, father-in-law, who he was going through severe cancer treatments, to Colorado from Texas, Colorado Springs. And he was on a feeding tube and all that kind of stuff. His daughter adopted a baby from China. We were going down to see the baby, well, 1-year-old, and for the baptism. And I had told him that you order enough. All right, Miss Kevin, we'll give a recap. Taking notes. I had suggested that he order extra bags of food to be shipped to my ex-sister-in-law's house in case we got snowed in. Well, we started to head back on time and it was snowing. It was thick. But when we got near Abilene, Texas, it was the middle of the night and I was driving right behind the 18-wheelers and there was nothing but snow and ice all around. Now, I could see pavement. You know how you have the snow, tire track, snow, everything else is ice. And I said, look, if the rigs are getting through, as long as we stay on the highway, we're fine. Because the asphalt did not have, where the tires were touching, were fine. Because there was no ice on that part. If the rigs are getting through, we're getting through. He finally threw a fit and made me, all but made me, he made me get off of the highway. We hit instant ice. Solid ice on all the roads. Luckily, there was a hotel with one room left. So myself, my mother-in-law, my 2.5-year-old son, my father-in-law, and my Airedale dog were cooped up, frozen in for 3 days. On the third morning, I went down to breakfast and the state trooper said that the highways were open. Well, my father-in-law didn't want to leave yet. He was too terrified. And I told him, we're going. I'm leaving. Get a car and rent or I'm leaving. I'm done. Excuse me, allergies. So we all get in the car and start heading home. And he's screaming, I want to get home alive to tell everybody about my granddaughter. Of course, by the way, he hadn't had any of his food for 3 days. So he was chemical getting off. So he wasn't really in his right mind. And I wasn't mad at him. But I'll tell you, Texas folk don't know how to drive in snow. I saw so many people in the ditches, spun out on the access roads, on the highways. You're right. We just don't know how to drive here. They don't get it. Now, I guess Amarillo, North Texas, they're good, but anywhere below Dallas or below, they don't know how to drive in the snow. We could have made it. It would have been slow, but we could have made it at least to Kerrville, San Antonio area where the roads were clearer that night, but he was too terrified. And he was not one who driven in snow. Toy! When did you do that? Oh, thank you, beloved. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So that was my little story about snow. So luckily, I learned to drive in the snow a long time ago. I had actually driven through a bunch of snow. I wasn't afraid of snow. Ice, different. Snow, I'm okay with. The key is don't slam on your brakes. We had an ice storm here years ago, and we had to go out in the fire trucks. Now, you want to talk about nerve-wracking. You get in a fire truck with tons of water behind you, and what people don't realize is even though the water tanks have little dividers in them, when you go to stop, that water pushes forward and sloshes, and you can kind of feel that happening. And let me tell you, when you're on ice, that's creepy. I wish she would get out of the brown suits. I don't like brown suits. I'm watching body language. Did he shave his beard? Nope. He doesn't have the sideburns, though. He has it all the way back here, but no sideburns. Dude, I want to see your front on. Just shave that. Make it a goatee. What's the deal with no sideburns? So right now they're waiting for copies of the transcripts. They're making copies of the transcripts for. Oh, they're just goofing off. To be printed so that the Dr. Russell, the person who's on the stand, can read. So they're prepping a copy. And of course, this gentleman here, right here, excuse me, the little nerdy one, he is the special prosecutor. And then these two gentlemen here are the attorneys for the Karen Reed. And of course, we have the family of O'Keefe back here. Oh my God, this guy right here, if looks can kill, he would have already murdered some people. Oop, unalived some people. My bad. Short break my butt. It's never a short break. Trying to lip read this guy if he gets out of the. He's hard to lip read. Very tight lipped. That's fine. That's fine. That upper lip doesn't move enough.
Yes, no, that's fine.
We have different stenographers, so sometimes the transcripts might be different. So I just want to make sure you have the same copy I'm
Okay.
working on because I don't want it to become confused. Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Okay.
How were your holidays?
Unfortunately, I work. How about yourself?
I did some work too.
Did you?
Well, not I mean,
I love it when there's a hot mic. I can see him as a little kid in high school. I bet school sucked for him. I'm not trying to be mean, but he is nerdy. You like sideburns, Andrea, huh? You sideburn kind of gal. I'm just not used to seeing beards come all the way back here that don't connect. I lost more weight in my face. You know, those two parents have gone through hell. Of course, so is John O'Keefe's parents. I feel for both families involved. They're supporting their loved ones the way they should. But financially, this has killed Karen Reed. I tell you what, if she's acquitted, I'd be seeing how much I can sue and who. I would be demanding attorney's fees being returned and the county paying for them. But there's the mother. That's the daughter-in-law. No, that's the daughter-in-law next to him. I don't know who that woman is. Another bald-headed guy in the back. That's family. Oh, by the way, if anybody, if you don't know who Grandma's House Fun is, go into YouTube to that. Go to that channel. It's a gaming channel and a kids book channel, and games like mind games, word games, that kind of stuff. And she did a Star Wars game trivia. That's what I'm looking for. Trivial channel. She did Star Wars trivia. I didn't do too bad. Came in 7th out of 11. I'm not a I've watched it, but I'm not a trivia person. And just so you guys know, when I start interpreting, I guess I could interpret today. I'm not hearing very well. It's very soft. I will not be showing any of the chats. I can't do it all. And I don't have anybody in the back office yet. So super chats will be shown definitely. So if you want your super chat, if you want your chat guaranteed to be shown, super chats are welcome. And other than that, your chats may or may not be shown depending on my time and availability. Wonder what they're anxiously looking at. By the way, I've seen some footage and some video and whatnot of some of the things they did with Karen Reed's vehicle. I'm trying to get copies of that we did not get to see during trial. So I would love to see that and be able to show that to you. They did take her vehicle back to the house after the snow melted and did some photos and did some evidence work. She is staying in a hotel while she's there, correct? She does have her own business, but this is all but killed it.
We're back in session, may be seated.
And if Aunt Bev twirls those glasses anymore, I'm going to go ballistic. Let's see if I can get some interpreting in. I'm going to have to crank some volume, y'all, which means I won't be talking as much. Yay for you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring if with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brennan, I want to make sure.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know. All right, so you were speaking to me, Mr. Leslie. I think Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay. I just
wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
Okay. So the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to the motions that were filed.
And provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, the Lanigan hearing.
Sure. Okay, I did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I have
Sorry,
an
my
extra
nose
copy that I
is
can give
itching.
Ms. Russell. I'm sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
And if I may, can I write on the top of each transcript which each one is? That way it'll be easier for
Is there a
Dr.
problem
Russell.
with that, Mr.
No problem
Leslie?
at all.
Okay.
If you are noticing that the caption said coffee instead of copy, you see how many, I can't do that. See how many mistakes are being made. It's funny. I need to get that extension for my inner ear because this is hard to do with the hearing aids. Everything's echoey. Let me see if I can change it and if it's better.
Yes.
May I speak, Your Honor?
It's harder to interpret with
Dr.
these
Russell, I'm
on,
handing you
but
two documents.
that's
You have
what
a
I need to
third.
do. I
The one
will.
before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, that's better for me. I need to get an extension.
I'd asked
This
you
is
if
a
you
pain in the
had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript. If you'd turn to page 19, line 21.
Nineteen,
Page
Line-
19, line 21, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the page number is here.
Yes.
And then line would be,
She's not making it easy for him. I like that. Make him work for
Sorry.
it.
my apologies. This one is the trial. Okay. Do you recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries? Do you remember saying that?
that's not here in front of me.
Okay, but I'm asking you, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why, when you were asked and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine, there are no absolutes. And that's what, our physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in medicine. So that's why I expressed it that way. But
Yeah,
I was certain that it was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you used the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So He's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the words during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
That's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-review articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You understand there's a difference between those two things, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from multiple published peer-review articles.
Okay, tell me one.
Munich.
I'm sorry?
Munich. We talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay, and what's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation of.
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
God,
Yes.
whoa,
Share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like.
Sorry, guys. I forgot about that. Forgot about the siren. That hurt I don't hear it, but it physically hurt. Wow.
And the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial
I'm
process.
trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to,
Uh-huh.
and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience where you've treated dog wounds and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No,
So if you're comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is, tell us, where does that come from? The methodology where you have a point of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item.
there are several published peer review articles that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds. There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
Right.
I don't think that there is one.
When you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct?
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years, observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, and other things like complications, et cetera.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of comparison. There's no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay. Can you share with us one of those articles that you've been relying on to combine with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis?
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to take a pause here. God, I wish Diane was here. Here's the problem. You have a new prosecutor. You have, yes, this guy is Mr. Rude to me. You have a new prosecutor, and yes, he did look at the court. Yes, he did look at all the trial. Yes, he watched everything, but personally, he's never heard her say this with him in the courtroom. So he's going to use this. He's trying to rattle her. I don't think he's rattling her as much as he's upsetting her. He's attacking her qualifications and skills, and all it's going to do is wake up a bear.
Would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about.
Okay, that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case, but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, the different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds can be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics, and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced.
and
I'm
it's,
sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
Yes. I'm going to let her finish.
please.
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will, thank you.
Okay. That article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature.
Okay.
So in the review of previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis.
I
in that article, did it?
disagree.
Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
Okay, so my question was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And so because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
That's one of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although that's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would
Okay.
resemble this,
Okay.
but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
I did.
If you had used your training experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No.
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report
It's in
whatsoever.
my head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in the report or tell anybody? So we have car accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, if it was important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential diagnosis, can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash,
Okay.
car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Okay.
So the list, there was a list that I went
Okay.
through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Well, was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down. Okay. So one of those
Objection, Your Honor, that
processes,
was not a
causes
question.
of these abrasions that you went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes,
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case, publicly before you got involved in this
No.
case, didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this
You don't-
general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
clarifying.
that you wanted to get involved and you made some phone calls to offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see. And so you learned enough through your study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
So you didn't know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do. And I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died. And I knew that there was a trial, and I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No,
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it fair to say that your perspective was a motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes,
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident, there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
that was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career. So I had plenty of experience.
Had you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not what I asked. What I asked you is, you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No,
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
no,
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
no,
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't happen, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen.
Mhm.
What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr. Leslie. Next question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports.
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Leslie?
Did I know anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was, somehow I knew that, well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was, somehow I got that information.
So
The
when
car
you were
backed up.
excluding the collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
So it's a question, the question's proper. Let's see if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the
I
the assumption.
understand. I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Lawson?
As asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm
Objection,
going
Your
to
Honor.
see counsel at 7.
Sidebar. Number uno. Thank you for the break, Your Honor. Ah. Yeah, this is not going to bode well for the jury. I am not happy with his manner of asking. I do agree with that, but he is doing his job. Sometimes we don't know like that. We don't know like that, but he is doing his job. Yeah, well, and here's the thing. When you serve your time in an ER like this woman has, I'm a first responder. Does not make me an expert in this, but I will tell you, I can look at something and say, yeah, the car hit him. I mean, there's just some telltale signs. You know what I mean? But I'm not liking his tone. I'm not liking the way he's attacking her, but he is doing his job. Yeah, I agree with you. I do agree with you. You guys, I forgot to put the banner up. My bad. Okay, here's the deal. Contest. This month, we are giving away a $50 gift card to Starbucks or any place of your choice. If you don't like Starbucks, you get one entry if you put I subbed and you subbed. If you hit the like button, put liked in the comment below for 5 more entries. Become a member, receive additional 5 entries, and every super chat gets 10 entries. And this does accumulate, and I will be drawing for December 31st. For December 31st. So, y'all, hit the I like button, and let me put it in. You're going to put I liked, all one word, copy, paste, start. This is going to go over here. We're going to minimize. Oh, did you sub this month? It has to be this month. This is the I like. I can't do the hashtag. It kind of confused it. So it's I liked. ILIKED. If you liked, you get your entries. Yay. There you go. Let me make sure it's catching it. It is. Wunderbar. So don't put hashtag, just I liked. I put it, let me pin my comment. I can't do that, but I'll put it up there just like that. It doesn't have to be in all caps. You liked, you said, well, I'll just go ahead and change it to the hashtag since everybody's doing it. We'll just change it to the hashtag. Sorry, guys. Oh, no, it's catching it. It's catching it. Okay, we're good. Yeah, ADHD, everybody's like that. So, and if you want to guarantee that I will discuss and read your comment, please do super chats. Help support the channel. This does cost money, and I need to start paying my rent here. I need to pay rent and internet, and you know how all that goes. Y'all know how that goes. We all have to do it. But I appreciate anything and all that you can do. I understand if you cannot. Love and appreciate y'all. I like to eat. I like to eat. Yeah. Yeah, that one too. This year, this is going to be what I do for a living. So this has gone from a hobby to a business. I would venture to be the only way I can say that. She is not happy with the outcome of this.
May I?
Yes.
When you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions. Did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No,
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Use the word allegedly. I'm going with that.
What was his body position?
I considered several possibilities. I considered if he was standing, I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple
Was
possibilities.
he standing?
I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was, do you?
I went through the process of what the wounds would look like in those various positions.
I see. So if John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
You guys, I just had an epiphany. If that's what you call it, and I'm not getting it wrong. I'm going to have to take off these glasses. I'm sorry. When you defend yourself, do you do it this way or do you do it this way? I just instinctively, all of us would go like this, right? Where would all those injuries be? If you took all those people in the courtroom and you go boom like that, they're going to go like this. You don't defend down, you defend up. That's the natural reflex. Oh, I want them to talk about that. I want them to go there.
Well, if they penetrated his clothing,
If what?
if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures
How do you know that?
from my many years of experience.
Did you do any comparison analysis of the broken taillight in Mr. O'Keefe's arm
Actually, eventually I did.
before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and changes, isn't it?
Yes, but
Every-
I also had that in consideration. That's why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you can have a number of people in an accident and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car,
I agree.
might be the same speed, but they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes.
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
Oh, he is
Correct.
Some
not
people can
bringing
have
up
scratch-
New Orleans. Dude, you are using New Orleans. How? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm yelling. Dude, you are using the victims of New Orleans as an example in this case. How dirty of you. Ugh.
Scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
Right. So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle, correct?
I went through various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. So you can tell us how is his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
Again, I considered multiple scenarios.
When you, did you go to the scene of where Mr. O'Keefe was found lying on the ground? Did you go and visit the scene?
No,
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
When you're engaging in differential diagnosis and you're
Okay,
excluding
guys,
causes
I
of
don't have a
abrasions
deaf
to Mr.
person. I'm not
O'Keefe's
going to
arm,
interpret because I need
wouldn't
to
it be
pay attention.
important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert.
A reconstruction expert? No,
You've
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle
And
accidents.
you've never gone to court and
Victims.
testified as a dog bite expert before this case. Yes?
I was never asked.
And so when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I used medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like where Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow.
You know how many inches of snow were under his body?
Under his body?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged like dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several different possibilities to see in my differential diagnosis.
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
I didn't have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or a brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant
Do
nearby.
you know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact or alleged impact looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds. So that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay. Did someone tell you what it looked like?
No.
Okay.
Guys, if I was to walk or someone was to roll me unconscious into an ER and I had those wounds on my arm and I'm unconscious, they're going to look at those wounds and with no information, none, they know I'm a female, they know I'm middle-aged, and they know I'm unconscious, and they know I'm a little bit big. I'm fluffy. And that's all they know. They know I have a bump on the back of my head that's bleeding, and they know I had all those little scratches and punctures on my arm. Okay? They're not going to ask for all the information at scene, how far the curb was from the fire hydrant, all that. They're going to ask, what do you know? And if they say, we don't know anything, we just found her like this, they're going to go from head to toe. They're going to think of all the different scenarios. And one of the things that's going to pop up is a bite from an animal, i.e. probably a dog, based on the size of those bites. Unless you're in the middle of a forest, then they might think coyote or bear. But you don't have to have all the documentation, all the forensic stuff on a vehicle, all of the files to look at that and decide, is that something that is reasonable to believe that somebody was hit by a car would have, or would it be reasonable to believe that it looked more like a dog bite? If you're getting ready to be bit by a dog, you do this. You curl in, okay? And you try to turn away. You protect your vital organs. when you are in the position where you're almost hit by a bus, you do this. Okay? I'm just saying, I understand where this prosecutor is going. I really, really do. If I was, if he was defending me as my lawyer, I'd be happy for it. But I will tell you, I don't think he's going to win a whole lot of points with the jury if he does this to her. Let's see what the defense does with this.
You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
And we've
Except
agreed.
for, excuse me, except for no skeletal broken bones.
And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
Well, it's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between a head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
Right. And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Right. Okay. Well, you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and
Yes.
hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah,
Okay.
not from an abrasion to a skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on the side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them, that might be different than being run over in the middle of the crosswalk in the middle of the car. Yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes,
Yes. And you responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective,
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, if you go to a scene
mhm,
and there's a collision, you certainly see things often as a
yes,
result of the collision, don't you?
yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you
Oh.
see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car,
Right,
from the
debris from the
vehicles,
car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably, I don't know if I have, but yes,
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging in this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities, yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Well, you've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know in your review of this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never given any of the information, the physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well,
But
I
no,
don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what you...
well, I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people are sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes.
Was
Because
Mr.
and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing. So that is possibly a cause.
In that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they
Yeah.
could, yeah.
Right, and you have a case that you've seen
No,
just like that?
I have not.
No. Okay. And so in this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor. Same basis.
So, did you learn that fact?
No,
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
that's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
Again, my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself,
Right.
injuries. So that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay. When you were excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer, if there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence, wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and chain of evidence, yes.
Right. One of the most formidable pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics, yes.
Yeah, forensics. And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm, did you know that there was DNA on the taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not know that.
Would you wanted to have known if there was DNA, particularly would you wanted to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges. If you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
Oh, don't you
Such
go
as?
for the hair.
Hair?
I don't
You
believe
didn't know
that.
that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
No,
And engaging in your differential diagnosis,
Who cares?
considering the
It's-
mechanic of injury,
it's
wouldn't it be
minute to
important
me.
to know that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on the defendant's car, but in the particular area where the damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
no.
Next question.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share
Possible.
with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back and the distance? Did anybody share that with you?
No,
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
not surprised.
And do you know that at a certain point
Under the
when
body?
that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of the abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights?
I've seen thousands.
Have you done any studies?
I-
Do you have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on.
Okay.
It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic doctors.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body.
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body.
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body.
I never touched his
Why did
body.
it
I
do
examined
that?
the
Why- I'm
photographs that
sorry,
were taken
y'all.
in the hospital and in the
Sorry, y'all. I didn't know that had happened. I thought it was anchored. Forgive me, you guys.
coroner's office, medical
you're-
examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital and people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before, when we were here the last time, about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right? And you assume it's true.
Oh, not always.
I
No.
see. You
No,
look and see if it's
absolutely
not.
not.
Objection, Your Honor.
Excuse me. One person speaks at a time. Let
Please.
her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say is true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
Yes.
No,
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds,
Yeah.
many other kinds of wounds. People report that they occur a certain way and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites,
Mhm.
every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Saraf? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, did you know that Officer Saraf reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Not like,
Okay, I agree with you, Dawn. There were no witnesses, so get off the witness boat, dude. Just like you're asking about, was the body standing? Was it kneeling? Was it lay it down when it hit? Nobody knows. Neither does the prosecution. Neither do you know. So you can't, I would love for him to put an expert witness up there and they start saying, well, the body was standing and I know the body was standing. And I'd love to see the defense come in and say, how do you know that? Was there a witness? You're assuming. That is your opinion. You're an expert. You can give it. Doesn't mean that she's wrong. There were no witnesses. Everything is hypothetical at this point.
that. Did you know about this statement? This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. Did you know about this statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing a question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly? I hit him. Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question
Yeah, he is definitely going beyond the scope.
about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned
But the
that.
attorney has to
But
object.
that doesn't, I mean, okay.
Where did you learn that from?
I
Sidebar.
don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had experience in domestic violence cases? Okay. Did you know that it's reported that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I know that.
When you were considering the cause of these injuries, did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that
It's not important for
maybe
her testimony, Your
John-
Honor.
hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness, he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Your Honor, it's beyond the
Even if it
scope.
were on the side, the car did not cause.
You, dude, is beyond the scope of this hearing. She is not here to determine whether or not what Mrs. Reed did or did not say would affect the outcome.
Those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries, side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right? And so knowing that his height matches up with the taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as the cause of the injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did, and what
Did not change her opinion much.
were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between?
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass
They're not
shatters.
glass,
it
it's
shatters
plastic.
randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So
How about
First of all, My mama has a car. Y'all, it's a thick plastic. They're not glass.
I'm sorry, please.
It depends on what kind of glass.
I want you. I
Well,
didn't mean
motor
to interrupt
vehicle
you.
glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way.
Okay.
And creates
Thank you, madam.
characteristic injuries.
Okay. Tell me about your experience in Lexus rear taillight coverings. What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay, so you-
Photographs were not good.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you
because they
don't
did a
really
crappy
have a
job of
command
photographing
of
them.
what the debris
Just
field
saying.
looked like relative
I
to the
said it.
taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and taillight would look like. And again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the scenario that led to the death of
Your
Mr. O'Keefe
scenario?
that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning.
No, it
So
didn't.
what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay.
Mhm.
But I want to ask you about that scene that morning.
He
Do you
wants
know how
her
many
to say,
pieces
I
of
don't
taillight
know.
were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No,
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various pieces of taillight. Yes,
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Yes.
Of different sizes,
Yep.
of different shapes,
Yep.
different diameters, right?
Yep.
Yes, they're irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp,
Yes,
perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
possibly. Yes.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence. You just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic,
Thank you.
and there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah,
Dude, this is beyond
Any
this
jagged
show.
parts of it from the
Oh,
breaking?
God.
yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shattered taillight, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear
Listen
off.
to that tone.
Finish, you can answer.
Go through
Sharp objects
clothes.
can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern. No.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes,
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
yes,
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
yes. And so they're not really very long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's in
Oh,
textbook.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I
Ha-
imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
this is not hard. This is not helping.
When you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence, don't you?
Yes,
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not
Possibly
have
case
hands-on.
one.
Okay.
study.
Um,
Correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Depends on what you mean by
Can you be more
markable.
specific?
I can.
Thank you.
Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
Quit yelling.
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right
The
now.
Right now.
dude is
And so when
yelling.
you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh, boy. Well,
Wow.
talking about being a detective.
Your
using
Honor.
Circumstantial evidence and trace evidence. I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire and the trial in the first Lanigan hearing. I want you to,
I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question.
when you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite. Now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, and now that you know in his very sweater with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight
I would.
from that Lexus.
Yeah, this
Does
could
that
get
in any
dangerous.
way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
No, that's beyond her scope.
The detective part.
No, it doesn't change my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
It's
They
not
could
from,
have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From
they
an
could have
impact
also
with the
gotten in
taillight,
it from the
Right.
emergency
yes? And when the
vehicle
taillight
transfers.
breaks and there's jagged,
Saying.
irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury,
They,
yes.
they could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
More abrasion.
Yes, they could,
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
but not in that configuration.
I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question.
Dude, I would ask for a sidebar. I would do something to slow this down if I was the defense. I do not think that I don't think it's right for Auntie Bev to be allowing, I should be sorry, Judge, to be allowing this line of questioning when it has nothing to do with her expert witness. It's a dog bite expert. He's not a collision expert, the dog bite expert.
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
And you have no studies on how abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found?
The prosecution's in
The
trouble.
trace evidence in that sweater. DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam, sweat in their mouth, correct?
I also understand that there were issues with the collection.
And
Well,
I
we're gonna
also
get to your claim and see if
understand
there's any basis for it,
that
but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second.
snow dissolves. Laying out in the element will dissolve. Being exposed to long-term wetness will dissolve. That's where I would be going if I was her. But who am I?
Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you,
Asshole.
you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth,
Yes,
sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
It can.
I believe so.
Yeah.
She's not
Well,
a
it's in some of those studies and reports and
veterinarian.
books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but
Okay.
it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Oh,
And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to
Yeah.
wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense,
Yeah.
yes.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No,
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes.
properly,
Right.
I might add.
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes. they-
Before you
multiple.
discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they
Oh,
did? before you
objection, Your
criticize
Honor.
them?
I know that
Objection.
they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No,
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested? and they
Objection,
sent them
Your
to
Honor.
UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the,
people are exonerated.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question. please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes,
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
And you've opined that these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes,
Now, It is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
No,
Again, there's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Remarkable would not be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
No,
no,
I disagree.
Hard to believe.
no, I
I
disagree.
disagree.
Okay. Now,
She's not
there is
going to
no
give it to
dog
him.
DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case for your opinion?
No,
Sustained.
Do you think that in somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
no,
No.
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or supposed taint that doesn't exist.
What an
And I'm just
ass.
curious, why is it so important for you to discount dog? Why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going along.
Of course you
Unaware
are.
Of the multiple, many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and
Good for
experience
you,
do you
my
have
dear.
with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're saying, you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was that happened with the production, the preservation and testing of this DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but there's, first of all, the decedent was in the snow for a while.
Go.
Mhm.
So it may have washed off some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it
Yep.
washed off?
I don't
evidence?
have any proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
Uh-huh. What about the preservation of it? What evidence do you have before you make such a claim that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item that was tainted?
I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When we're in a courtroom, you know as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not
Not
talking about-
it doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith and in fact that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
Oh, but you can't tell us what that was.
Oh,
No, there are
boy.
multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur.
Not
That's
the-
all. So, and any physician, even, not only scientist, but physician knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
you've been through the UC Davis report.
Yes.
You've been through now you know there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right? There is an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
But the reasonable thought that there could be a problem with the collection of the DNA is not an unreasonable
I
thought.
want to now turn to the actual exhibits and photographs
Really?
and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Okay? Can I have exhibit 5, please?
Yes, I'm organizing my cords because I went to get a cord and it was a hot mess.
You've seen this exhibit before.
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm.
Yes.
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
Yes.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about, so that we can discuss the different statements you've made about each wound.
Okay.
The wound closest to the shoulder, you see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound
You must.
closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that abrasion?
Oh,
Not that I'm aware of.
Remember testifying in the voir dire in this case when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
And you described that that is a pattern saying there are 2 wounds with perhaps potentially a scratch in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
true,
Teeth
Andriel.
marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
Oh. Teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
And a dog's nail is shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right? You know? And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth
Yeah.
and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about
Good point, my
wound number
dear.
1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes.
And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I'd need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
Sure. After the voir dire, when you said that this wound, number 1, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or a dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
Yeah.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look to
No.
be sure.
No,
It is
I
trial
want to
transcript,
look.
Page 20, line 3.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm moving around a lot. I went to look for a cord and my cords were all messed up and I just couldn't leave it. My apologies.
Thank you.
Haley Mouse. That's the first message I've seen from you, Haley Mouse. Oh, there's some that are showing up at 9:51.
The same transcript as us?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm. You talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Line
we
3?
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Line 5 says the word photographs here.
Okay. You must have a different version. Yes, ma'am.
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3?
Now, I'm going to have to show her my copy only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
All right,
It's not going to
so
reconcile.
what I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has. So if the court would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right, I thought Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Sherry.
If I may, I believe one copy has the sidebars and one copy does not.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her? Sure. Thank you. Here you go. So at trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials,
In the process of writing my report,
which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection.
Oh,
in the process of
asswole.
writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, and and my opinion even became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay, but things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have, in the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged, so I need to re-review everything, yes. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed.
Changed? No. It's
Well,
one of the, I said teeth or claw marks.
it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify with specificity.
Again,
This is scientific.
in
It's
the
nothing.
articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of the literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
That picture hasn't changed since you looked
Yeah.
at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
No,
Okay.
either teeth or claw marks included, both of those.
So because you overlook certain things, your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
At the trial? Is
Yeah,
this
at the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yeah.
This is the trial. It isn't accurate. It's
Well,
either teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now
Right.
that they are more likely canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well-
Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Oh,
degree of
you're
medical-
splitting
Is that what
micro
you're saying?
hairs, dude.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
Those are, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, and to a reasonable degree of,
It's my opinion that to the reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
and the teeth that you claim that these are now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, not you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical
Okay.
certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different.
I don't see it as different.
Okay.
I don't either.
What
Do
else
y'all-
did you overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
Okay, let's take a little mental break. Do you see it as different? Let me get the mic closer. Do you guys see her testimony as different or changing? That is a question I have for you. Do you believe if you were sitting on a jury and you were hearing all this? Sorry, guys, I had a bunch of stuff piled up and I just couldn't deal with it anymore. Okay, so if you're sitting on a jury and you're hearing this, do you believe her? Is she believable or not? What is your humble opinion? What is your opinion as to her testimony? He is trying to rattle her, I think, and that is what he's supposed to do. However, do you think her testimony has changed or shifted? If you were the judge, would you, well, not this judge, but if you were a judge, do you believe her ability to be an expert witness in this? I want your comments.
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
Excuse me.
Staying
I
on
mean,
this-
there's an abrasion right there in the
Right.
middle.
What's that caused by?
You don't
It
need
could
to be a
caused by
jerk.
one of the incisor
Well,
teeth.
when you say it could be,
You don't need to be a
I
jerk.
want you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic.
Mhm.
And teeth
I-
are not always the exact same
Right.
height and have the exact same configuration.
And
And
it,
if they're
and-
irregular, one's bigger or missing, or does it?
and it also depends on the angle in which she took the bite. You want to talk about angles on the car and being hit by the SUV? Let's talk about angles of the bite. The bite isn't going to be perfect. It's fluid. It's moving. I can go there too, dude.
Gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could,
It could.
but you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth. No.
And do you know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you
Thank
know
you,
anything
ma'am.
about Chloe's incisors on the top and whether there's any irregularities or
Uh-oh.
missing incisors? Do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
Well,
but
when you say
don't
nice,
need it.
when you say nice, is that a medical term of yes, it would be helpful? to
Oh,
know
you
that?
jerk.
it could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay, so did the canines teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at the here and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound
Oh,
and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me. There is no puncture.
Uh-huh,
There is no puncture in this wound.
right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and
Not
tears.
always.
That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes,
Sometimes.
if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's
Thank
a
you,
third prong
ma'am.
lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls. Yes?
If there's contact, yes,
Right. And so
with both jaws.
most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
It happens quite a bit.
What happens with frogs, right?
Don't know anything about
The area.
frogs.
It doesn't
Sorry.
happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't
Your
always
Honor.
contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside
Your Honor, get control of this pit bull.
of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was
Just
any
saying.
punctures or abrasions as an
Probably
anchor
shouldn't.
that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
I did.
And
Yes.
what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top 2 canines and not anchor into anything else.
That happens often.
Uh-huh. And you can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well, here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're
Yep.
saying.
You see that this here, 2 teeth,
Mhm.
if the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
Hey, guys, I just thought of something. As tough as this has been for her and as difficult as he is being, guess what? He's showing his hand on his cross for trial, which means she can prepare better for trial, which means she knows the crap he's going to throw, which means she has time to think about her answers. And if they're smart, the defense and her will sit down and go through this scrupulously and figure out better ways for her to clarify her answers. So when she's on the stand She doesn't rattle.
It would be
I don't call her rattled. I call her pissed.
an odd configuration. for
Well,
the-
odd, it would be like, believe it or not, the dog would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
No, I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these two scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites,
I believe they are, yes.
based on just simply looking at them. And you've seen something before in your experience that makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog bite or a canine. There's nothing about this that is particular or specific.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific, actually.
This pattern here
The
can only
pattern
be
of
caused by
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah,
There's
but you have
nothing-
to take things in context.
We're going to go through all of them, then we can talk about all of them in context together. Because I know what you said at the last hearing, but I'm talking about these. There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or
In your
endemic
dumbass
to a dog
opinion,
bite. Is there,
If the arm only had those two
right?
abrasions,
Uh-huh.
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were dog.
Well, it's not difficult. There would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. It wouldn't just be difficult. It wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing about these that's just dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
There's a
Objection, Your Honor.
Part of you shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like me to
So
do, Your Honor?
if you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and Mr.
I'm bad?
Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court time on it.
hey guys. First of all, it's okay. I got to do that because that bothers me. It's okay for everybody else to stand up and scream objection. It's okay for him to scream and badger the witness, but it's not okay for the lawyer to stand up and aggressively say, objection, Your Honor. See, I really wish they could get rid of this woman because I don't think she is doing a fair job at this at all as a judge. I think that she's got an attitude with the prosecution, the defense, and she's got rose-colored glass. Well, not rose. I'm sorry, I'm trying to plug in my key before it dies. There it goes. She's got an issue with this defense team, and it's carrying over, and I'm not liking it. Objection, Your Honor, I didn't think it was too blunt. I just think she's in a pissy mood, and I think she's being inappropriate as a judge. Can't stand the woman. Can't stand the woman. Can't stand the judge. I can't stand the judge. What are y'all's thoughts? Yeah, I think the judge I think they should have gotten a different judge for this. And by the way, this judge is no longer outside of this case, is no longer seeing criminal. She's now in family court. Just FYI. How do y'all like my Vera Bradley case for my iPad? My sister has a ton of Vera Bradley. I hope possibly her husband. Anyway, I hope to get some of it. And once again, we want to thank everybody for all their love and support through these trying times with our family. We can't say thank you enough. And our friends and everybody else. Well, she's a rabid pit bull on raw meat. That's all I can say about this judge. And I don't like her. I don't like the way she's allowing the a line of questioning. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But I do see how this is going to help the defense prepare for trial. I think this is really showing their hand. Big time. I'm going to sneeze. Okay, guys. While they're coming back, I'm going to take a comfort break. I got to get more coffee, and I'll be right back.
All rise to the court, please.
Why are they leaving? Uh-oh. What's happening? Everybody's leaving. The entire John O'Keefe family has left the courtroom. What is happening? Oh! I break. I need a relief. I can't understand. Okie dokie. You guys, I have to take a comfort break. I apologize. I will have some music playing until I return. My apologies. It shall be quick. Everybody take a stretch break. We'll be right back. Let me get my little thing up. Guys, we puppers and I puppers and I both needed a comfort break. I apologize. Oh, let me plug back in, y'all. Woo, unhang myself first. I keep saying that I need an extension and I keep forgetting to buy one. Are y'all getting anything? I know, right? Exactly. We miss the fan? No, do not miss the fan. I do not miss the fan. Yes, they're fighting like hell, saying that this was done by a vehicle. And your mom asked, does a car have knives attached to it? Oh, that's a good one. I like that. That is good, my dear. Tell your mom congratulations. Great thought. Yes, I was blessed with the Stanley Starbucks collab last year. And I got more coffee because I'm running low. So I just went ahead and brewed me another cup. I'm trying to watch what they say because I can't hear it. Oh, I've turned my voice up.
That's what they always say before you're in trouble. You're not recording us, are you? No. Everything's off.
You have an attorney? You have an attorney?
They can't afford you, sir.
What did you appoint for you?
Yeah, just record, yeah, please, take your counsel.
Yeah, why don't they get a vet to come in? If I was a defense, who else would be good about knowing about the anatomy of a dog? Oh, hi, Fran. Fran the fan. Hello, Fran the fan. How are you doing, Fran the fan? We have not missed you, Fran the fan. I named that fan Fran the fan. Y'all can call it whatever you like. That's what I named it. Hold on a minute. One of the things that gets me is that there's always options in the case, there's always opinions in a case. But what is most probable in this case? Dog bite. Nobody was there, or if they were, they're not saying it because they don't want to go down for the job. But as of now, there's no witnesses. So why would you be fighting so hard with her about her being able to determine if this was a car accident or not? And if it is a car accident, what position was O'Keefe in? Was he on standing? Was he kneeling? Was he laying down? Was he on his side, on his back? What? And that is not where her expertise is lying. I think he is getting out of the field of expertise, and it is irritating me that the judge is allowing him to do this. I think that this judge needs to rein this in. I am glad that there is a break. I want to know why and what's being said in that break, but there was an abrupt break in this questioning. Everybody cleared that courtroom quick. So, yeah, I'm not liking this guy at all. At all. Don't like him. But it is giving us a clue. Hold on. Sorry about that. My son said my hearing aids were squealing into the microphone. I thought they were off. I can't hear that. You guys, if you guys hear a little ding or any kind of noise like that, you need to tell me because I can't hear it. Hey, Tash, how are you doing? Hey, Dawn, Fran, Fancy Fan. Yep. I just like the fact that they've had how long to get the paint fixed in that courtroom before coming back. I mean, it really does not bode well for the maintenance of the building for them to have this on camera. Look at all the cracks and the peeling paint. I mean, come on. If you're going to be on live TV across this, internationally, paint the wall. Mic drop. I know, right? Yeah. And I'm going to tell you that was maybe part of what the problem with the first trial is. You had a holdout that said, no, I don't believe it's a dog bite. I believe it's a car. End of discussion. We're hung. That's my humble opinion, but doesn't mean much. Hey, Tash, how are you doing today? I so love your little, what do they call these stickers? Whatever. Coffee cold, need hot coffee. I love this Stanley. I don't use it much unless it's super cold because I don't drink coffee much. Oh, what's nice about it is I can do that. How long are you going to have the drying fans in your house, Dawn? That's horrible. That is absolutely horrendous that you have to go through that, but I apologize. For all of us out there who've ever dealt with a flooded apartment or home, it sucks. It sucks. So, I mean, I want to listen to something real quick. One of the things that gets me, and that came up in the questioning, was about the shoe being off. You guys, it is very common for someone who's been hit by a motor vehicle or been in an accident that the shoes come off. Sometimes one, sometimes both. But that also doesn't mean in the middle of a fight, your shoe ain't going to come off. And if people are going to dump your body and get out of there quick, they're not going to take the time to untie your shoe, put your shoe back on and tie it if that's the kind of shoe it was. For them to throw it out there, and they're police, so they know that with a car accident, most people being hit by a vehicle or a plow might come out of a shoe. So would it not be more reasonable to believe that it was planted? Just a thought. Could it have been a planted shoe? I mean, I'm not a cop, but I've seen enough of it, and I've witnessed somebody unaliving by an accidental car hitting them. Of course, they were drunk and they stepped out in front of the vehicle, so there you go. But my whole point in all that is it's not an uncommon knowledge that people come out of their shoes when they get hit by something that's moving, like a vehicle. So it would not be far-fetched for me to think and believe that if this was a setup plant or a frame job on her, that these people in that house are police officers and they would know exactly how to make that look like a hit. You know what? These glasses are not even 4 months old and they are so scratched up, and I am so careful with them. I am so mad. I spent $700 on these lenses. The lenses, not even the frame, just the lenses. And I clean it with a cloth. And I am so careful with my glasses, and they are so scratched up. Oh, that pisses me off. I'm going to have to get new lenses by the end of the year. And I'm not going to get all that coating stuff on them. I think that's why they're scratching so easy, even though I use a cloth and I use the cleaner. They're back. Oh, my bad. They're back.
That when a dog bites,
Thank you. I was a little behind because of
Right.
earlier. Let's go back. Let me get y'all back. I apologize. There we go. I forgot I was a little behind. I could have zoomed. So we zoomed. They're all back.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I think we had exhibit 5, please. Thank you. Dr. Russell, we were talking about these 2 scratches or abrasions as wound 1. I want to continue asking you some questions about wound 1. And I had asked you, now that your position is that these were caused by
Now
the
your position.
canines of the dog.
She's
Was it the
always
upper
been
or
on the-
lower canines?
I can't tell 100%.
Well, not 100%. What's your opinion? Are these upper or lower canines?
I believe they're upper canines.
Okay. And why
Get
do you
over
believe
here.
these are
Over
upper
here.
canines as opposed to lower canines?
Thank you.
Because when the mouth of the dog opens and attacks, it's usually the upper canines that grasp first.
In my humble
And
opinion.
you're saying because there's an absence on the other side that this must be the upper canines? Is that your logic?
I'm saying because it's usually the uppers that grasp
Okay.
first.
There's nothing in methodology or comparative study that would tell you that these are consistent with upper canines.
Dawn, I wish I had to get the bifocals, and with the glare of the lights and everything, I need to have a little something that's anti-glare. But y'all, this is pissing me off. That's a lot of money for that crap.
You're just deducing that based on there's only one pattern instead of 2?
There's nothing that makes it definitive, correct?
Well, not just definitive. There's no cues. There's no clues. There's nothing here that says to a person or even an expert that these are caused by canine teeth.
Well, the other consideration is if the victim was trying to defend himself, it's the upper canines that would impact first on that surface of the arm.
What if the victim was defending himself from a 6,000-pound car? That leave a different type
I don't
wound than
believe
this?
this is not caused by a car. I
So
don't believe
what
so.
evidence you have that the victim was defending himself, which caused the shape of wounds?
Again, it's very common for someone who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs.
Yep.
Okay.
What did I
Neck,
say?
Head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question, what identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these 2 scratches here. What objective evidence do you have based on methodology, comparative analysis? What evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Again, the methodology is that I looked at the overall pattern of the wounds on the arm, not just those 2 wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite. The whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to. You have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies that would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins or ends?
I would have loved to,
And
but
if I could just finish, I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
But the skin does
There's
not.
nothing that you know of in any dog science
The
that
skin-
canines.
The skin will move. The teeth stay, but the skin may move depending on the strength of the pull. I'm just saying.
When they bite, they open or close, they get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it, for that dog, yes.
Right, that dog.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes,
And you don't know if they're healthy of teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
correct.
Carly wasn't presented to be examined. Nobody's looked at Carly
And you're not saying there's any
during trial.
punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive puncture.
Well, do you see a puncture that's not definitive?
At the very lower aspect of the photo, this area is not well defined.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out as we just spoke about? Because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way. And
That's
if it's going
making
this way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, not does it not make sense. It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim. and the
No.
do- And the dog's canines are not going to move depending on the position of the victim.
That's right, but if
Right.
he's bending over and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound can have a different appearance than what you would expect.
Also depends on how hard he's pulling and how hard the dog's pulling. It also depends on each individual skin of elasticity, which is different from person to person.
Okay.
Just saying.
Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these 2 linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom. You've testified about this wound number 2, although you didn't characterize.
See, this bite, this wound, and this one could be, and this one, they're all linear. What are y'all's own humble opinions?
it as wound number 2,
They're all linear.
right?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
After trial, though, case
I
1.
believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay.
I want to
And
see it.
then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively, you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They
Okay.
still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail
Like,
scratches
or-
or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
See, she's a doctor. She is a doctor, and she always leaves room for science and error. She is not somebody who looks at numbers and says 2 + 2 definitively equals 4. in the world of medicine and in the world of science, there is very few times that something is 100% when it comes to this kind of investigation and exclusions.
When you were asked on direct examination, that
God,
wasn't
that
your
sounded
testimony,
good.
was it?
I,
I turned you to page 101, line 13.
on what day?
Sorry, the last hearing date is the thickest.
Exactly,
of the
Hale.
three. Yes, it's page 101, line 13. May I approach and help you on that?
Yes.
One.
It's the thick one.
Mhm.
You got it.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. No, that's the wrong site, so we're gonna, you got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You were unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing?
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these? They could, one of them, could you know, one set of these could be canine, one part of this and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set?
Again, it goes to the fact that that's the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mhm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Or paw
Yeah.
marks, yeah.
So
Yeah.
your testimony
Yeah.
that you offered the jury in this case was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it
Trial.
was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing, this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, well, I'm
Need to
sorry
go potty.
if maybe I made a mistake.
I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial.
Uh-huh.
At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so ask the question differently
Okay.
without the commentary.
You're saying now this is not claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Okay. Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth kind of a little bit.
It's not a definite, it's not in and of itself, that set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
Okay. And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard in the industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have.
He's winning right now. I feel he's doing his job and confusing her. I think that she's been consistent saying this is definitely a dog wound with bites and scratches, period, end of discussion.
Anything like that. You're simply relying
That's
on
what I would say.
your
There's
personal
bites and scratches.
empirical experience.
Some are more
Well-
definitive than others.
No, I also saw these two punctures, the punctate wounds right there. And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate,
Now,
yeah.
you never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Personally, no.
Did you know he was Irish? Light skin,
Makes sense with that
Yeah.
name.
freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No,
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
oh,
I
you're a
think-
doctor?
Woo!
Do you think that
Are
what
you a
you're
doctor?
describing as dog puncture wounds, you could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or moles?
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Okay. So to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top two that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I
Yeah,
mean, would
you're
you say it
saying-
again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not
Mhm.
sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these two are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel. They're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as a reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said
There's a
these aren't
puncture.
That's
skin- These are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the
There's a puncture drag. There's not just a puncture. It's like you take an ice pick and poke the bear or the skin and it just leaves a hole. That's a puncture. But a puncture drag, puncture scratch, a puncture pull is what you're seeing.
basis for saying.
And some are
these are
just deep
bites.
pulls.
If
No.
you don't,
He
if you
is-
don't know if
he's
these are
doing a good
puncture
job of
wounds, how
rattling.
can you say these are dog bite?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay.
Different.
So-
They're different.
The punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull,
Okay. And the
to create a laceration and pull.
and a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is, a punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these two linear abrasions? What science?
Dude, sir,
comparative
you're not the
analysis, what
expert.
evidence
You're
do you
not a
have that these are
doctor.
caused
You're sounding like an
teeth?
idiot.
It's part of the pattern,
Of this whole pattern?
of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number one, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
That
And this-
lesion by
and-
itself.
And there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
You mean the horseshoe shape of the jaw?
No, the
of a
dog's nail, the dog's nails,
Dog's nail are not horseshoe.
Toenail?
toenail,
Toenail?
yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So
All right,
again,
I'm
to
a
have-
dog groomer. I've been bit a lot. I've seen a lot of bites. I've been scratched a lot. And let me tell you, not all dogs' nails are hooked like a horseshoe. Some are more curved and out like this. Some of them are really hooked. It's just, Oh, he's driving me crazy.
Have any real opinion to a medical degree of certainty, you need to look at everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is. You know, with, in medicine, you don't just look at one complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting
Yes, thank you.
tests or other lesions to corroborate the
Thank you.
diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course.
Oh,
So there is nothing specific with regards to these 3 scratches in and of themselves without looking at the entire arm. There's nothing about these 3 that you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree. I
Okay.
think the combination of the punctate lesions right there and there,
Mhm.
along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that
oh
show
my God, you're going to
that a
go here
scratch like
again.
this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these 3 scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read have pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, there may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
You can't tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches. So is there anything specific about them that can lead you
He's
to a
not
reasonable
getting what he
conclusion,
wants,
to
so
a
he's
reasonable
going to
degree
keep
of medical
asking until he
certainty
gets it.
that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow just that, just what's being called form 2.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just
You're going to
about
get
these
to that.
3.
Oh my God.
I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3.
Sorry, guys. I
Now,
didn't
wound
know
number
today was
3
going to be an all
really
dayer.
is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first 2. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions. And what I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, any one little tiny part of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury, that you needed the collection of all abrasions to have an opinion. Instead,
First of all, was it asked? That is one of the things that's frustrating me. He keeps saying, well, in your voir dire, in your testimony, you didn't say this, you didn't say that. Well, did the question that was asked of her warrant that answer? Probably not asked and answered.
isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? I'm gonna
that
allow
is
you to answer
unfair.
that.
That's incorrect.
It wasn't until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
That is incorrect.
Okay, so looking at these wounds, wound number 3, and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions, and you were saying they were consistent with?
I foresee and foretell. He's going to have a witness that's going to chewed up her testimony.
Teeth or claw marks?
Okay,
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay, well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have a void there.
Okay, we'll have to get you one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's 48, line 13.
What page?
That one's not right either. No. Okay. Well, let me withdraw that question.
Thank you, sir. Oops.
Did you
up.
testify previously that these are consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Did I testify when?
Previously?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And do you have a different opinion today whether these are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more
and-
likely teeth marks.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
All of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here. I
Yeah,
believe this is one bite.
one bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Push it.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these 2 dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be this also could be 2 separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on based on this picture, the upper or higher area and
Right.
pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was a arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part
Mhm.
that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that there's
How do you know that?
relative
How do you know that?
Come on.
No, but she's not finishing her answer, Your Honor.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
because it's normal human behavior that if you're,
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole,
Yeah, right. Come on, dog, bite me. Come on. I wanna bleed, man. I'm sorry. You're pissing me off, dude.
attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no
And you're
idea
speculating he
what he was
wasn't.
doing. do you?
I'm just,
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, can you answer that question, Doctor?
basing it on normal human behavior.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is
Wait a minute. The guy that's asking the question, is he on the defense? Is this the redirect? Why would the prosecution object his own person? Am I missing something? Who is this dude? That was confusing. Okay. Weird.
more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top.
Wait a
You
minute.
disagree with me
Oh,
about
I
that?
apologize. My bad. This dude here is her attorney's. I forgot. They're not split tabled. He is with the defense team. The prosecution table is more in front of them. I forgot because of this insanely small, cramped BS of a courtroom that they're forced to be in. He is with the defense. Excuse me. I'm tired. I'm not used to his face.
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah. I
Used to
believe
him
that's
sideways,
incorrect.
not in front of.
And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So,
They're
it
so
could be-
frustrated over there.
Although it looks like it's a larger, a larger
He's rubbing his ear
configuration
hard.
than a normal canine distance, into canine
is.
distance. That's what you're referring to, the into canine distance.
He is not happy.
If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two? Is wider than the difference between wound number 1? where you said
These
it was 2
defense
canines?
attorneys are not happy.
You mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 1 on wound 3, number 1, number 5, where you said these could be canines. You notice the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines. Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? I think what you're asking me is the intercanine distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
Is that a new one?
no, that's
Okay.
well known in the medical literature.
Let's just look at simple math or size.
So you
distance
don't want to
between
take facts. You want
these
to,
two
no.
wounds.
Mhm.
Is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in wound number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these 2 wounds that are closer to one another than they appear here, because the arm is partially extended here and skin moves.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe this is not a full bite. There is no significant penetration of the skin. So this is not a full
Significant
bite
penetration of
or
the
a complete
skin.
bite.
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial round small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, what teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
There we go. Thank you. And so your opinion at trial is these 4 could all be canines?
Which 4?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures, or punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites. Where you have canine puncture wound, punctate lesion from the, so upper canines, lower canines. And then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of wounds.
And you have nothing to compare it to either.
No.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4 set, upper and lower canine, and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due
distance?
respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. You could not make a generalization.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay. If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes,
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or a claw.
not 100%, correct.
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Did you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alisi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries? And you said it's possible.
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
My opinion about reasonable degree of medical certainty is about the whole arm, the configuration, the pattern of the whole arm, and not any one individual wound.
Wound 4 up here. What do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was there before. Had to have been something, right?
It's probably related to the dog, yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound and then all these came from the dog attack and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them?
That's correct. I don't
Right.
think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe was caused by the broken shards of glass from the taillight during an alleged collision, but the
No.
other ones were from something totally different, do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
I don't know what that means. It has a vertical orientation. How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes,
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
No, because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth or
Okay.
or claw, most likely.
Could have been caused by the ground?
I doubt it, considering that, again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the lesions.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you, if a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much Yes, it depends on how strong the bite is, how much penetration, it gets through the clothing, into it, clothing that's on, on the intervening, between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm.
Mhm.
If this was a dog attack, as you claim,
Mhm.
that means the teeth and/or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes,
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand with a
I'm
straw in the glass?
aware that there was a glass in his hand.
And you're aware when he was found by the side of the road that that glass, the broken part of the glass, was right near him with the straw?
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes,
Okay. And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass,
uh-huh.
right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
I don't know if he was holding on to the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the evidence is he supposedly was holding the glass. Wouldn't a dog attack rip that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
There are many possibilities here. He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Let's look at wound number 5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes,
And you said it looks like an arch.
it does to
Okay.
me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I thought the arch was on the bottom. But by bottom, I mean what we call proximal part of the arm. So here, right here is where I think the arch is.
And if this is an arch and these are dog bites, these would be the canines.
They could be. However, I can't rule out that this is, because of the curvature of the arm, I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this is a different angle than here, right? But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm. And it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're
The
saying,
ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's got the ulnar bone. So
Okay.
a wound to that area is going to look different than a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different. If these are canines, obviously it's a different dog or something else that caused it because the distances are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur. And I didn't say that those are definitely 2 canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on many occasions?
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right. Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because that dog was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have Exhibit 32, please? Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes,
Okay. And this is allegedly is a dog bite from Chloe?
Yes,
And you see the tearing of the skin, don't you?
yes.
And you can see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture. Yes?
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes,
And it-
I
and
see,
this-
I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a
Right.
hold and a pull, right?
Tear.
No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay. Very different wound than we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On,
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
correct.
Okay. If we can go back to 5, please. Now, your
And-
opinion that this is a dog,
This is younger skin versus old skin. Not trying to be disrespectful to us older folks. I'm getting crepey skin. I really am. If you're young and if you're old, skin tears a whole lot easier when you're old. Am I not correct, Miss Diane? When you're young, it didn't tear that easy. That has to be also taken into account, which I don't see that it is. Let's continue.
attack.
Mhm.
Apples and
Have you
oranges, y'all.
ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No,
No. You would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion based. It's subjective based. The science of dog bites, isn't it?
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty,
There is some, yes.
right? And being that type of science, haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you,
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed?
You mean in
findings.
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential and I didn't share this
Okay.
information.
Well, you discussed with the defense.
That's a fair statement.
Other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds are 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
no, I did not get that, but
Did you say you did get that?
no, I did not get
Oh,
that.
okay.
However, I have a comment about that.
Please.
Not very not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites, seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although, some physicians have certain opinions based on what they know, they don't have my experience. I'm
Do you
sorry.
know if Mr. Walsh has your experience or not?
I don't know, who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government, do you know if he had your experience or
What's
not?
his name?
Mr. Walsh,
I
John
d-
Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more experience for all you know.
Oh, I'm highly unlikely.
Okay, you have more experience than anybody in the country.
Oh,
I think I have at least as much experience as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. Who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that
So-
a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all? You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites? do you?
Yas. Yas. I love
Is
the
that the
accent.
I'm sorry.
You have no peer review. You have no peer endorsement. Everything that you have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show
Okay.
these pictures to anyone.
If you want, I'll get
Um,
it. Attention,
When you're giving opinions about,
attention defense before trial. Get it, Matthew? Can you keep an eye on it? Your lunch?
I don't know how long it's supposed
Sorry, I put my son's lunch in
the teeth and
Oven.
suggesting that might be been things you don't really know about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know
Chloe's the
whether or not
dog.
there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
Right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree.
I don't
of
want to
medical
get
certainty.
bit.
Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why
Well,
wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay. And
That's
if you
fair.
saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Uh-oh, Chloe's got
Yes.
missing
You
teeth.
could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian
Mhm.
to sedate the patient, the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous. They'd have to sedate the dog to measure the intercanine distance.
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the dog?
Oh, they
And then you
did
could
it.
safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right?
Mhm.
Yes? You've read that in the
They did it. How much do y'all want to bet? Put a show a thumbs up if you believe he's already done that. Why does this camera keep moving? Just stand still. How many of y'all believe he's already done that? Because if he's asking those questions, he already has the answers. And this is going to be telltale for the prosecution and the defense for the trial.
literature. The best way to
one could.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Only one person is helping.
It's like,
You've read in the literature, the best way to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It
no,
can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds, but did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines. And you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
that wasn't a part of trial. I know I'm putting some pink lips on. I'm in a pink mood today. This questioning, oh man.
Hey, Decay. I need to say bye-bye. I'll be
Are you
back
going to come back?
with issues. Yeah.
Y'all. All of a sudden, I'm getting a lot of YouTube notifications. Let me see what's going on. I'm getting a lot of bing, 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 bing. Houston.
And opinions expressed in this
Sensei, quit guarding me. I'm fine. Been having an optical migraine today, and my girl has been kind of guarding me. Okay, nothing major. All right. So the dog has been kind of at my feet, driving me a little bit batty. But that's okay. I love her, and that's what she's supposed to do. Nope, that's not what I want. We want this. No, maybe we want this. Yep. So, you mean like this? Yeah, I know, right? Well, that's something I want to know. How much? And then once again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know it all. And not every lawyer knows it all. And depending on what kind of law you do, I want to know. Anybody have the answer? This is a retrial. Are they allowed to bring in a bunch of new evidence? Or are they stuck with what they did with the original trial? Just a curiosity question. Just a curiosity question. Are they allowed to just bring in whatever new evidence they want to bring in? Or do they have to stick with what they had with the last trial? Because it's going to be a whole different trial and a whole different ballgame if they're now able to go back and collect and get new evidence. Look at her face. She knows that this is not going well. She is very uncomfortable. That body language, the perched lips, the rolling of the eyes, the shaking of the foot. She is like, oh, snap, oh, snap, oh, snap, oh, snap. De novo. I love it. De novo. Yeah. By what we're seeing here, there's going to be new evidence. Now, look at the faces of the O'Keefe side. Look at the smiles and the confidence that some of these people are putting out. This here is the sister-in-law. And they're watching and they're looking at her squirm. Yeah, this is all new evidence, new trial, new witnesses. Oh. Well, I'm trying to make a witness graft thing versus the old versus the new versus what they had and who's coming in and who's not. Any of my mods out there, any of you researchers, if you guys get your hands on witness lists or any of those documents before trial, please put them in our Discord. Also give them to, we need to do this. Also give them to, As the Gavel Drops. I want to take a moment to thank As the Gavel Drops for being our providers of documentation. They are fabulous and we absolutely adore them. Most of us who are doing this could not be doing this without them. They have many, many researchers and people getting information. And if there's a trial happening right now or a case coming up and you want to read documents and dive in yourself, go to As Gavel Drops in Discord, validate your account, and you may access the information. Please, warning, do not share content without giving credit. Most of these documents are paid for by other people who are willing to share. Thank you, As the Gavel Drops, for your partnership with me and my channel. Thank you so very much. We adore you. We do. We adore you. And we might as well do it. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, show them some love. Definitely go to their Discord, verify your account, make sure when you join, you won't be able to look up documents. Yep. Bring back Trooper Paul. Absolutely. Bring back Trooper Paul. Not. Well, he may. Trooper Paul has a hearing coming up on the 15th. He is still not been fired from his job. He's still on leave. He has not been fired from his job. FYI. Yeah, that makes me a little creeped out because I thought that he was a goner. He is not a goner. I thought he was a goner. He's not a goner. He's still here. He is still here. Guys, we are still supporting and praying for New Orleans as they continue to go through these difficult times. We ask that you keep them in your thoughts and prayers as they start to bury their deceased and move through the process and try to find some sense of normalcy. Boy, she's rocking. Yeah, she knows this is not going the best. But then again, I don't think they think it would. Just saying. Don't think that they thought that they would. Let me see what happens here. Yeah, I think I do like that better. So, yeah, I don't know. What is your opinion? Do you think this witness is hurting or helping her at this point? I'm anxious to know your humble opinions. Is this witness helping or hurting her at this point? Yay, it's finally working. Finally working. Okay. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Sorry for the live communications. I appreciate it. I just saw this. Where is Miss Andrielle? Andrielle, are you still here? If you do, say hello. Um, sorry, I had to type something. I accidentally deleted her comment. I've already sent her a little thing stating it was an accident. Sometimes that happens, you guys. Sometimes we accidentally do things. Hi. Check your Discord. Angela. Hey, they need a new judge, you think? We've been talking about that. This is helping her, in my opinion. Yeah. That's interesting because I've taken that link before. Let me look it up. Well, it would help if I did it on the right keyboard. I don't understand what you mean. I just pulled it up and it was fine. Let me see what it says in the stream. Mm. That one? We got it. It's right. I don't know why it showed wrong. There's Ollie Tea. Yes, we have a fabulous tea company. If you go and, might as well just run the commercial. Why do I keep saying it? I have a commercial. I want to welcome Ollie Tea to our family. They are our new sponsor. Ollie Tea is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Ollie Tea does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollytea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy. Yes, I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoy.
All right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And also, I want to thank Toy. Thank you so much for the super chat, you guys. She has
Dr. Russell,
earned 10 additional points
when you're
towards
examining these
a
separate wounds and the
giveaway.
distances and the depths between them, and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
He's going to offer
If
it.
you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
Are you offering it?
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
It's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity,
The Ollie Tea is an ongoing discount. Every time you order, use my code and you get a 10% off. It is not a limited code. It is reusable and ongoing.
to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could.
How did that
determine
Ollie
the
Tea get up
gait
there?
of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what gape of
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold,
Right, a mold.
or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
Uh-huh. You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Question, who put that up there? How did that get up there? Because it's not showing anything. As up there it goes. Y'all, they
Yes.
made some
You could do
changes in
moldings
this
of those and
program
measure
again.
those as
I
well,
didn't know it.
couldn't you?
I'm not sure that would be useful.
Well, if
Measuring
you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a
Of
regular
course.
basis, and the distance between it's the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on
The dog's foot may be like this, but they also spread open like our fingers. You cannot perfectly line them up, people.
whether or
You
not
can't.
the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's a abnormal toenail,
Right.
for instance. Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take
Chloe-
a mold of Chloe's mouth.
Chloe
did you?
is not available.
It was
You can't jump on her for that. Chloe was not available for your team during trial. Now Chloe has been made available. I find it interesting. Chloe wasn't made available during the first trial, but now you seem to probably already have everything you're asking her. If she could have it, would she use it? I find this a setup.
Wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures or measure the teeth of Chloe?
No,
Did you ask to?
no. It was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was
You,
necessary.
you thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that? I'm going to allow it. Did you know that, doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know, I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at
No,
them
you would want the
and
real.
compare them?
Do you know what I would say? No, the molds would not be viable and plausible for me to use, because that is a hard and non-moving, non-compliable or pliable material such as a jaw. And no, they wouldn't be viable because I don't have the original arm to match them up to. Now, do you want to dig the arm up, or you want to unbury the guy and then fill his arm full of fluid and then turn around and get the dog and have him rebite? It's stupid. He's been buried. You cannot match up a dog's bite to photos, even with a casting of his mouth. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little pitchy, but this is bullshnipe.
To the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement.
Mhm.
Again, because of various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage. There's various factors.
So, if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier, when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident
Exactly.
happened.
In the spirit of
Been
medicine
years.
and science, isn't more information good,
Generally,
generally? But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe.
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
First
Yeah.
of all, number one, you do not have the original arm unless you can resurrect the body in the condition it was in that photograph and time travel back into the age and condition of the dog back then and time travel and put it all together back then. Today, there's nothing to compare it to. The body is buried and decayed. Sorry, John O'Keefe, may you rest in peace. You are now worm food.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lassie. go
You
right
can't
ahead.
resurrect it. I'm sorry. I'm stuck on this. You can't resurrect the arm. You can't. I get what she's going. I mean, I get what he's saying and I get what he's trying to get out there. But at the same time, to me, it's a waste. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. it doesn't make sense. What are y'all's opinion? I mean, if you want to take the expense and have you took a mold of the dog's mouth and a claw, paws, have a TV prop master make a mouth out of that mold that would, with the fake bones and like they do with the ballistics and the bodies with the bones in it and all the ballistic gel and all of that, fake tongue and teeth and everything. And then you're going to go and resurrect the arm and have that. I just think this is the biggest bunch of bull crap I've seen in a while. I'm not sorry. I want to hear what some other people have to say about this.
Make sure I have the right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
For the record, you have pre-marked number 33 through 37.
Thank you.
In Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, I have provided the court and offered to counsel, but counsel already had the copies, a notebook that has exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Brennan has agreed that all the exhibits in the notebook can be in evidence. So that's number 2. And so if I'm remembering correctly, Your Honor's previous direction that if they're in evidence, just refer to them as such. So that's what I
Yes.
plan on doing.
Yes.
And what I also plan on doing, Your Honor, is taking the exhibits that are in the notebook. I've got non-binder ones individually for the witness that are
Okay.
pre-marked. Does that work also?
Sure, you can just put them up on the stand.
Don't be impatient.
In my approach to do that?
He is trying to learn your court, madam, and he is trying to be so respectful of you, of a judge, so much so that he's giving you more respect than you deserve. Don't get bitchy with him.
Sure.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, exactly. My dog's teeth have shifted over the years. Hello, and she's 5 years old, and they've shifted over the last year. How many years ago did this happen? What was the date?
May I talk to the witness and just point out where they are?
I think you can give them to her. I think
Okay,
she can
that's-
figure out
okay.
numerically what's what.
Oh, so now you're going to do that? You let the other guy walk up and show her where it
Mr.
was.
Leslie, I'm not rushing you at all, but is it safe to say that you won't finish in 20 minutes?
That is safe, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will plan on breaking at 1. Mr. Clerk will have to cancel our afternoon list.
Yes.
How long do you think it might take? And I'm
As-
not holding you to this, just
As
curious.
long as this guy did. all
I
day.
appreciate the question. If I can just have a quick moment, because I knew what my redirect was going to be until Mr. Brennan went, and I'd like to consider what he did.
Oh, I like him. I like him. Nerdy
My
as hell.
best
But I
estimate
like
is approximately 2 hours.
Okay, I'd like us to finish by 4.
Yes, Your Honor, understood.
Mr. Brennan, I know you have no idea how long we.
See, that's not fair. We have been live for 4 hours. Guys, this guy was up on there for about 3 hours and 30 minutes at ish, three and a half hours ish. So limiting him, biatch, please, you can stay till 5 o'clock. Why do you think that, end of day is 5 o'clock? Why do you want to end at 4?
Right.
You got to go get your hair and nails done or something? Do your damn job. I'm sorry. I have no sympathy or any respect for this judge. Yeah, get off the broomstick. He's given her more respect than she deserves. I need to get a broom. Hey, I snap because Halloween's over. I need to get a little mini broomstick. I need a mini witch's stick so I can start waving it around when she's being witchy. Oh, I need a witch on a broomstick that I could put a judge's robe on. Anybody want to help me out with that? Anybody want to send me a witch on a broomstick that's small enough for frame? And I'll go get a robe and put it on her. And we'll start dangling it when we'll fly it across when she's being a witch. The witch is in the house.
May I now proceed, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, she did say
Dr.
I
Russell-
won't hold it to you, but we're ending at 4.
Well, during cross-examination at this Daubert hearing on December 12th, you were asked whether you believed you were an expert in the areas of orthopedics, accident reconstruction, biomechanics, motor vehicle accidents, and defensive wounds. In your 29 plus years of experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency room or emergency department physician being board certified in orthopedics?
No,
Are you aware
You
of
have an
any
orthopedic
emergency
surgeon.
medicine physician being required to be an expert in overall orthopedics?
No.
no. General orthopedics, no.
But do emergency medicine physicians nonetheless routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes,
And did you, in your 29 years of experience as emergency medicine physician, routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
yes. I worked at a busy level 1 trauma center.
During your cross-examination in response to a question, you stated that you were an expert in emergency orthopedics. Can you please explain that?
Yes, so emergency orthopedics is a subset or just a part of the overall field of general orthopedics. So in emergency orthopedics, physicians care for, evaluate, diagnose, treat patients who have acute injuries and that don't need operative care. So acute fractures, acute dislocations, those types of injuries are done in many busy emergency rooms, right in the emergency room.
Mhm.
And that's what I have expertise in.
All right.
Did the rotation at the
Okay, I'm going to say this real quick. Emergency room doctors are not focused on orthopedic, OBGYN, internal medicine, podiatry, oncology, ophthalmology. They learn about it all that deals with emergency medicine. Once the crisis has been dealt with, they are referred to a specialist. So for them to say that she's not experienced in it's bullshit. And I try not to cuss, but this case gets me there.
you just said busy hospital that you were at, did the rotation when you were training, were you required to take a part of the training in emergency orthopedics?
I was required to take a 1-month rotation in orthopedics.
They take a month rotation in all
Now,
aspects of
you
medicine.
were asked during
Dermatology
cross-examination at
included.
this voir dire about one particular specialized training that you had involving motor vehicle accidents. And you, in response to a question from Mr. Brennan, agreed that that particular course was rudimentary. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did you take that course that you referred to as rudimentary?
It was around 1979.
And what
A long time ago.
profession did you have when you took this rudimentary course that you were asked about?
I was a police officer at that time.
And since that one rudimentary course that you had, have you had further training with regard and experience to humans injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, much.
And describe the much that experience and training you've had in that area.
Well, during my 29 years working in the emergency department, we saw motor vehicle accident victims on every shift. And usually there were multiple victims on every shift. So that was part of it. Plus we had lectures and seminars on motor vehicle accidents. victims.
And is your focus in your
Continuing
testimony,
ed.
both in June of this year and in December of this year, on wounds from motor vehicle accidents or how motor vehicle accidents occur?
So as a physician, my focus is on the wounds and injuries caused by motor vehicle accidents and how to diagnose and treat them.
So are you sitting as a medical doctor giving opinions on medical causation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
During cross-examination, in this hearing, you were asked about whether you were an expert in accident reconstruction. Is being an expert in accident reconstruction necessary to practice emergency medicine?
no,
Does an emergency medicine physician need to be an expert in accident reconstruction to evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents in the emergency department?
no,
In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being an expert in accident reconstruction?
no,
Is accident reconstruction even relevant to the practice of emergency medicine?
No.
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician and expert in accident reconstruction a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
no,
During cross-examination in this hearing, you were also asked about whether you have a degree in biomechanics. In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician who is an expert in biomechanics?
no,
Is being an expert in biomechanics necessary to practice emergency medicine?
no,
Is whether an emergency medicine physician is an expert in the field of biomechanics a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
no,
In your 29 years of experience as a medical doctor, where do most people go for the treatment of acute injuries from motor vehicle accidents?
to the emergency department.
Do you know, or have you had any experience where a person who has an acute injury from a motor vehicle accident goes to an expert in biomechanics?
No,
Do you know whether anybody who's injured in a motor vehicle accident, acute injury, goes to an expert in accident reconstruction?
no,
On cross in this hearing, you were asked about your expertise in, quote, self-defense. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in your report of December 9 about self-defense or defensive wounds?
Would you repeat that question?
Sure. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in December and the report that you prepared dated December 9th, was that about self-defense or defensive wounds?
My testimony was about defensive wounds, not self-defense.
What's the difference between self-defense and defensive wounds?
Well, I believe self-defense is something like martial arts and the study and techniques of defending oneself from an attack. That's what I believe self-defense is.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about whether not observing how a wound to the posterior side of a forearm occurred provided you with sufficient context to determine whether a wound was a defensive wound. What context did you have with regard to the wounds on the right arm of the decedent to reach your conclusion that those wounds were defensive wounds?
Well, the context is the configuration, the location of the wounds, and, the presence of a dog.
In the cross in this hearing, you've been asked whether you have observed how wounds are created. In your experience, do emergency physicians or forensic pathologists get to observe how wounds are created?
No,
Do emergency medicine physicians and forensic pathologists nonetheless often reach medical diagnostic conclusions without observing how the wounds are created?
yes, they do.
And is that a common or uncommon practice for emergency medicine physicians?
Well, that's common.
How common?
I think it's fairly common.
You were also asked whether someone could, and this is on cross in this hearing, whether someone could incur wounds to the posterior side of the forearm if they fall to the ground backwards. Did the wounds to the right arm of the decedent in this case arise from him falling to the ground backwards?
No,
Why not?
because of the configuration and the pattern of the wounds.
And do you come to that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes,
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about when someone hits a moving or a floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic and changing all the time, and the hitting concept. Can you please explain the question that was posed to you about moving, floating objects and hitting objects and how you evaluated those issues with respect to the decedent in this case?
I'm sorry, Jack, I don't understand the question.
Doctor, did you understand the question?
not exactly.
Okay, ask the question differently.
On cross, you were asked about when someone hits a moving or floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic or change. Can you please explain those concepts in that question and how you analyze them with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Okay. When there is movement and there is contact, there is movement of the, for lack of a better word, inflicting object, such as a tooth or something else. There is movement along the skin during the period of time in which they are in contact. That's what I understood that I was being asked.
On cross-examination, you were asked several questions about pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology. And you were asked about the development, that's what I want to start with, of your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds. How did you develop your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Well, as I testified earlier, I've seen many dog bite victims. And sometimes I was able to talk to, I closely examined their wounds. And not only examined, but evaluated, treated. But in many cases, I was also able to talk to them and ask them about how the wounds were inflicted. And I did this over and over and over again, hundreds of times. I think I testified to about at least 500 times over the years. So as you do that, you learn. You know, you recognize, you get sharper. So that's how I did.
And did you also edit any peer-reviewed publications that were relevant to pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology?
Yes, I did. Now, pattern recognition in general, first of all, pattern recognition in general is a really important feature of medicine. It's critical. It's so important. And we start learning pattern recognition from medical school, from the beginning of medical school, learning how to recognize patterns of cells in pap smears and biopsies, patterns of cells. That's all. That's what a lot of pathology is, pattern recognition. And so, and even radiologists use pattern recognition when they look at X-rays of pneumonia, for instance. Different pneumonias have different patterns. So pattern recognition is something that I've been doing since beginning of medical school, and actually a little bit before medical school. So that was 50 years ago, I think. 40 years
Is
ago. 40
pattern
years ago.
recognition some novel or unscientific process, or is it rooted in evidence-based medical science?
Oh, it's definitely evidence-based medical science. And in fact, there are textbooks on how to recognize certain patterns. So there, for instance, in pathology and, in medicine, there are textbooks on how to tell if somebody's got liver cancer or somebody's got, some other disease. This is pattern recognition for the most part. And X-rays too. It's in textbooks. There are huge textbooks and numerous textbooks written about this.
Is pattern recognition methodology that you've been testifying about, is that generally accepted in the medical community?
Pattern recognition as a methodology? Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Alessi, we're going to take our break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
Guys, I'm on an important phone call. I'm going to let this run. Be right back with you. Sorry about that, guys. CC Winan, if you guys are not familiar with CC Winan, Sensei here. CC Winan is a very, 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 very well-known Christian and other artist, and she's coming into San Antonio, and I may be interpreting her concert, so I had to talk to them. Hello, babe. Bye. Sorry, guys. My daughter just walked in, and we are making arrangements for the tree to be cut down next door at the house and next door. So we are on break until 2:00 their time, which is 1:00 our time. Everybody get up and stretch. I want to listen to somebody for a minute. Auntie Bev is being wicked. I'm talking seriously wicked. She could be in a movie, Wicked. Sorry, guys. Hey, 80s music man. Hey, Kelly. Auntie Bev is a major witch. I'm going to Amazon. I'm looking for the witch. Oh man, they have it. They have a witch riding a broomstick. Oh, they have a kitty cat witch riding broomsticks. So, one of the things I wanted to talk about is the fact that the prosecution has now, oh god, she's too cute. They have now gone and gotten all the things they need. I gotta mute that. Sorry. They now have gotten everything they need. They went and got bite imprints. They went and got, oh, here's what I need, y'all. Y'all, I'm going to share this. This is what I need, y'all. Y'all, I want this. What about getting that for Auntie Bev? Should we get that for Auntie Bev, y'all? Does anybody have one they don't want? They want to send me? That's expensive. Maybe I ought to go. Well, Halloween's over. Maybe Goodwill or someplace would have one. But oh my God. And then what I could do is put a judge's robe on her. Oh, anybody have one? If you don't want it, send it to me. I'll pay the shipping. And then what we can do is put a judge's robe on her. Wouldn't that be funny? I mean, minus the green eyes. I mean, the face shape is pretty close and the hair is not too far off. Oh my gosh, that looks like her. That looks like her. Oh my gosh. Y'all. There's Auntie Bev. Y'all get it. Y'all, come on. Wouldn't that be funny? And I'll have it here. We'll sit here and we will have it. Drop some Discord buck. Draw some if you want me to get it and you want to help. Now you don't have to pay for all of it, but if you want to help me get that, that would be great. And what I'll do is I know where I can get a robe or I can make one. I know how to sew a little bit. I'll make a robe and we'll put it on her. Wouldn't that be so funny? Put it in the super chats. You can super chat it and then I'll put that money towards it if you want. But oh my gosh, that is so stinking cute. And I'll even put a gavel in her hand. I will find a gavel. I know how to make a gavel. I'll make a gavel and put it in her hand. Wouldn't that be funny? What do y'all think? Super chat. Do a super chat and then I can, but I can't order it until next week. I'll order it next week. Oh my God. The legs kick while the eyes flash red. And it has 3 different spooky laughs. Oh, let's see it. Oh!
Double, double, oil and trouble.
Thank you, ADHD Jelly Bean. Oh my God, that is so perfect.
Double, double, oil and trouble.
Oh my gosh, y'all. I will so get that. I'm so getting that. I'm going to put it in my basket. Y'all don't, I'm going to remove that. Y'all don't need to see how bad my basket is. Guys, we were talking about ADD and ADHD, and people were talking about how people with ADD or ADHD will sit there and put a ton of things in their basket and Amazon and daydream and never get it. Well, okay, we do have this one. Let me see. Does she do anything? No, this one doesn't do anything. But we do have this one, and we probably would not. Let me share this. Look at that. What about that one? I like the other one. This one doesn't do anything. This one doesn't do anything. I definitely like the other one better. So I will add that to my cart and I will get it shortly. And we will have that sucker for frequently returned items. What? What? Why is it returned? See comments. Okay, we're going to see comments. Why is it frequently returned? Motion activated. I don't know why it says it's frequently returned. But anyway, we'll get it. For what we're going to use it for, it'll be fine. So we'll get it. Oh my gosh. And I have something I can hang it on. That would be funny. And by the way, if you guys do a super chat, you get 10 entries into the drawing at the end of the week. End of the month. For every super chat you do, you get 10 entries into the drawing. Let me put that up there so people can see it. I'm giving away a $50 Starbucks. If you are in an area that does not have Starbucks or you do not like Starbucks, I'll give you one of your choice. And it is a giveaway. You subscribe, you get 1 entry. If you hit the like button, you must hit I like. Let me do it. You must put that in the comments in order to get an entry. If you do I liked, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, yeah, I can show it. That's what you got to put in to get your entry from hitting the like button, and it will verify you. Hit the like button for 5 more entries. Become a member, receive 5 entries, and memberships do start at 99 cents. Every super chat gets 10 entries. And if you buy memberships for each one that you buy for somebody else or gift, you will get the 5 entries, and so will they. But you 2 ladies have just gotten 10 entries. So if you have liked today, please hit that like button. Say, I liked. Let me double check the tally. I'll tell you how many of you have. There's only 7 of you who have. And how many people have actually liked the video? I got to go over here. Let me get out of this. Get out of this. I've been working on some new stuff. We only have, out of all of you guys who are watching, we only have 14 likes. Now 15 because I liked. So if you're now watching, please hit the like button and put I liked. You need to put it in all caps if possible. What's this, my love? Oh, thank you, darling. What's wrong with who? The plant? The cat must have got caught up in and knocked it over. And Matt just picked it up and whoop. Yeah, it just needs a lot of, I think it needs water.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay. Good luck. They got me drink. So thank you guys for putting on like. It is counting you. Thank you very much. So that is where we are with her. Let me get this thing off. Let me get the I liked off. There we go. Hello, it's Britt. Hello, it's Britt. Hello, everybody. So let's do a recap. The recap is this. Well, first of all, for those of you who are just joining, we thank you so much, you guys, for the witch super chat. Please put witch in it because I am getting a witch and I am going to be dressing said witch like the judge, and we are going to name her Witchy Beverly the Witch. Witchy Beverly or Beverly. This is the picture of the witch. And for those of you who just hopped on, this is what the witch does.
Double.
That is what we're going to do for Auntie Bev every time she pulls her crap in court. And y'all said, let's get it. So I told y'all if you want to help, which appreciate it, please donate by doing a super chat. And you will also get 10 entries into the giveaway. At the end of every day, I draw a person. And at the end of the month, we'll have 31 people to draw or more, depending on how many lives I do. So and that is what we're doing on that end. And yes, I'm fighting migraine. That light's bothering me today. So let's go back and do some review. First of all, we all have decided we do not like the new prosecutor any better than the old. He is a little bit of a snip. He's very aggressive. He's very in your face. He's very taunting, for the lack of a better word. He's just an overall jerk. So yeah, that's where we are on that front. He is an overall jerk, but he's doing his job. So I cannot fault the man in any way, shape, or form. Now, some of the questions and some of the things he's been drilling her on are, number one, her consistency, because in the in the voir dire, she said, most likely, yes, dog bite. Welcome to the alternate juror. Welcome. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Kelly, thank you. So you also get 5 additional entries. Woohoo! Thank you so much, love. At the alternate juror level, I believe. And then, so he's been nailing her on her consistency between the voir dire, the trial, and then the last part of this Daubert hearing. And it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy because he has been really, really trying to find her inconsistencies and debunk her. Several of the things that got me is that he wants her to say some things that are indefinite and you just can't do when you're in medical science. My ex was a science major. He said there are some things that are absolute in science, but a lot of things are not. And that's kind of where we are with these bites right now. We are in the this is not an absolute science. Unless we, which I think he kind of wished he could do, and I'm speaking, I don't remember his name yet. What's the name of the new special prosecutor? I think that if he could resurrect the body and get the dog and put the dog's mouth on the arm, he'd do it. I guess the bomb that was dropped at the end of his questioning was they did, in fact. Are you ready for this? This cord is too short. I got to go get me a longer cord or I'm going to hang myself on it. I'm already hanging myself on it. The prosecutor, the special prosecutor, is basically dropped the bombshell that they got a cast of the dog's mouth, which means they went to the new owner. They got consent with the new owner or court order. I don't know which. And knowing Bev, there was a court order, and got a casting of the dog's mouth and of its paws. And then asked the lovely doctor if it would it not help to take those and match them up. And if she had access to the dog, would that not be beneficial in her coming up with her opinions? And she was kind of like, back then it may be, but today it wouldn't, because why? Everything is different now. Everything is different now because the dog is older. The teeth have changed. Everything has changed. My cord's not long enough there. Everything has changed. It won't match. And on top of that, you gotta, in my humble opinion, and tell me if I'm wrong, you'd have to get the arm of the decedent in the same weight and fluids that it had in at the time of the incident in the body, and replump it and rejuvenate it, put the hoodie on it, and be able to perfectly match up the teeth, the hoodie, and the arm. But we don't know how hard the dog pulled. We don't know how long it pulled. We don't know exactly what angles they were pulled. It just is a bunch of BS. The other thing that gets me is he started out with her basically saying, well, you can't say with certainty whether he was standing up, bending over, kneeling down, laying down when the car hit him. And I'm like, there were no witnesses. Neither can you. Why are you going on with that questioning when you too cannot answer that, but you expect her to? So everybody went, what? When they talked about taking the molds. We're going to go back. I cannot wait for the retrial. Sensei. So I can't find it quickly. So one of the things I wanted to say was, what? I want to know this. Who was present when the molds were taken of the dog's mouth? Who was present? Trying to find it. My daughter is trying to save the plant. How many feet is that? 10 feet?
No, it's 15.
We have 15 feet of this. I don't know what it is. Let me see it. What's the name of this?
Both those.
This kind of a plant
That came.
that came loose from the thing. So she's going to try and save it.
I'm going to have to cut off at least 10 feet.
Well, you might be able to sprout. You got a lot of
Here's
those.
the thing. Only the last
6 or 7 feet actually are still producing.
What about all these that you can sprout up?
They don't have leaves, so they'll just
Okay. Wow. All right, baby. Go for it, my love. Anyway, back to the trial. Thank you, baby. So number one was when you did this shenanigan, and I'm calling it a shenanigan. Can you take Sensei, Sarah? She's driving me nuts. And can you give her a treat? Give her a treat. Thank you, babe. So when you are sitting here and telling us that you went and took molds and prints of the dog, who was present with you? Was the prosecution and the defense there, or just the prosecution? Who verified and validated that that was, in fact, the dog? I'm just saying. Who validated this? Let's go on.
Did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his
Thank you, ma'am.
elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, intercanine distance. That's what you're referring to, the intercanine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Welcome, Kelly.
Do you notice the
Thanks for
differences
joining.
between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number one, where you said that it was two canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number one. There's no elbow up here.
And
flexed.
Hillebrit, she
Let me ask
will.
again,
She's
you
good.
notice the difference
I got a black
between
thumb.
these
She's
two?
got a green one.
Is wider than the difference between wound number
Yeah,
one.
she's
and
going
the
to
two
cut it up, make several
You
starters.
mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Let me see if I can zoom
Wound
a
one
little. I
on
want to
wound-
get to the part where they talk about
Already
the,
of pattern. Yes.
And you said it looks like,
One has to know how wounds occur. And I
measure it.
I didn't say that those are definitely two canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is
Hold
a
on.
combination of canine and
This is our hallway in our office, and that hallway is what, about 20 feet?
at least.
At least 20 feet long. And that's not even stretched. I don't know if you can see it. That's not even stretched.
Like probably 30.
Probably. That's pretty dang long. Girl, you can snip it all up and put it in water and
Yeah, that's what
yeah, that's what she's going to do. She's going to make her a bunch of starters so when she goes back to college, she's got plants in her room. She loves plants. She's amazing.
incisor teeth.
were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and the injury. Look at the dog.
I'm trying to figure
All
out.
right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank
Okay.
you, Your Honor.
That's what she's going to do.
Dr.
Thank you. Hello,
Russell,
Brett.
when you're examining these separate wounds
There's a
and
lot
the
of them.
distances and the depths between them, and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog clothing?
Why would you?
It could be.
Wait a minute.
If you had a safe,
I wanted to say this. This dog is not a spring chicken dog. How many years ago was this trial? I can't remember. What year did this actually, the incident happen? Was it 2021? I don't remember. I have to go back and look at my notes. But suffice it to say that every time you put an animal or a human under anesthesia in 22, this is going on 3 years later, that dog's teeth have changed and shifted. Mine has. January 22. Okay. That dog is at least, what, I'd say 5, 6 years old at least. You don't put an animal under anesthesia for a mold or to be examined. If I was the owner of that animal, I would say no. Because you have a risk of that dog not waking up. there's always a risk of anesthesia. So why are they so flippantly and willingly treating this dog in the manner it is? I want to know where the dog's rights are. Where are the rights of the dog? Why is the dog being subjected to this? I mean, I as an owner would say, hell no. Court order it. And then if anything happens, the court takes financial responsibility for it. I don't like the thought of putting an animal under anesthesia for anything that's not absolutely medically necessary.
Opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
It's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could
But that
determine
doesn't
the gait
account for movement
Chloe's jaw,
and
couldn't you?
and depth of bite
Don't know what
and
gape of
how it bites,
the
how wide it
situation
opens
was.
up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes.
But they
from a
shift
model
over
of-
age.
Or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold,
Right, a mold.
or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I
Incisors,
can't tell what
not
the condition of the
incisors.
teeth were during the incident.
Uh-huh. You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that that would be useful.
Well, if
Measuring
you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of
Incisors,
the nails, couldn't
and
you?
incisors.
Well, nails are frequently cut on a
Of
regular
course.
basis. And the distance between.
And with age and time, they change. And if this dog used to live in the city and is now living in the country, those nails are going to shift in the way they grow because how the dog moves and what kind of surfaces that dog is on. A dog that's in city usually has shorter nails if they're on asphalt or sidewalk a lot because it naturally files. And then when they go out and get into the country in the dirt, they do also grow in a different pattern. You can't do that. Sometimes in the city, they may, it depends on how often they trim the toenails of the dog. If they don't keep it up, the dog's toenails may be kind of turned a little sideways because they're getting too long and the owner is not trimming them in a timely manner. And the new owner may trim them every 5 minutes and they may be much shorter. Therefore, the growth pattern is going to be different. Just saying.
The distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state.
I'm going to
So
let
that-
this run.
so
I'll
that
be
wouldn't
right back.
reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's an abnormal toenail,
Right.
for instance. Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures or measure the teeth of Chloe?
No,
Did you ask to?
no. It was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was necessary.
You thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that? I'm going to allow it. Did you know that, doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went out and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know, I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage, there's various factors.
So, if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
In the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally.
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe.
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lassie, go right ahead.
If I was the defense, I would say, list me the reasons why. Because there are a lot of reasons why you don't want to do what he's trying to do. Because there's no way to adequately, I'm having to move things a little bit because I can't, my cord's too short. There's no way. These things are not adequate. I'm going to go check the EDM. Hold on. I just sat down. It's insane. Are you talking in Discord? Gotcha. There you go. Hop on in, babe. I got a lot of messages in here all of a sudden. Oh, somebody has their puppers. Who is that? Notice the holes in my friend dog's day German Shepherd mix. Chewed a hole in his blanket. Yeah, that looks like puncture holes. Yep. Uh-huh. Gosh almighty. Everybody and their brother has this on. I'm in As the Gavel Drops, and every creator that has a thing in As the Gavel Drops is watching this. I'm like, the only one who's got a good bunch of followers is Emily D, which doesn't surprise me. She's got like 15,000 people following her. But we love Emily D. No, I'm not copying you, Emily D. I promise. I'm not copying you. Sorry, people accuse me of copying Emily D. I don't care. Okay, Angela, I sent you the link. You can join. But I have to say that I think anybody who wants to sit there and put a dog under anesthesia for this is a bad person. I don't agree with it. I don't know what's happening here. I don't agree with it. I think it's cruel and unusual punishment to a dog. And I don't think it should be done. In the least. I don't think it should be done. We didn't mention what? Oh, Yeah, we didn't mention that before. Chloe seems to be dangerous as heck. A lot of people label her as an aggressive dog. They say that they believe, she's really not safe with strangers. And so she does not want to be in any way, shape, or form near the dog and risk being bit. So, the owner of the dog doesn't think that she's a danger, has stranger danger, but other people who've been to the house say that she gets pretty aggressive, barks a lot. And so, any owners that says, "I don't think she can hurt," you're a fool. Even my service dog, I tell people she's a highly trained service dog. She normally would not bite, but I can't say beyond a reasonable doubt that she wouldn't bite somebody in the right situation under a fear or whatever. Um, the other thing is that Dr. Russell did state that she eventually knew that they had found Chloe. But that was done after trial. So that doesn't help the doctor. I mean, I don't know. It just perplexes me why he would suggest that they go and put that dog under a second time. They've already put the dog under once. What are y'all's thoughts on that? Am I just harping on it? But I don't know. I just don't like it. It's ooky to me. It's ooky. Oh, hi, Angelica. The other thing I want to say is that we are hearing this for the first time. We are frustrated. We're in shock. We're processing this, but understand that the defense, they've known about it. This is not new to the defense because this was turned over to them as evidence earlier. So they're sitting there being cool, and everybody in chat and everybody out there is going, "Ah!" That's okay. They know about it. It's going to be interesting for the next set of questioning.
I just have one question. ADHD mentioned it in chat how unreliable the dog evidence is. The bite evidence is, I mean. Hold on. How is the... Oh, it's the bad weather outside. I thought I heard something. How is Brennan a defense lawyer? I mean, all the defense lawyers know, I even think they even teach them in law school, how unreliable bite evidence is. There's like gazillion case studies where people have been exonerated years later because of that. Not just because of the dog bite evidence, but of other evidence. But they were solely convicted on bite because bite matched them. But turned out it wasn't them.
I don't think bite evidence is 100% unreliable. I think that if there is a human bite and there is a distinctive tooth pattern that cannot, like maybe all your teeth are perfectly straight, but one teeth is completely turned, and there is a way to literally take a mold of the mouth and put the bite on the person's picture, and you can see the difference. I think that is plausible. I know a situation where a girl was assaulted and the guy bit her multiple times, and there was a distinctive bite pattern. And a dentist came in and said, yes, these do match. But in general, it's not as definitive. You're correct. I do agree that there are people who've either been vindicated or found guilty based on bite. I mean, I kind of agree with you. I think dog bite would be a whole hell of a lot harder to prove than a human bite.
And there are so many dog bites on John's arm. Where to even start to match?
Yeah, and that's the thing. And As much, my dog, when I first got her 2 years ago, her bottom teeth were perfectly straight. But she's 2 years older, and I'm noticing shifting going on in her bottom teeth, which is common for dogs, okay? It's common for them. We get old, our teeth shift. If you look at the Queen of England when she was in her 20s, and the Queen of England when she died, her lower teeth were all sort of messed up. Now, they were not perfectly straight to begin with, but as any creature ages, there will be changes. Dogs a lot faster because they don't live nearly as long. So you don't wait, you don't wait 4 years to produce the mouth match. Number one. Number two, the mouth, you can't match to picture because you're getting a flat surface with a three-dimensional mold. You can't match that unless you're going to resurrect his arm and get it perfectly in shape. Then you've got to get the bite, the same amount of pressure in the bite, and you got to get all the movement. You got to get all those factors lined up, and you can't.
I love that she pointed out how reckless, of how not great was the DNA collected from John's arm.
Oh,
and
they
John's
didn't
sweatshirt.
like that. Were you there? Do you know? And I was all kind of like, I get her point. And her point
Also-
is in science, and you're science, right? You're more science minded. There are a few things that are absolute. Certain things are, right? Gravity comes down. Absolute. Unless you turn it upside down, then it goes up. But you know my meaning.
Yeah.
Gravity comes down. There are absolutes. But when you're talking about the science that involves the human body, there's a lot of unknown or a lot of mitigating factors that can affect the outcome of how things are in injuries. Can I look at somebody who's laying on the side of the road and has scratches from head to toe, busted up knees and femurs and hips and mangled mess? I'm going to assert that that was probably hit by a car. If I have somebody that comes into my, well, I go to them, not into my office, but I go to them, and they're holding their arm like this, and it's all bloody, and there's all these scratches on it, and nothing else, and a dog bite would be a reasonable assumption, right?
Yeah.
Especially when I see a dog with blood on his mouth. But my whole thing in all this is that I'm not giving the best analogy. My brain's not engaging, but I think you get my point. The point is, medical science is not a degree of 100% certainty. What do you think?
It is not. Nothing is.
So
I also he asked her questions like she's a vet. I was like, she's a doctor. She's not a vet. And she said she didn't know, or maybe she wasn't exact with her answers, but I wouldn't say she was like lying or like not qualified. It was more like that's not her area of expertise. She can testify to that. She can guess based on her experience, but she can say with medical
certainty,
degree of certainty, yeah, or any kind of certainty. So yeah.
Well, that's true. It's practicing medicine because it's always evolving and changing. And one of the things that gets me is you sit in here and they want her to say and get to the side of this was a car accident. If there's going to be that much damage on an and once again, if I come at you, what are your hands going to do? If I go like this, you're going to go like this.
Yeah.
Well, if a car is backing up, he's going to go like this. if he sees that car backing up and he's going to get in a self-protection mode, you don't get in a football stance, like the football players get ready for the impact, because that's trained. Your bodies naturally pull away. So he's going to come. The damage would have been here. The damage would have been in this part of the arm and under, not just
and if
on
he did
this.
like this,
A dog attack, you come in.
I'll be right back.
And all the damage is going to be here. That is my point. That is my point. And that is another reason why I think this is more of a dog attack than a vehicle attack, a vehicle collision. Oh, I lost my blanket. I lost my blanket. I'm sorry about that. So I'm just really struggling with this. I'm struggling.
Sorry, didn't realize my mic was off. Speaking of car accident, something is bothering me, and is bothering me a lot.
And that is?
Prosecution asked ARCA guys, and I guess they are going to ask them again, because it's like, oh, but you didn't look at the car, you didn't look at the car data, and so on and so forth. You didn't go to the scene of the accident. I love to do experiments, and how I do them, I see there is an end result. I see how that person got to the end result, but I try to replicate that. And I try to replicate using the same conditions and materials that that person used. Like in this case, Karen allegedly used her car to hit John. He fell and he died. So let's recreate that. But you can recreate that by using a car, dummy or something like dummy, and recreate it in the same conditions as it was that night or that morning. You don't need
What's that
computer
beeping?
data. That wasn't me.
I'm getting a
Yeah, I get that too, but it wasn't me.
Okay, maybe it was in the courtroom. I just muted the courtroom feed. But you're right about that. But once again, they can't 100% recreate it, even with the vehicle and the dummy. Even if they knew which way he was standing, even if they knew. Case one asked about why, if it was on his right arm, if his left side. Well, he could have been facing this way, and the car could have hit here. He could have been kind of facing the rear end of the car, kind of at an angle towards the left, like I am, and the car backed up and hit him.
And I can't. And don't forget about that. Jen McCabe said that, oh, I saw her car leaving around 1:45 a.m. when Karen connected to John's Wi-Fi at 36 past midnight.
Mm-hmm.
So how could she have been? And I would love someone to tell me how far is 34 Fairview from. I mean, I can Google it, but it's just approximation. I would love to know if someone drove, how far is 34 Fairview from John's house.
Well, we can find that out by Google. If we have both addresses, then we can Google how far and get an estimate, depending on which route you take. But
the problem is in those conditions, because it was already starting to snow. That's the thing.
Well, you would slow down the time. You could slow down the time.
Let's say it would take like 10 minutes. I think it took like 6 minutes last time I checked.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to argue with case one. Case one, car, passenger side. Oh, I'm going to revert this. Okay. Driver side, passenger side. She's facing, or we'll turn it towards me. Driver side. Is that driver side or passenger side? Driver side. passenger side. He's here facing the car on an angle. Driver's side, passenger side, it could still work. I'm not trying to be tacky, but it could. We keep talking about that.
Yeah.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's see how this goes.
Welcome back, Dr. Russell. We left
gonna
off
put my-
talking about pattern recognition
stay-
and
yeah.
the pattern recognition methodology. Are there patterns to dog-inflicted wounds from civilian dogs?
Yes.
What are the patterns?
And there are
There
no
are
police
several,
dogs.
several patterns. There could be just simple abrasions and grouped abrasions. There can be, depending on the depth of the injury, there can be what they call the hole and tear pattern. If the teeth penetrated through the skin, there can be a variety of patterns, including parallel lines and others.
Is there support in the medical literature for these patterns and your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Can you name the authors of any peer-reviewed studies supporting the patterns and pattern methodology?
Yes. So the two come to mind right now, and one is written by Munich and et al. And there's another one with Dr. Pollock et al.
And to help our stellar stenographer, Demunick is DemunnyNck. If you could please turn to exhibit number 33 that is in front of you.
Why can't I get my
Let me know when you
interpreter
have
on?
that
I have it.
exhibit.
I have it.
No,
Hold on, I'm trying to get you on.
Do you recognize,
still on the screen,
is this the Demunick
still in the chair.
peer-reviewed
I can't get you on. Hold on, I'll have to create it.
article that you were just referring to?
I'll create it. Hold on.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do, Dr. Russell, is to point out where in this article there is the rooting of the pattern and
I'll create
pattern
it. Hold on.
methodology, recognition methodology that you've been testifying to. Where is it located? And with the court's permission, I'd like you to read the specific sentences and paragraphs where that methodology is rooted in it.
Tell us first, because if it's a whole page.
It's not a whole page, Your
So
Honor.
let's just see
Yeah.
where it is. Okay.
Okay. On page 298. The second paragraph on the left-hand side. Okay.
Your Honor, it's not going to be reading a whole page, it's just the portions of this. Is that acceptable
So
to
you
the
can read a
court?
portion of that
Hold on a
paragraph,
second.
Doctor? Because what you're trying to do is convince me, right? And these are
Understood.
in evidence. So could you
Okay.
tell me where it is, please?
Okay. So left-hand
You still want
left-hand
it to
First
wait?
column,
paragraph, second paragraph. Where do
second
you start?
paragraph. So it's part of the second, the third, and the fourth parts. So it says, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower jaw. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxillar, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed.
And then if you could skip to the next paragraph, because we want to follow the court's direction not to read everything,
Right.
just trying to focus on the key aspects. Is there something in the next paragraph that also supports it?
Okay, yes. Okay, the above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites.
Can you tell us what that sentence means? And does that sentence have any relation to the concept of pattern recognition?
Yes, it does.
Explain how.
Okay. Well, so they're talking, well, first of all, the previous paragraph was talking about the dentition.
By the way, I want to let y'all know that Paul and O'Keefe's family made a complaint from what I understand, and they have made a request that the camera not sit on them anymore and not focus on them anymore. Let's see how long that request is honored.
Of the dogs, and how there's some variation in the dentition. And then this next sentence says the above features attribute to or relate to or are relevant to the characteristics of what the dog bites would look like.
And then as you continue on in that paragraph, again, not reading every sentence, but is there another part of the paragraph that continues over on to the next page that also supports your testimony that this is talking about pattern recognition methodology?
Yes. So it goes on to say that the puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretch lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to each other, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of the prominent canines, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does what you just read establish the pattern and the pattern recognition methodology for dog bites?
The objection sustained asked the question differently.
What do you conclude from the language you just read with regard to patterns and pattern recognition methodology?
Well, I conclude that patterns are important, and they are what I call highly representative, but they call pathognomonic, meaning that there is nothing else that causes those.
Let's focus on the word, people pronounce it differently,
Yeah.
pathognomonic. What does pathognomonic mean in medicine?
Pathognomonic, to me, I believe it means that you can make a diagnosis based on these factors that are present to the exclusion of any other diagnosis because they are so specific.
So we talked about on your direct, and it was raised on cross, the concept of a differential diagnosis, right?
Yes.
When you have pathognomonic
So what do you put them
features,
in?
Water.
is it
What
required
class?
to even have a differential diagnosis?
Not really,
Why?
But they'll grow
because the pathognomonic features mean that you have
Looks good.
the entity or the condition that that is explained.
Does pathognomonic mean that the features themselves rule out other possibilities?
Yes, that's what I believe it means.
And is that how you interpret what the author is saying in this article?
Yes.
Please proceed lastly to the next 2 paragraphs, and then we can move on to the next study, I believe.
In conclusion, to identify a lesion as a dog bite wound, it should have ragged and irregular wound edges, show multiple parallel linear scratches or drying scuff abrasions, include a puncture wound and sometimes an avulsion with irregular borders resembling a dental arch print.
And could you please, as the last paragraph we'll focus on, read what you consider important in the next paragraph?
The shape of dog bite wounds depends on the size and breed of the dog and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them.
Let's stop there. What
That's
does
interesting.
it mean to you when the author says, and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them?
So what that
Full
means
bite.
is that if the bite does not include the full, well, let me back up. What it means is the appearance of the bite will vary depending on whether or not all of the teeth impacted the skin or just some of the teeth.
I want to address this. The Reed supporters were assigned to sit behind her in that section. O'Keefe, the victim, and his supporters were assigned to sit where they are. That courtroom is so small that there is probably less than 15, 20 feet between the front row of the O'Keefe family and the front row of the jury. It is excessively tiny courtroom. So they didn't have any choice where to sit. And the camera angle, there's no choice for that because you can't get the jury when there is a jury. So, yeah, you're kind of SOL on that. That was set up by the court.
Impacted the skin.
Please read the next sentence.
Only in ideal circumstances will a complete impression of all frontal teeth be found, and often only a prominent canine impression can be seen.
Is what you just read relevant at all to what you analyzed with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Very relevant.
How?
Because many of those wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were only partial bites. They did not have the complete dentition.
Do you recall Mr. Brennan saying various times that you have no support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is this support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is it direct support for the pattern recognition methodology you have applied in this case?
Yes.
Is there another article? You mentioned two, you mentioned Demunic and Pollock. So let's turn to, and Your Honor, this will be the second and last article.
Okay.
Please turn to Exhibit 34.
And that's a problem. Why?
And is this the Pollock, P-O-L-L-A-K, study that you have mentioned multiple times in your testimony and that's in your report?
Yes.
Please, like we just did with the Demunic article, please identify the portions of this study that support, you've testified, support your pattern recognition methodology.
Okay.
And let's
Well,
do
start
a
at the beginning.
seriatim from the beginning.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll do it
please.
from the beginning. So, the dog's front, so the first paragraph here.
Okay, the summary?
Yeah, this says summary. Yes, summary. In the absence of her parents, a girl of 4 months was killed by a 2-year-old male Rottweiler dog belonging to the same family. The dog's front teeth marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. There seems to be a word or two missing.
No, you missed a word. That's
I
okay.
did.
That's
Yes.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. The pattern of skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth.
Let's stop there. How does the sentence you just read, what's the key component of that sentence that supports your pattern recognition methodology?
That sentence, the pattern of skin lesions.
Now let's go down to the keywords. Is there anything in the keywords that supports and roots your opinion that you've given several times that there's in dog bite wounds on humans, there's a pattern?
Yes, so there's about five or so keywords. One of them is injury pattern.
Why is there a section in many medical studies of key words?
So when you're researching, you can find the articles quickly.
And is there any importance to the use of keywords when there is a study published?
Well, yes, because it's a key concept of the paper.
Please proceed to and I know it may take a little bit of time and with the court's permission, to the next section of this article that supports your opinion that there is a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there's a pattern recognition methodology used to discern them.
Well, I think the next significant section would be 3.2.
And what is the title of that section?
Morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean in the medical community?
Basically means form.
And could it mean something in addition to form?
Form, pattern, appearance, yes.
So with regard to morphology section, please identify the sections, the parts of the article under this section that you believe that you have concluded support your opinion of both the existence of patterns and a pattern recognition methodology with respect to dog-inflicted wounds.
Well, I go to the second paragraph.
Please read that.
Okay. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors also leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, round pressure marks, or streaky glide marks can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes: oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, interposition of textiles.
What does that mean? I'm going to stop you. What is interposition of textiles in layperson speak, and how, if at all, is that relevant to this case?
It's clothing overlying the area that was bitten.
And was there clothing overlying the bite mark wounds of the deceased?
Yes.
And what clothing specifically was that?
It was a hoodie type sweater.
Please continue reading.
Okay. Interposition of textiles, different tooth lengths, tooth loss, form and positional anomalies of the teeth.
And keep reading, please.
On the next page.
Yeah, it
The
is.
spectrum of possible injury forms is extremely diverse. Depending on the type and intensity of local tissue damage, skin contusions with epithelial loss, linear abrasions, tears and/or crush wounds, as well as puncture-like lesions can be distinguished.
Thank you. So do these studies directly or indirectly support your opinions in this case that there's both a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there is a pattern recognition methodology to discern them?
They do.
And is it direct or indirect support these studies?
I believe this is direct.
And do you believe it's robust, these studies, or do you believe there's equivocation with regard to pathognomonic features?
No, I think it's robust, and these articles are cited elsewhere.
And are these articles, particularly the Demunic article, is the citation ubiquitous in the medical literature, or is it sporadic? Are there a lot of citations to Demunic in the medical literature, or are there only a few?
There are quite a few.
And do you recall the book that Mr. Brennan showed to you earlier on in the hearing?
Yes.
Does that book cite to Demunic as support for a section in the book?
It does.
Now, there was confusion. You can put those studies to the side for now, Dr. Russell. Thank you. Now, there was some confusion on cross-examination regarding where these articles could be found. Some were looking for them in your CV. I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan.
All right, so I'll strike that part of it. Just go ahead without commentary and just ask the question, please.
Yes.
Redirect.
Oh,
Sure.
no, you don't.
I will, Your Honor.
The other guy was able to make a whole hell of a lot of commentary, so why can't he? Yes, Miss Diane, you were laughing your buns off. What's the laugh for?
Well, because of your voice. That's all.
But Your Honor. Oh, here we go. Come on, let me get to it.
But Your Honor, if one person can do it, why can't the other? Oh, yeah, because you're a prejudiced witch.
We're going to be getting, just so those of you who are joining us know, we're getting this little witch and we're going to put a judge's robe on it because it does this.
Double.
Yeah, just hang it in your room.
Huh?
Just hang it in your room.
Oh, we're going to use that for this trial. Every time she does her little, we're going to play that.
That's what the judge does.
Where are the references? Well, are the references to these articles in your CV, or are the references to these articles in your report?
In my report.
During cross-examination, it was stated that you, quote, suggested that you came to your pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people couldn't share with you or report to you the cause of the wound. Is that an accurate statement about how you develop your pattern recognition skills?
I don't know where that statement comes from.
I'm happy to provide it, or I could read
So
it.
let's strike that first part of it.
Okay.
And just ask the question, please. Again, this is redirect, it's not cross-examination.
Understood. Yes, understood. Thank you. Have you ever suggested that you came to pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people wouldn't share with you or report to you the cause of a wound?
No.
Would that be an accurate statement at all about how you develop pattern recognition skills?
No.
And why is that not accurate?
Because pattern recognition skills are again taught in various subjects in medical school. And I actually started even before medical school, but in medical school, they're taught in various subjects and in internship and residency. And that was long before I started interviewing patients, with the dog bites of unknown etiology.
Is pattern recognition common or uncommon in the practice of medicine?
Common.
Very common.
Can you please give some examples of pattern recognition and the use of pattern recognition methodology in the practice of medicine?
So I think she already did this before the break, right, doctor?
I mentioned it earlier with pathology, looking at biopsies.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Rizzo. This is about you, and so you've heard it, and I'm going to move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to move on to a different section. You have been asked on cross about whether in your emergency department experiences, well, let me rephrase that. In your emergency department experiences with dog-inflicted wounds, have you ever gone to see the dog in question?
No,
Do
Why not?
emergency medicine physicians need to go see the particular dog or any dog in question to determine whether a wound is from a dog as opposed to some other cause?
no,
Do you,
But if you get by a snake, they want you to bring the snake dead or alive.
Dr. Russell, need to go to the particular dog to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
no,
Have you ever heard of an emergency medicine physician needing to go visit a dog to evaluate and treat a wound from a dog?
no.
Is that a rational proposition?
I don't believe so.
There was much discussion. Well, let me strike this. You were asked a number of questions about whether your testimony here for this hearing and your statements in your report are different from what you testified to in June 18 and June 21 of 2024. What I'd like to do is to compare the two and go through some questions with regard to that. So what I would like to do is to have you have Exhibit 35, which is the transcript of the December 12. Do you have that? It's a thick, it's the December 12, 2024.
It's a thick
You should have
folder.
that.
I do.
Okay. And what I would like you to do is to also have available exhibits 35 and 36 and 37, because that's what we're going to do side by side comparisons. So let's start out with the foundation for this. Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes,
What is that opinion?
they're from dog bites, dog attack.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes,
Yes.
Now, at the June 2024 voir dire hearing, the claim is that you didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog. So can you please go to tab 36, pages 1-30, line 13 to 1-31, line 1. Stop at 1-31, line 1.
What?
These were questions in response to what you were asked on direct by Mr. Jackson. And I would, with the court's permission, like you to read the question in the answer to what you actually testified to at that voir dire hearing. So please go to tab 36.
So can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Yes.
Ooh, snap it. Something's happening. Oh, that kills my ears. That kills my ears. That's no fun. That no fun, Diane.
I'm sure.
Okay.
it's not.
What's your thoughts, Miss? Well, either one of you.
I don't know enough to have thoughts, but it sounds like from what I'm hearing, this fellow's trying to disprove what the state was saying earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And she has they have the evidence to throw out whatever the state was saying, that the lady was just kind of not knowing what she was talking about. Sounds like she did know. Does that make sense?
It does.
Oh, good. I'm glad to know that.
I just have one question. They want her out, her who is a doctor, who has gazillion experience in this area. I say gazillion because she has seen dog bites, she has seen car accident victims, so she has seen a lot. And they want a dog behavior expert, or what's the guy? How can he testify to whether or not these are the dog bite wounds? You know?
Behavioralists are not treating personnel. So I'm with you on that. I'm a little perplexed.
They are-
I'm a little, what the hell? That's kind of what I want to say. What the hell? No, I have a lot of issues with the fact that they're fighting over her. I guess they wouldn't fight so hard if she wasn't so darn important.
Oh, and I said, she is so experienced, and Brennan looks like an idiot compared to her. She is so experienced and she has so much knowledge that she can eat him for breakfast as an appetizer.
Say that again.
She is so experienced and she has so much knowledge that she can eat Brennan for breakfast as an appetizer.
I'm enjoying that comment. I had a visual of her sitting back in the holding room, getting ready for court, cutting him up and eating him for breakfast before she went to testify.
Little bitty pieces. You're in their little dog too.
I only get 3 or 4 of those at a time, y'all. I'm not really drinking. I'm just letting it stick to my lip gloss. It's easier than picking them up one by one. But, yeah.
I mean, oh, by the way, have you heard? Proctor is about to be fired.
Oh, I know. On the 15th. That reminds me, I need to put that on my calendar.
Who is what?
Proctor. I'll let you explain it, Willie.
Who is that Proctor, a policeman?
Trooper with those very
the lead investigator.
Yeah, I remember.
So he has a termination hearing on the 15th. Oh, please, I hope the defense calls him. Oof. If he's fired before the trial, he has nothing to lose.
Proctor.
Those send me nudes. I found no nudes so far. Text messages.
Somebody would. Oh, I'm not Courtney. Someone's calling for Courtney that she owes back taxes on my phone. I'm not Courtney.
I'm not.
It's a scam. Scam.
Yep. Okay, I added that to my calendar. Is that going to be televised?
I don't think so.
I hope.
I hope, but I don't think so.
Yeah, Proctor is an freaking idiot and an ass, and he desperately needs to be fired. He's been on administrative leave for a year almost, I would believe.
Were they paying him while he was on leave?
No, he is unpaid. He's on unpaid leave. Since July is he on leave, unpaid leave.
He was on paid leave for a short time, and then they unpaid him. I think he got 30 days of paid leave. I don't know what he's doing. Does anybody know what's happening with him?
No, but Ada K, I have to do some paperwork and take it
Bye.
to the post office. Love ya.
Bye.
Thank you. We love you. You're
First
precious.
of all, do you recall in questions on cross, the claim by Mr. Brennan, or the statement in his question by Mr. Brennan, that you did not express certainty in response to Judge Cannoni's question about the certitude of your opinion? Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you recall? Well, let's go and look exactly at what you said in response to the question that Mr. Brennan raised, that was raised by the judge. If you could turn to Exhibit 36.
Is it good?
And if you could read
You want it, you can have it. No, I'm fine. I got coffee.
page 1-51, lines 10 through 23. I'm sorry, bear with me a moment. Bear with me, I want to give you the correct citation. I want you to go to, did I say 37? I wanted to say 36. Did I say 36?
You said 36, but you said page 151. You might have meant page 131.
Right. That's what I want to go to, Your Honor, which I will. Okay. Bear with me a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
This is going to be one of only 2 questions in this area.
You may have meant page 130. That's where we started before we came to sidebar.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I'm trying to do is to get to Your Honor's question. That's what I'm going to pull out.
My question was on page 151.
I'm sorry?
My question was on page 151.
150. Thank you, Your Honor.
151.
Do you need hearing aids, sir?
Can
I'll
you
be
go
happy to
to
assist
page
you.
151 and read the questions from the court, Judge Cannoni, and what your answers were?
Yes, from line 10. The court, question. I just have a couple of questions for you. I don't think I really heard you. So could you tell me again what your opinion is and to what degree you hold that opinion? Answer, yes. These injuries in the arm are, my opinion is that they are the result of animal bites or scratches. Question, do you know what kind of animal? Answer, yes, most likely dog, large dog. And I'm very reasonable, very sure to, what's the word I want? Medical certainty. Very sure, high degree of medical certainty. Question, reasonable degree of medical certainty?
I'm trying to get
Answer, yes,
There we go.
definitely. Question, and okay, and another question.
No, that's
That's it, that's it.
That's it. Yep. Now, to be fair and accurate, has your opinion that the wounds to the right arm of the decedent were caused by a large dog attack strengthened from June of 2024 until now?
They have.
Why?
Well, because between then and now, my opinions have been challenged. And as any good doctor would do, they go back and reevaluate what they base their opinions on. And I did that. I reevaluated. I looked at the pictures again, the evidence again. I looked at peer review studies, and I was convinced that I was correct.
And had you looked at, well, what caused you to go look at the peer-reviewed studies? What were you doing?
Yes. Well, so I looked at the peer review studies, and
Thank you, Angela. You want to tell them what you sent me?
I will. So, according to Masshole Mafia, at sidebar, Karen Reed's attorneys were reprimanded by Judge Canoni and told to tell their client to stop glaring, making faces, and making comments. Things are totally fine, though. Everyone stay calm and open your wallets. Whatever that.
I don't know what that
last
means.
thing.
Well, they want them to donate to her, but okay. I'm going to do a quick comfort break. I'll let this keep rolling. You'll stay the same size.
I
Yes.
periodically would do that throughout my whole career in terms of dog bites. But I looked at the peer review studies again because I was asked, why I didn't write a report, and so I was asked to write a report.
Were you asked to write a report before in June of 2024?
No.
But you were asked to write a report after June of 2024.
Correct.
Now, let's go to is this what doctors and scientists do? Go back and analyze a matter, especially when maybe there's a challenge, another doctor is a question, there's a peer review process, whatever it is. Is that something that's common or uncommon in the medical community?
That's very common.
I only have a few more questions, Your Honor. I'm just looking at them to conclude. On cross, you were asked about whether you were aware of or whether you saw a need to peer review your opinions and conclusions in this matter. You recall that?
Yes.
Was that necessary?
No.
Why not?
Because first of all, there was no question in my mind that these were from dog bites.
And are there any persons that you're aware of in the entire country who have experience with emergency medicine and forensic pathology that you could even send it to for a peer review?
No, and that was the other issue, is I wouldn't even know who to send it to because I don't know of anybody with such experience.
I am going to, let's assume hypothetically that Mr. Walsh has stated that these injuries do not photographically appear to be described as puncture bite wounds and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are unspecific. Abrasions occur in body moves over a blunt or rough surface, such as a skin knee. Do you find that analysis sufficient to evaluate whether the bite wounds in this, the wounds from the right arm of the right arm of the decedent are from a dog or not?
No.
Why not?
Well, clearly that person, whoever wrote that, didn't even recognize the pattern. And so thus couldn't really even make that opinion and, just didn't recognize the features.
In the hypothetical that I just gave you, do the facts that are used in any way support the conclusion that is stated?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so, or can you answer whether they do or they don't? Do the facts stated in that hypothetical support the conclusion that is made in that statement?
Actually, they don't.
Assume the same person said a vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Would you agree or disagree with that statement? Or the conclusion? Would you agree or disagree with the conclusion?
Would you please read it again?
Sure.
Sorry.
A vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree up to the point, the mention of the taillight.
But what is it that you agree with in that statement?
Well, I agree to the part that says that that it was insufficient to cause the injuries, the death of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, aside from that hypothetical question, what is your opinion of whether a motor vehicle caused the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Motor vehicle did not cause.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I don't disagree with her.
Are you aware
I don't care. I don't,
that only micro...
honestly, I don't care which side it helps. If it's I'm on the side of truth. I'm not on Karen Reed's side. I'm not on so-and-so's side. I'm on the side of truth. And if the truth is that it was consistent with a vehicle impact, then I would be screaming that from the mountaintop. But to me, it is not consistent with a vehicle impact, from my humble opinion and the years of experience I have as a first responder who's seen a lot of live fluid impact scenes. Just saying.
Microscopic pieces of plastic were found in the...
Okay.
Dr. Russell, Attorney Lisi, pardon me, asked you about Dr. Walsh's statement about the cause of injuries. Do you remember? He just asked you that?
Yeah.
What he didn't offer in the report is this, and let me know if you agree with it. Decedent
Potatoes
John
are
O'Keefe was
gratin.
documented to have craniocerebral injuries, including skull fractures of the optical skull and the right parietal bone with associated subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages. These injuries of the scalp, skull, and brain are consistent with, among other things, a backwards fall, unprotected falls due to various reasons and known to result in serious craniocerebral injuries resulting in death. Other mechanisms of injury cannot be excluded. Do you agree with that?
Objection.
Meaning back of the head with a barbell.
I'm going to allow him to do it.
Do you agree with that part that you didn't hear of Mr. Walsh's opinion?
Yes.
The documented changes in color, swelling of soft tissue around the eyes are most consistent with the medical finding of periorbital ecchymosis, as documented in the autopsy report. Periorbital ecchymosis is a passive accumulation of blood around the eyes secondary to the documented skull fractures. These findings are less consistent with and are not documented as contusions of the eyes, The 1 centimeter laceration of the right upper eyelid, laceration of the anterior right tongue, and abrasion of the anterior and left aspect of the nose are documented, considered nonspecific, and may have occurred to a variety of mechanisms. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand were documented. The hand injuries may represent an injury sustained during an unprotected fall in which the back of the hand impacts the ground. These hand injuries are nonspecific and may have resulted from impact of hand with any blunt object. Do you agree with that?
It's possible, but there are other mechanisms.
Okay. When you talked about those articles that Mr. Alisi had you read, there is nothing that details what pattern recognition analysis is, the specificity which you are looking for when you're looking for a wound, does it?
I disagree.
Okay. When you
Woo,
looked
that didn't go
at
well.
that Exhibit 5, if you could pull that up, you said individually, none of those wounds could you say
Oh, we're on
to a reasonable
redirect?
degree of medical certainty
Or
were caused
recross?
by a dog. It's only if you looked at them collectively.
Oh, so we're on recross already. Okay, then that's
Yes.
going
Okay.
good for the
When
Reed
you look at
family.
those correct collectively, it does not tell you the order in which the wounds were incurred, does it?
No.
It doesn't tell you if they're all incurred at the same time, does it?
I
They were
agree.
occurred around the same time, I can tell you that.
Yes. But they don't tell you the order, the chronology, do they?
No.
Who said he actually fell?
The studies that you introduced.
Dumbbell to the back of the head would cause the same kind of wound. Who says he fell? He could have fallen and hit his head on the dumbbell. I'm playing devil's advocate here, so don't jump my bones.
Mr. Alisi. Let's talk about the Munich one very quickly. There's a chart, page 298. It talks about the things you would want to do to identify a wound. It talks about scene investigation, doesn't it, in the chart, table 2?
That's a fatal case, though.
Scene investigation is something you would look for?
That's in a fatal case caused by a dog. The cause of death was the dog.
This whole thing is, the whole excerpt is a fatal case that you're relying on for this pattern recognition analysis. This whole article is about a fatal case,
That's
isn't
what
it?
I'm saying.
Right. And in this fatal case that you're relying on to say this pattern recognition analysis, it points out scene investigation is the priority, doesn't it?
I think you misunderstand. The focus of that article is to identify the dog that caused the fatal injury. In this particular case, I don't believe any of those are fatal injury. That is not the purpose of the identification of those injuries.
True.
Does the chart also say
Good
examination
point.
of the victim?
Excuse me?
Examination of the victim. Does it also say examination of the victim?
I don't have it in front of me anymore,
Well,
but
you relied on it. You don't remember
Yes.
this?
I think we have it. We don't have
Oh, I
it.
do I have it? Oh, yeah, it's a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Table
thank you,
2.
Judge Bev,
Okay.
for
Page 98, examination of the
sharing.
victim. You did not examine the victim, did you?
Table 2.
Yes,
No.
table 2, page 290. And the last part is examination of the,
I examined photos.
the last part is examination of the dog. You did not examine Chloe, did you?
No.
Okay, so the 3 things in the table it tells you to do, you didn't do any 3 of those, not one of them.
Those, again, the purpose of this article was about the fatal, how to, the forensic approach to a fatal dog attack. We did not have a fatal dog attack here.
You didn't do any
Good
of
point.
those 3 things, did
Didn't
you?
need to.
No.
Wasn't required
Um,
of her.
The shards in the,
Oh, this is making me mad. Oh, poor Lindsay T. Did not get her restraining order against Turtle Boy. Do you think that helps Turtle Boy's court cases, Angela? I think it can, because now they can't go into court and say, oh, we got a restraining order. It was so bad. I'm happy for that. I know Turtle Boy can have a mouth on him. Vile, vicious mouth. I mean, I watched him the other day and some of the stuff he was saying made me blush, and I'm hard to make blush. But it doesn't mean he's wrong in the context.
sleeve, exactly where those wounds
Either
are.
you love
same
him or
area,
you hate
same
him.
limb, right? The
That's what
shards.
I'm on
the
How
fence.
many shards were in that sweater?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm sorry, you said that's what you say, doctor? Is that what?
Yeah,
Is that what your
he
answer
said,
is?
Mr. Brennan said that the shards were in the exact same location as those wounds.
Okay,
And
let me
that's what-
rephrase that. The shards in the right arm of the sweater, the shards from the taillight that was shattered,
Yes.
those shards, how many were there? How many
I believe
Microsoft?
there were only a couple.
Why do you believe there were only a couple? Where did you read that?
This is what I was told
This is you were told by who?
by defense.
Oh, so instead of looking at the actual
Throwing the
criminalistic report,
defense
you simply
on the
rely on
bus.
what they tell you to base your facts?
That's what I was told, yes.
Wouldn't it be more prudent to actually look at the criminalistics report and make your own determination objectively and medically rather than regurgitate a point of the defense?
Well, I was told, this morning you said that the sleeve was littered with glass. And I was told that it was not littered.
I see. Have you ever looked at that criminalistics report for
I'd be
yourself?
happy to do so now.
I'm asking if you've ever looked at it before you offer this opinion.
Once again, she's not here to offer opinion on whether or not there were shards of glass on the sleeve. She's here to answer the question if she believes, as an expert witness, are these injuries on his arm due to dog bite or not. That is the extent of her stuff. Why they are rambling on all this other crap, I do not know, and it's starting to anger me. Your thoughts on that, Angela? If you have any.
I mean, told by the defense can have very broad meaning. I mean, it can also be like saw in the report that was given to her by the defense. It can listen like be anything. A defense lawyer, it does not really literally mean Jackson or Yannetti or that new guy told her orally or something, you know. It can be, I think it was even in some of the reports, so it can be any 1,000 ways she found it out.
I agree. It just is so frustrating as to the way this guy is drilling her. And honestly, I'd be objection. What does this have to do with her being an expert witness? What does this have to do with any of that? She's not an expert in debris. She's not there to be an expert in what's the word I'm looking for? Oh God, I can't remember the word I'm looking for. Well, no, she's there as a dog bite medically. Is this a dog bite or not? Do you believe it's a dog bite? Yes. Why do you believe it's a dog bite? What can you say beyond with your expert opinion and with your expert knowledge? Is this a dog bite or is it not a dog bite? That is the extent of what she's there to testify to. So why in the Sam blasted bleep are we going on about a dog shards of glass in a sleeve when it has nothing to do with her testimony? She's not there for that.
Isn't also that John's sweatshirt was in the same bag at one point as the taillight pieces?
Yes. I mean, they were. And why is anybody not hammering that home? I do not know. But those shards were in the same bag as other evidence. And not only that,
don't forget they did not swab. They did one swab for all holes. But they did not swab each hole, one swab per hole, or two swabs per hole. So one is like a control swab or like a whatever. They took one swab on all the holes on the sweatshirt. They did not swab John's wounds for DNA or shards or anything. If there is DNA on the taillight, there would have been some taillight pieces in those wounds. You know?
You would think. But I have a question, and my question is this. Why are they going outside her expertise? Why do they feel that they can do that? Because you're asking her questions that has nothing to do with her testimony.
And asking
Nothing
her
at all.
questions that vet would be a better person to ask. She's not a vet.
You want to ask the evidence collecting and the evidence people because they're the ones that controlled it. Once again, the defense doesn't have to prove jack diddly squat. All they have to show is there's reasonable doubt. I know.
And this is reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
I don't know who said this. It may have been one of the big guns in the law tube when they did like a review. And they said something along the line of the from the previous filings and hearings that they may have changed the tactic. They may go around a different route in the retrial. They may not go the Jen McCabe route did it or someone did it. They may go found the reasonable doubt, you know?
Yes, and I think this comment holds true. The CSI did not say there was traces of glass or plastic in the clothing either. They said it was in the bag. Well,
You know,
and
speaking of
bag, where did they get all the bags? If you're sitting there, none of the bags were sealed. You got solo cups with mixed blood and snow. By the way, I talked to an ex-CSI. And some of these people are retired, but they're still in the enforcement world, so I can't bring them on. But I will tell you, they flat out said that you put a piece of glass in or a broken shards of plastic in a bag, and then you turn around and throw a hoodie in it, and then you take both of them out. You've just cross-contaminated the whole thing.
Okay, I was just thinking something. Here, let's say this is a car. Karen Reed was here driving. John O'Keefe got out of the car. Why would he need to go in the back of the car? He would just go out of the car and go straight to the door. Why would he need to go to the back of the car?
Here, let me draw it. Give me a split second. Oh yeah, I'm back over here.
Also, he's, I guess, right-handed, like 90% of the world population. So, in case of the defense wounds, or let's say that the dog wanted to bite him or attack him or whatever, he would put his right arm first. He would go, you know, his instinct would be to go with his dominant hand, which would be his right hand. And where were the
I may have drawn
wounds
it too
on
small.
his right hand?
Okay. Focus.
Yes.
Not you, this. House, car. Is that not focusing? So Karen Reed, make it bigger. Can I have something bolder to draw? Oh, I do. Yay. Okay, here's the house. Here's the car. That dot is Karen Reed in the car. Better? That's Karen Reed in the car. John gets out of the vehicle and goes to the back to go into the house, for example. He would not be behind the vehicle. He would be over here on the curb. There should be no hit. He should be over here on the curb. He gets out, goes straight, right? But if he is standing, and I'm going to make the car big here, and I'm going to change the direction. This is Karen Reed. The X is John. They were saying there's no way his right shoulder, well, this is his right arm. That's his left arm. He could be facing this direction. And she could back up into his right side. Oh, God, dagnabbit. Here's John's left arm, his right arm. He's facing, I'm sorry, he can turn and face that direction, which now makes this the left arm and this the right arm. And then she can back up into the right side. It's plausible. It's very plausible. But what bothers me is you're right. If she's pulled up next to the curb, right? She's pulled up next to the curb. He gets out of the car. He's going to be on the curb or in the grass. He's not going to because she's pulled up next to the curb. I don't think, unless she left some room between her and the curb, there he could walk on the street. But he would be to the far right of the vehicle. It would have to be the perfect storm where he walked behind the vehicle for some reason. Maybe to go talk to her on her side. I don't know. But it doesn't make sense. And I don't really care because I don't believe it happened that way. But the biggest thing is she's not a glass expert. She is not sitting there putting herself as a reconstruction expert. Why are you asking these questions?
If the glass shards were in that sweater in the arm, and we know glass can cause a hole in a sweater, in a fabric, can puncture it, and it can cause an abrasion to skin. Have you done any tests or studies to rule out that the broken taillight that was in the arm sleeve?
Not my
of Mr.
job.
O'Keefe, did you do any studies to rule out that it didn't cause those injuries?
Not my job.
I'm going to allow it.
Objection,
the
Your
glass
Honor.
shards would not have caused all the round wounds in the sweater.
That's true.
Those holes. The defects in the sweater mostly were round. They were not slit-like defects that I would expect with glass or plastic.
You're telling us that a sharp piece of glass cannot cause a hole to a sweater?
No, I didn't say that. I said they would not, especially on multiple sites, the same exact type wound, defect.
If the glass was shattered and the glass had a number of pointy edges, wouldn't you agree with me that can cause a number of punctures in somebody's arm if the glass went into the arm and then came out?
Not
Yes,
spherical.
it wouldn't look like that.
You don't have any past case of history to suggest what the glass shards would look like randomly when they hit somebody, do you?
That's incorrect. I have seen hundreds of motor vehicle accident victims who have been cut by glass. They don't look like that.
So from your perspective, the glass just remained dormant in the sweater, but never protruded through the sweater and caused the abrasions. That's your opinion?
I didn't say
Your
that.
Honor, could we have a sidebar on this? Sure.
I have no further questions.
Yes, you're right, Haley Mouse, and it's making me mad. They call it glass. It's not glass, it's plastic.
Also, she's the wrong person to ask this question. She should, the ARCA guys should be the ones to be asked these questions. This question, not she. She doesn't care she doesn't care if there was like any plastic. I mean, if there was any plastic in the wound, she would like clean it and just move on. She wouldn't give a penny. You know?
I don't disagree with you on that. And what frustrates me and is really getting me frustrated is the fact that they keep calling it glass. The old headlights were glass. I don't even think Teslas are glass.
Well, plexiglass, what they can maybe mean is plexiglass, but that's still plastic.
That's right. Plexiglass is still a plastic. So you can't sit there and say glass because it's a plastic. It's a type of plastic that has the word glass in it.
And
Dr. Russell, when I'm referring to these shards, and I've said glass shards in Mr. O'Keefe's
Shards,
sweater,
glass
a more
shards.
accurate way to define it would be that these were plastic shards, the plastic covering at the taillight, not glass.
Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations. You finally got that shite right.
Dr. Russell, you are all set.
We're done?
We're done. You're done. We're done.
She's like,
You're done.
thank
You
you,
can sit down.
Jesus.
Thank you.
Can I start doing the hallelujah dance? Hallelujah.
If counsel can,
I would go,
if
can I go
counsel
get
really can
get me some
keep
scotch?
Mr. Lessie, if counsel really can keep your arguments to 15 or 20 minutes, I'll give you 5 minutes to pull them together, 5 or 10 minutes to pull them together.
Thank you very much.
is she for real?
Keep the arguments.
20
All right,
minutes,
so I'll be back out
seriously?
at 3:15.
All rise, please.
What? What?
20 minutes arguments? Is she for real?
She's already decided how much. All right, before we go any closer, if you have not liked, please put let me get it up here. Please comment that I liked. Put your thumbs up. Please go give me some thumbs up if you haven't already. I'm going to be drawing at the end of this live. How many of you believe that she is going to be allowed to testify? Is judge going to permit or not permit her? Go ahead.
I think she should be. She needs to be, because at the end the cross sounded more like not cross that Brennan wants to take her out of the equation or the trial, or however you want to say it. More like cross on the trial. It's an expert opinion, which is an expert. I mean, it's a fact. It's not a debunked fact. It's a fact. I found one article. They found another article, and God knows how many other articles are like that. Probably if I dig further, I would find more articles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing also is that we're sitting here listening all this bull crap. And what I don't understand is why are you asking this woman things that have not to do with any of her trial or cases? She is not a part of the evidence. You're asking a lot of stuff, and I'm upset at Bev for allowing it to happen. It was a woman. Oh, do you see that woman right there? A woman, you need to wear better underwear. That is bad. Sorry. Ooh, can't unsee that. Let me.
Unfortunately, I have to say I've seen hers.
I know she's adjusting. I don't like that when you're in court. There's certain areas that if you want to be that casual, comfortable, go for it. But in court, honey, nothing should wiggle, shake, or be or flossed. In my humble opinion. All right, let's talk about that light. That light is a curved item. If someone did smash it with their elbow and it did break in the way that they're saying it broke, then definitely you would have a definite scratches and such, but the sweater would have been torn.
Here,
and it would have been
look, I have a
torn.
sweater right now. The sweater would be torn here.
True. True. And
And there would be probably missing pieces of the sweater.
Yes. Well, and the tears would be quite large. It would not be punctures. And I think that's what she was getting to. These are not tears. I mean, these are punctures. They're not a tear. And when you have tears, that's a different story. And for me, I'm like, you're mixing apples and oranges here. And no, you cannot have round punctures. You cannot break a bunch of glass and have punctures that are consistently round. All the charts are going to be different sizes. Excuse me.
In order for glass to be round like that, it has to be like this, so small, or like very small round piece of glass. But
and consistently that way, not just haphazardly that way.
Yeah, like Taylor got teeth all of a sudden. Speaking of, speaking of taillight and how it broke and where all the pieces ended. What's bugging me? Okay, let's say she hit him with her car. She broke the taillight. The taillight pieces spread, but the pattern of how they spread, it's bugging me.
Okay, share. How is it bugging you?
It should both spread in non-pattern and in pattern. In non-pattern, that it should be like spread like everywhere, because of how many pieces there are, like 47 pieces. But you should still when you try to trace back those pieces, how they broke, you should be able to put back together, do a simulation how that those pieces broke and spread in that way, you know. And that's number one. Number two, taillight pieces that ended by the fire hydrant. They ended up in a pile
Mm-hmm.
on top of each other. If they end up right beside each other, sure, I've seen it. I have done experiments with that before with balls. They ended up beside each other. Sure, I can buy that. But they was on top of each other or like overlapping each other. You know, it's even if you take account the weather that morning. So let's say that weather may have blown away a piece or two.
It's too heavy to blow
It
that.
does not happen. Not naturally.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Once again,
By the way, I showed these cookies earlier. If you have Lidl, wherever you are, you can find these cookies in Lidl.
oh, what is that?
It's called Isconfect. I'll write it in the chat. It's by Moritz Company made. But you can also make it yourself at home.
Well, the thing I want to talk about real quick on the tail light. When you sit there and you collect, when you sit there and you have two items colliding, well, you have a body with an elbow and a car colliding it. Number one, it's going to push it back a little bit. The brake is going to probably be over 2 or 3 feet in length. The shards are going to scatter because what the body hits and holds in place is not going to shatter. What breaks around the body contact with the car will fall off. But then she's going to pull forward and all that glass is going to fall straight down. That means she would had to have gone up over the curb because this glass was found all over the place. It wasn't found right there in the street. They found some of it by the flagpole. You know what I'm saying? They found it in the yard. If you have two vehicles that collide and there's an explosion, then it would fly everywhere. I have seen people who were hit. I have seen the aftermaths of those who were hit. And I can tell you that the glass from the body collision with the vehicle was within a very short, small area of the victim. It wasn't all over the place. And that tail light, being hard plastic that it is, there is no way that thing would break into that many pieces. The size of that tail light break into that many pieces unless it was hit by at a massive force, more than the elbow of a human being. And if it was hit that hard, the elbow would have been broken and shattered. The bones and the bruising would be definite. In my humble opinion, you would see a lot of bruising and you would see bone damage. You would see tissue damage.
My mom is here.
Hi, Mom. Hola. ¿Qué pasó?
She doesn't.
No, that was making fun of Spanish because I'm from Texas. So tell her hello. Nice to meet her.
Hello,
anyway,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You have a lovely daughter. You did well with her.
Super.
So they found some in the yard. Also, the fact that there's no tire marks on the curb or the grass or exactly. So there's a lot of holes in that theory, a lot of holes. But if you hit somebody's arm that hard, you would have bone damage. Bruising may not be as much because of the cold and everything else. I get it, but you'd have damage to the bone. You would have internal tissue damage, in my humble opinion. That be it. Let me see if we can zoom a little. Okay. I wanted to get some talking points in. Let me come back. We are now live.
I'd like to start with a couple of very important cases for your Honor's consideration.
Do you think that the judge is going to rule today or give us an answer later? How much you want to bet it's going to be later? We're going to have to wait for the response. Let's go.
The first is one out of the District of Massachusetts Federal Court. It's Hines 55 Federal Supplement, second, page 62. It's a 1992 case authored by Judge Gerber. It had to do with a soft science handwriting analysis. It was a very thorough and thoughtful case that talked about soft sciences, methodology, and when there was an absence of methodology. In that case, I'm sure Your Honor is aware, it had to do with a proposed witness who wanted to look at a handwriting exemplar and provide an opinion. of a
Ding, ding, ding,
so-called
ding,
act.
ding. You got that correct, Haley Mouse.
The court said there were very important canons, very important principles or foundations that have to be considered when we're discussing a soft science. Empirical study is not enough. Simply because somebody has seen something before, whether it's once or twice or 100 times, it's not a science. It's not a methodology. It's not medicine. It is a personal aside. A potential expert has to be in a better position to understand and explain to jurors rather than a simple layperson. That means there has to be some level of methodology, some type of guidance, some type of study so that they can assist the jury in better understanding what they believe their conclusions are. Empirical is not enough because a subjective opinion without medical, factual, scientific support is just an opinion. A person can look at the constellations and see the Big Dipper, they can see Orion. It's a matter of perspective. It's no different when we have something like a soft science, something different than DNA, where a person wants to give an opinion because they've seen something before. That's not enough. And in this case, Dr. Russell has never been in the business of identifying dog bite wounds. She treats them. She's an emergency room physician, had some experience as an ME. She treats a wound that is brought to her. She's not diagnosing the wound or determining the mechanics of injury. She doesn't have the education. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the training for that. That is not what her job is. It is to treat the injuries. And so all of her
Can the courtroom be quiet,
perspective and
please?
opinions are empirical. They're
Is it me or is it loud?
study that teaches her how to, she never took a training, she never took a class, she never got a degree or certificate. She is looking at her past experience when someone reports to her that it was a dog bite wound, and she's trying to use her memory and make a decision whether or not she thinks this is similar. That is not science. That is not medical certainty. And so there's nothing to suggest that whatever method she used, I still can't identify it because I don't know, despite many questions of asking her, what her methodology is, other than she says it's pattern recognition analysis. It's empty phrasing unless you can identify and articulate what is the specificity, what is the standard, and we still don't know. After all of this testimony, we don't know. In Cromwell versus Rintala, that case had to do with a prosecution expert talking about paint spill. And this is, could not fit more closely to this case. The conviction was overturned because the prosecution called the paint spill expert. It was found to be prejudicial because the expert relayed their past experience about paint spills. Exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. No more, no less. Her past experience treating injuries that were reported as dog bites, a person with their past experience with paint spills. The court was very specific in Rinaldi about why this was improper and why it was prejudicial. It said that just because a witness has experience or particular experience and decides to use that as a methodology does not make it methodology. And it's just like Dr. Russell's testimony. There is nothing about it that employs methodology. In Rinaldi,
Rentala.
pardon?
Rentala.
Thank you. In Rinaldi, direct the court to page 39. And it talks about when the expert used methods to determine that paint was poured or spilled. And the problem, why this case was reversed, the court said, instead, meaning the expert, he simply relayed his past experiences working with and around paint and drew conclusions therefrom. That is exactly what Dr. Russell has done. She has relayed her past experiences working with and around treating dog bites and drew her conclusions from that. It's like Combo versus Franceschi. I'm probably saying that wrong as well. But what that quotes is, while training and experience, to which the expert referred, might have taught the expert methodology, it is not itself a methodology. And so while Dr. Russell may have taught herself or been intrigued or interested in dog bites, it is no methodology. The defense has introduced a couple of articles. Those articles do not describe or lay out a methodology for identifying dog bite wounds. They don't provide a standard. They do not provide a comparison. They don't provide any guidance. And so the danger in having somebody go before a jury and portray themselves with an...
I think, Ronnie, I'm feeling on my ear the ruffling of papers. And it just seems like there's more background vibrations in my ears, not the actual attorney. If the attorney's not loud enough, I can go just a hair more, but I'm pretty up there. Just let me know.
As an expert, when they have no methodology, is they can pretty much provide any opinion they want to the jury that can be unchecked because it's not factually based. It can't be compared. It can't be analyzed. It's not peer reviewed. It's just an opinion. And when an expert lacks methodology, classic things happen, which happened in this case. What happens is that a witness does not actually have certainty about what they're saying. A witness is prone to change their opinion because there is no standard or methodology to confine them. A witness can just change their mind without new information because it suits their purpose. When we looked at Exhibit 5, and we actually broke down the wounds into separate wounds, 5 wounds, the doctor, I believe, concedes when you look at each of those abrasions independently. She cannot say with scientific certainty. She can't say with any certainty that those were caused by a dog. Her fallback was when you look at the entire series of wounds, that equals a dog attack. No basis, no reason why we reached that bridge from uncertainty to dog attack other than just because she said so. That can't be challenged because there's no methodology. And so the risk we have is you have an expert who gets up in a voir dire and they give opinions that wound number 1 could have been teeth marks, could have been claw marks. Wound number 2 could have been teeth, could have been claw. Wound number 3 the same. Really no idea. It's just guessing or speculating. And then they get up later
the
and
car
they change
bit
their
him.
opinion that more benefits their side. She later testifies at trial, sometimes maintaining teeth or claws. And then she appears in this hearing after writing a report and consulting, and she is emphatic that these are not scratches, but that they are dog bites. Think about the posture of that. If she is now saying that these are dog bites, that impliedly concedes that her testimony in front of the jury, for which she was allowed to testify as an expert, not only was inaccurate, not only unsure, but inevitably it's misleading. It cannot be helpful testimony if an expert provides an opinion to a jury and then later on, without any real changes in information, changes their opinion for whatever reason. They're not constricted because there's no methodology or standard. And so the fact that this witness was allowed to testify at the last trial with opinions she no longer endorses or stands behind And the fact that we can reasonably conclude that is misleading to the jury. Well, that begets the argument that she should not be given another chance to go in front of a jury and give a different opinion without having actual factual and medical and scientific support. And she does not. There is no doubt about one thing. She has no idea. When I walked her through the different wounds on Exhibit 5, I invited her to explain to Your Honor, why is it that this wound was caused by a dog? There's no circumstantial evidence to support that, none whatsoever. It's just her personal empirical history dealing with dog injuries in the ER. And when I asked her for wound 1, what direction were these canines? She couldn't tell. Where's the puncture wound where the dog anchors and pulls? There is none. The distance and width of those wounds, how could she reasonably and fairly say they were caused by canines? Any indication, any support, any pattern recognition that would tell us that was caused by canines, and she couldn't give us any information. Not weak information, not information that I could fight with another expert, not information that I could say, wait, not the admissibility. None. She could just fall back on, well, when I look at everything at the dog bite. Same thing with number 2. Number 2, interestingly, the widths are much different than wound number 1. It doesn't take an expert to know that it wasn't the same mechanism that caused the injuries to wound 1 and 2. And if they want to continue to pretend it's a dog bite on wound 1, there's no way they can reconcile that wound 1 is in any way similar to wound 2. It would have had to be a baby dog or a different dog or the pack of dogs I asked her about the first time I talked to her. It is totally different. And again, when I asked her for any specificity, these weren't hard leading questions. I opened to her to explain to us, why is that a dog bite now? She would only give us a conclusory answer. It just is. There was nothing about teeth or detention or about the dog, about anything that would support the claim that that was a dog bite and why she changed it from scratch. None. We get to the elbow wound number 3. There's the speculation that the arm could have moved, would have moved, but yet she has no idea. She has no factual support for this, none. And she vacillates between this being potentially bites, scratches, all 5 of the different points on wound number 3 could be canines on both sides, or maybe there was a 4-point canine in a smaller fraction of number 1 and number 2 in wound 3. That cannot be. It defies common sense and reasonableness to say the same dog caused wound number 3, points 1 and 2, with the so-called punctures, and caused number 1 and number 2. Again, you can simply look at the distance between canines are not going to move when a dog bites an arm. An arm can move, it can change the angle, the depth, but canines are not going to move. Then we get to wound number 4, equally baseless. Wound number 4 at first wasn't sure if it even had to do with the dog attack, but then that made no sense. So Dr. Russell retreated to say, well, it did have something to do with the dog attack, but hard to define. And then wound number 5, again, a 4-point bite that is totally reconcilable with 1, 2, and 3. There is no collateral or supportive evidence to suggest that this is a dog bite at all. It's fertile imagination for her to get on the stand and claim it's a dog bite. Not just that there was no opportunity and that there was no dog that touched her, but the wounds are dissimilar. She cannot point to a pattern, a methodology, a standard to say, this is why this is a dog bite. It's just a dog bite. So it's interesting when we learn that she didn't know about much of the evidence that wholly contradicts the fact that this is a dog bite. She didn't know that there were plastic shards in the sleeve of his arm. The fact that there is physical evidence that results from a collision left in the very place where this wound happens to be there isn't mere coincidence. It isn't mere coincidence. It's exacting evidence. And what is not exacting evidence? The absence of DNA. Now, this is important because Dr. Russell was comfortable taking the stand and providing information to Your Honor for consideration that was totally baseless. It didn't in any way hamper her willingness to do that. She floated theories of taint in the DNA, or manipulation, or the DNA wasn't handled properly. There was absolutely no good faith basis whatsoever for her to suggest for a second that that DNA collection, preservation, and testing wasn't sound. She had a right to look at the evidence in the criminalistic reports and the DNA processing. She knew she could not admit the significance because it would undermine the entire theory. And so she was comfortable on the stand using her experience as a doctor to try to convince Your Honor that DNA was insignificant based on a demeaning of the evidence with no basis. An insulting claim that somebody did something wrong with no basis. The reason why that's important, it shows that this witness has the willingness to testify to Your Honor about a conclusion for which there is no support. This witness has the comfortableness to testify to Your Honor about an opinion that has no factual basis. And her doing that with the DNA was a parallel to her doing it with the dog bites. She is comfortable getting on the stand and simply giving the ultimate opinion that is helpful for her cause without any support. And so that DNA attack by her is reflective of her willingness to compromise fact, science, and medicine to just provide an opinion. Knowing there is no real methodology here, there just isn't. Knowing there's no standard, unable to provide us any balance for why this is a dog bite, having the free rein of an opportunity to look at the exhibit and tell us anything she wants to support as a dog bite, and being unable to do that, the defense employs differential diagnosis. That's a fancy way of saying, well, we might not be able to prove this, but we can disprove everything else. That's the way they presented this expert. They own that. Because when you look at those different wounds, and you can't identify them as dog bites individually, you can't say the whole series becomes a dog bite. Wound 1 has 0 value. Wound 2 has 0 value. So 5 times 0 is 0. Cumulatively does nothing for us. Using the word dog attack doesn't make you look at that and say, well, that's methodology. That is nothing. And so differential diagnosis is a very compelling argument for the government why you should not allow this. This witness is in no position, kind of like the DNA and kind of like the opinion on dog bites, she is in no position to engage in differential diagnosis regarding car accidents. She may have been a police officer, she treats injuries at the hospital. She is not an accident reconstruction specialist. She has never gone to an accident and done a reconstruction. In fact, she never even went to the scene in this case. She never saw Mr. O'Keefe. She doesn't even know about much of the evidence that exists. She doesn't know the angle of the collision. She doesn't know what Mr. Keefe was doing in his last moments. She has no idea about any of that, none. Yet she'll be presented on the stand as if she can exclude a car collision as the cause of those injuries. Not that they could be, and it's consistent with what didn't happen. How dare she get on the stand with no experience, no training, no methodology, no facts, and ignore reality?
Keep dreaming, child.
It's funny that as a emergency room physician, she considers the basis of mechanics of injury based on what people tell her. If they come in and say, I got bit by a dog, or a parent says, my child was bit by a dog, they rely on statements of witnesses.
She doesn't need to do that.
I hit him.
It's not in her job description.
Oh my God, I hit him.
No, she
Maybe
has no interest in doing that whatsoever.
Statements were. All the various statements.
None. She has no interest in it. You're right.
Like her, if she proposes to be, would consider the witness statements to try to determine the cause of mechanical injury. So for her to take the stand respectfully and suggest for a moment that this is not caused by the collision,
girl.
Not only with any no factual basis, in defiance of actual fact.
Defiance of actual fact? What the hell?
A witness, just because they have experience as a doctor, doesn't mean they can just come into court and say what they want and then let the government try to counter it. That's not how it works. And so when we consider not only what she doesn't know, but what she chose not to know, It is overwhelming. This is not a qualified
Make it stop, mommy. Make it stop.
person to come in and talk about dog bites. From her perspective, she's probably one, if not a few people in the country that can do this.
That's what I want to say. Make
which
it stop, mommy.
Suggests that there is no real methodology. If she is the only expert in the country, it is not generally accepted in the community. It can't be. It can't be. And as much as the defense may want her to testify to promote this theory, she does not have the credentials and qualifications to do that. She didn't even take the basic steps that you see in some of the literature of going to the dog. Chloe, they knew we found Chloe. They know we've done molds. And she says they told her. And she tried to fight with every posturing angle that may be important, but she didn't need to do that. I dare say, if she had taken some steps to try to do due diligence, it wouldn't have ended well for her theory. Perhaps that's why she didn't. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the experience. She doesn't have the methodology. Her willingness to tell opinions that are speculative, factually wrong, not based in science and math, should disqualify her from giving another baseless opinion about a so-called dog bite wound. There is no DNA. There is plastic shards in his arm. She has done no due diligence.
Oh, whoa.
And
Is
she
it
can't-
plastic or is it glass? Which are you saying now? Plastic? Oh, thank you for the clarification.
And she, most importantly, has changed her testimony from hearing to hearing, and we should not.
No,
let
she
that happen.
hasn't. It's been consistent. Do you, all right, you guys, before we go on, do you believe that her testimony has been consistent enough throughout this case? Is the gist in the conversation, is the overall thing that she has been saying that it was a dog bite, is that not consistent?
It has been consistent. She has said on in 1,000 different ways that it's a dog bite, and Brennan tried to get her to say something else by going around and twisting and twitching and other things, but I think she did good, because if I was her, I would probably said something along the lines of, sir, however you twitch or twist, it's still the dog bites, no matter how you wanna turn it around.
It's still a bite.
It's still a bite. Also, one thing, I forgot to said earlier because the break was done. Why there was in some places no down, this teeth is just upper teeth.
Canine, yeah.
Yeah. When you
Because
eat an apple, let's compare it to us. When you eat an apple or something, what's the first thing you bite with? You bite with the upper teeth. If you don't like it, if it tastes bad, you throw it away. And on the apple is just the upper teeth. Sometimes you don't even bite with the down teeth. Depends on what you eat. You know, when you take a bite.
But here's another thought. Upper, lower. Upper, lower. Upper, lower. Because when you open up the arm, you got scratches this way and scratches. But if you fold it, you got upper, lower.
Yeah.
Upper, lower. Let me see. Sensei, here. Up, up.
Should I send Brennan that article I found?
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, I'm hanging you. All right. Hi, baby. Come here, baby girl. We're going to use you as an example. Come up, up. She's like, you stay up. You're just a good girl. You're a good girl. So, upper, lower. If I'm like this, she's going to get upper, lower here. Oh, yeah. She hung me. So, hi, Sensei. So, hi, such a good girl. Over here.
She deserves a treat.
She gets a treat. Don't worry about it. She gets a treat. So, But what I'm saying is if you take that and you bite up or lower, if you're trying to protect yourself and you're like this and the dog's coming at you, you can get up or lower this way. And then when you open it up, it looks like his arm.
You know that article I sent you?
Yep.
That if you read the dog bit her, but only because she was trying to like wake her up, and she died of an overdose. So, I mean, it could also be like the dog was actually pulling John away, like he fell down and pulling him away, you know, trying to nudge him, you know, something like that. It can be like dozen different explanations to that. Let's finish. I have some other thoughts, so let's finish first.
Yeah, but my whole thing is that up or lower, you can
Yeah.
still be bit and keep that clean. I've been bit that way when I'm grooming. When I was a dog groomer, it didn't leave permanent scars, but I've been bit that. I've been nipped through my. I've been nipped through my shirt, and it looked a lot like that.
The greatest danger
is
to
you.
the issues in this case. The
Is you.
greatest danger to a defense right to a jury trial and present its witnesses to have an entire motion supported by nothing but the assertions of an attorney on the other side. That is the greatest danger to our system. That is the greatest danger to a defendant being able to present their case in their view. Remarkably, all of the arguments you just heard now do not come from a medical doctor, which Your Honor has said causation of an injury to a person in Massachusetts must come from a medical doctor. Where is the affidavit? Where is the report of a prosecution witness to support one statement Mr. Brennan just made in 30 minutes? Where is it? It doesn't exist. I would like to start my argument and tell you exactly where I'm going to go. I am going to go to why we're here and what the issues are for this motion. So I'm going to start my argument with what is the legal standard that Your Honor faces to answer. And I know Your Honor knows it. I'm just doing it for the logic in the presentation. I'm going to go through that. I'm going to identify specific case law of dog wound cases, not paint cases, not others, because it matters, because Daubert and Lanigan are so flexible and so nuanced. It's got to be the issue before it. Paint cases that Mr. Brennan mentioned are irrelevant. So I'm going to go through cases that speak specifically to dog wounds on humans. Then what I'm going to do is to go through the completely inaccurate statements of Mr. Brennan. He said it, I marked it down 8 times in just his argument alone. There's no methodology. I'm going to go through and say what the methodology she testified to was, where it's rooted, and then I am going to go into why Dr. Russell is actually stronger in December than she was in June. So let me start out with the baseline for this hearing. The January 20th transcript, page 1-4. And if Your Honor will indulge me, it's what Your Honor said, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This was when Dr. Russell was challenged by the prosecution the first time. Line 15. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked at that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in that regard.
Yep.
So if you compare the level of information that Your Honor had at that time to reach the conclusion to what we have presented in this hearing, 11-page single-spaced report. And Your Honor noted before that there wasn't a report, so we wanted to respect that and get a report. Your Honor has sat through testimony, which I'm going to adduce, but not too much because you sat and heard it, and went through her qualifications, and we adduced much more of her qualifications, much more than were adduced when Your Honor first found that finding and made that finding. So let's start with the law. Mr. Brennan and I agree on one thing. The Rotolo case is relevant. But respectfully, Mr. Brennan went off in a tangent, because what does Rotolo stand for that's relevant here? Quote, the crucial issue, in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony. What is the subject matter of the testimony? It's what are the cause of the wounds to the decedent's right arm. I submit that if you ran an artificial intelligence program, you couldn't come up with a more perfect witness for the subject matter of this testimony. Emergency medicine physician, 29 years experience, forensic trained pathologist who has
an expert,
co-authored books on dog bites. She's well-versed in the articles. She is consulted by experts like Dr. Vail that you heard about for these types of issues. The crucial issue of whether she's qualified, to me, is 100% her favorite, and I don't believe you could find another witness more qualified. And that's the crucial inquiry. What's the second prong of the inquiry? After qualifications, is the methodology reliable? That's the second. Whether Mr. Brennan agrees, and 95% of what he argued, that's for cross at trial. But more importantly, that's for a jury to determine. That's the job and province of a jury, to determine whether, assuming Mr. Brennan ever gets a doctor to come in and counter Dr. Russell, it's for a jury to decide which expert do we give more weight to. But the focus of this hearing, why are we here? The second prong is the methodology. Mr. Brennan, 8 times in just this argument now, and he tried it on cross, said there's absolutely no methodology. Your Honor sat and heard the same thing that all of us heard. She went through her own pattern recognition methodology, especially in redirect, but she did it very thoroughly in a report and very thoroughly on direct. She went through what it is. And importantly, counter to what the Commonwealth just said, she says it's rooted in the medical literature. We just heard the statement that there's no support for it. Munich and Pollock. And we walked through, with Your Honor's gracious indulgence, we walked through specific sentences and paragraphs where that pattern recognition methodology is stated. And here's a key. Remember, please, the word pathognomonic. This pattern is so specific that it almost by itself rules out anything else. That's the definition of pathognomonic. And that's the definition. And Dr. Russell used highly characteristic, but she did note and explain what another study said was pathognomonic. It's incredible to me that it can be stated that there's no methodology here and that there's no basis for it. It is generally accepted in the medical community. That's the purpose of the Pollock and the Munich article, is to establish that it is accepted. Dr. Russell is not coming here to the court and just testifying, it's my subjective empirical statement. Mr. Brennan tries to do in his argument exactly what an expert rejected and for which he has no support. And that is to say, we got to look at these wound by wound by wound. And he said 0, 0, 0, 5 times 0 is 0. He tried that on cross. Dr. Russell rejected that resoundingly. She said, you're missing the point. The point is the pattern. You look at these all together, and it's the pattern that matters. And the authors, Pollock and Demunick, say that pattern is pathognomonic. You really don't even have to go to other causes, although Dr. Russell said she did because that's what good, thorough doctors do. So it is incorrect that Dr. Russell didn't explicate a methodology. It's incorrect that she didn't explicate that there's a rooting in the medical community and that it's generally accepted. Now let's go to the cases. Mr. Brennan cited to a paint case, etc., but interestingly, and in contrast, in our papers, which Mr. Brennan has had for almost a month, and he didn't respond, interestingly, we cited to the Lobello case, the Brinker case, both of which are dog wound injury cases, not pain cases. I know a little bit about Lobello because I know a little bit about the firm that sponsored the expert in Lobello. It's my firm, my law firm. And the exact argument that Mr. Brennan just
we
made
got you on
was expressly
camera.
rejected by the court.
I got to do it. Are we not happy now? They got you on camera. Boo. Yeah, good try on keeping yourself off the screen. I'm not trying to be mean, but you know what I mean. Am I bad, Angela? I'm Andrell. Sorry. I don't hear you, but it's okay. We're going to get back to that.
No, you're not
On
bad.
a
Sorry,
dog.
I froze.
Oh, no, that's okay. This is good. Do you make your nose?
Case,
Oh, dang.
the
I was
dog
going to
wound
freeze
case.
it and
Here's what the
take a
court said.
picture.
The court finds that Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation. This is on Westlaw page 10. The court finds Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation, treatment, and medical sequelae of an attack by a dog. Here's the key. As explained in his expert report, Dr. Sirota has personally repaired thousands of wounds and lacerations, including wounds and lacerations caused by dog bites. And he's authored a number of peer-reviewed articles in the areas of his certification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a dog bite case from the Southern District of New York, not an insignificant court, as recent as 2023, saying a doctor that sees and treats all these, that's reliable. And this was a Daubert challenge, Your Honor. This wasn't an incidental question. The challenge was defendant's motion to preclude expert testimony, albeit federal rules of 702, but we know in Massachusetts it's Daubert, Lanigan.
I like being bad.
You can satisfy Daubert, the federal, but you
That is
also
good.
Lanigan, and under Davis, you can have generally accepted in the medical community as well. There's one case. Another dog bite case, we cite Brinker that Mr. Brennan didn't address, is a federal court case in Indiana where same challenge to a doctor about the cause, and it was italicized, the cause of the injury to the person there. And the court basically said in that case that this expert here, and they challenged the causation issue, said that doctors who have experience in treating them, that's enough in and of itself. We don't need to go into, we know Daubert's flexible. You don't have to use all 5 factors. They're called non-exclusive factors for a reason, which is a good segue now to Massachusetts cases.
Ooh, good segue.
Mr. Brennan's
Let's segue.
hypothesis is that you can't just have somebody use their years and years of experience. You've got to have something more complicated. We cited the Goodman case, a Massachusetts case, and I'll read the relevant portion. The challenge in that case was to a burn pattern. So it's not a dog bite case. I want to be clear about that, but it's a burn pattern. And here's what the court said. The foundation for Slowick's methodology, that was the expert here, was simplicity itself. Examine the exterior of the facility for external causes, and finding none, examine the interior of the building to locate the origin of the fire by following the burn patterns. And the court put by following the burn patterns in italics, not me. And so the court basically said, here, it's simple. Just look at the patterns. This person has experience with seeing these patterns. Next case we cite, another Massachusetts case, Pasteur. What's the issue there? Not a dog bite case, I've already given you two, but a firearm examiner in that case. The court said, and I'm going to quote, a judge may also look to his, let's get it correct, her, for this case, own common sense, as well as the depth and quality.
Is she
of the
even paying
proper
attention?
expert's education, training, experience.
Auntie Bev? Auntie.
Auntie Bev. Hello, Auntie Bev. I know you have a very short attention span. But honey boo, we are in court right now, and you're flipping through papers and ignoring the defense. Honey boo, do you realize that you have been voted the worst judge of 2024? Maybe you would like to pay attention so you don't end up at the bottom of the pile in 25.
Read on to determine reliability. All right. So even in situations where courts have repeatedly said, including dog bite cases, if a doctor has repeatedly looked at, treated, etc., they get to testify with regard to whether they believe a wound is caused by whatever. And in the two cases I've given you, dogs. So the law is very clear for
Come here.
what the position is
Sensei.
of
Come
the defense with regard to methodology. And that's what this hearing's about. That's why we're here. Is her methodology reliable? And there is one methodology. There's a pattern methodology. She testified to it. And the Commonwealth has no competent evidence whatsoever to counter that. It's remarkable to me that we're being faced with the challenge to whether the defense could put up a defense and put up a witness when there's no opposition to her methodology from, as your doctor has, or your honor is required, a medical doctor that is required under law in Massachusetts. I also, Your Honor, want to go to now what the Commonwealth has argued in its papers, which I think further underscores the waywardness of their argument. On page 11 of their papers, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize, what we said in our papers on page 11, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize Dr. Russell for being a, quote, trained emergency room physician as opposed to a professional in the field of canine bites or claw marks, veterinary medical science, forensic odontology, or canine behavior. How does that square with your honor's standard that it must be a medical doctor that speaks to the causation of this injury? By definition, a veterinary medical science person is not a medical doctor. A forensic odontologist, most always a dentist, is not a medical doctor. And certainly canine behavior. And why are those words there? Because that describes exactly the expert that the Commonwealth has sat on since the trial, Dr. Cosby. That's him. And in the book that Mr. Brennan attempted to use, Dr. Cosby has written some of those articles, interestingly enough, citing the very articles that Dr. Russell relies upon for the very pattern methodology. So again, the waywardness of the Commonwealth's argument is they're not addressing the need to have a medical doctor. We are not here arguing over whether the dog behaved correctly. We are here to determine, and this is the focus, what is the medical cause of the injuries to the decedent's right arm? And what we have done, perhaps too thoroughly, is we have established the credentials of Dr. Russell, not only with regard to dog bites, but with regard to medical causation, a broader umbrella. And under that umbrella of medical causation is expertise in dog bite wounds, expertise in motor vehicle accidents, but importantly, expertise in wounds caused by motor vehicle accidents. We never presented her as an accident reconstruction, because if you need to be a medical doctor to be able to opine on these wounds, I've established through Dr. Russell, and it's unrefuted by the Commonwealth, that Dr. Russell has never heard of someone who's an ER doctor who is an accident reconstructionist. They're two different disciplines. And lastly, on this point, before I move to my next, if an accident reconstructionist is going to come in and try to testify about the nature of wounds, I think I can predict what Your Honor might do. So in terms of why we are here, it's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience is enormous. She has been truthful and honest. Your Honor has the notebook for the exhibits for today and can look and see that she did not make inconsistent statements. By way of example, when she said, when it was alleged that she said possibly was in the question, not in her answer.
Correct.
When it was alleged that she didn't answer your question to a medical degree of certainty, we proved that that was wrong with specific language. So on the methodology, this is straightforward. In the law, in the cases I've given you, in Massachusetts as well as dog bite cases, it is completely accepted for a medical doctor to use their many years of experience in treating these types of wounds, and that's exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. Now, a very important, in my judgment, Your Honor, legal point. The Commonwealth has waived its entire motion, and here's how they did it. I asked Dr. Russell what I refer to in these Daubert hearings as the magic question. I said, do you have an opinion on the cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm? Yes, I do. What is that opinion? I believe that those wounds were caused by a dog attack. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? I do. The Commonwealth never objected to that question. To me, that's a waiver of the entire issue. If they thought she was unqualified to answer that question, they should have done what Mr. Lally did in the June 21st trial. Because another part I've got in the notebook for Your Honor to see is she never got the opportunity at the June 21 trial to answer the question of whether she had that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because Mr. Lally objected, as is his right, and Your Honor sustained it and sustained it and sustained it. That's yet another reason why it's not inconsistent, because at the June 21 trial, she never got to answer that question because of the Commonwealth. But back to the waiver. The Commonwealth should have, at that moment in the hearing, objected, but they didn't, and they have waived that objection for this motion. Lastly, I want to just cover a couple more items that Mr. Brennan had quickly. He kept saying, can't be, equally basis, evidence wholly contradicted. Where's the medical profession to support that? Those are Mr. Brennan's opinions. And respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe that's even for the court in this hearing to decide. That's for the jury to decide. As almost all of these cases go to.
It's for the jury to decide, not you.
Those arguments go
prosecution.
to the weight of the testimony. They go to cross-examination. as Your Honor well knows, you're the gatekeeper to see whether Dr. Russell gets to go to the
Whoa,
jury,
he's using
whether
the
you're going to
gatekeeper.
keep that gate open that I believe you very
Ruh-roh.
carefully and judiciously decided on June 18th. And I respectfully submit that gate should be much wider open now, given what Your Honor has heard and the basis for it. But even if Your Honor might be inclined to be interested with, maybe even persuaded by some of the things Mr. Brennan said, those have nothing to do to whether there's a methodology or whether it's reliable. Those are easily answered by DeMunick and Pollack. And that's the end of the inquiry. Everything else is beside the point. With regard to the DNA that the Commonwealth has tried to make so much about, there was only one
Yes,
reason
in
why
regards
was
to that
brought up.
DNA.
It was brought up because Dr. Russell answered she didn't need to know much about the DNA. Why? Because the pattern of the wounds are so highly characteristic of a dog bite and a dog attack, and because the authors used the word pathognomonic. But because she was careful, she went through a differential diagnosis, but she was consistently honest and forthright. When she didn't know something, she said so. So in terms of this particular matter, and I'll conclude my points at this point and keep to below the 20-minute mark.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30-minute mark. The tremendous importance of a defendant's right, especially in charges of this seriousness, to present a defense, to present a counter argument to the whole theory of the prosecutor's case. Their theory is that a motor vehicle hit the decedent and caused these injuries to the right forearm. The presumption should be the defendant gets the right to present evidence. Now, they don't have an absolute right. You got to satisfy Daubert, but I believe the satisfaction on the crucial inquiry of qualifications and then the methodology reliability is overwhelming. So, Your Honor, I would urge that Your Honor find that Dr. Russell is qualified. She's qualified as a medical causation witness, which has her able to not only testify at trial with regard to whether those wounds are caused by a dog attack, but also she can testify, and she's qualified to do so, that it's not from a motor vehicle accident. And she's also allowed to testify with regard to her forensic pathology hat, because contrary to the impression of the first in June, she's been doing forensic pathology as recently as her time at Corcoran. And my last point, Your Honor, is this, and it blends in with the point I made earlier about the jury. Shouldn't a jury be able to hear the alternative theory of the defense? Shouldn't the jury have that information so that justice can be served, so that the best decision can be made about whose theory about these injuries is right? We've satisfied, beyond my view, respectfully, any reasonable doubt about her qualifications and methodology. Let's let everything else go to the jury and decide, so Ms. Reed can have her fair day in court.
Amen.
Okay.
Preach it, brother.
Thank you. We have some scheduling things that we should take care of. There's another motion from the Commonwealth on another Daubert hearing regarding the digital evidence expert.
Oh my
There is
gosh.
also, I don't know if it's docketed, but I filed a notice to the court
Oh my
regarding
God.
concerns about ARCA witnesses. And the reason I filed that prior to filing an actual motion is because I appreciate the trial court date. I do not want the defense to be unaware of my intention.
All right. So let's set a date
No.
for a Daubert hearing. Any idea how long you expect it will take regarding the digital evidence expert?
Well, Your Honor, when you say that a
Oh
Daubert hearing, you
my
mean an
gosh.
evidentiary hearing, you mean a hearing on whether or not
Are y'all
an
kidding
evidentiary
me?
hearing is required.
So we can do that tomorrow, or we can
Well, I can't-
set
I
it,
can't do it tomorrow.
or, well, then we'll stay now and do that. Are you ready to do that, Mr.
No,
Jackson?
we just
Then-
got this on, January 31st.
Okay,
We've not had an opportunity to respond to
just
it.
December 31st, probably,
What did I say?
January.
New Year's Eve. We've not had an opportunity to respond to it. We expect
Okay.
to have an opportunity to respond to it.
How long will it take you to respond to it?
Another.
Probably a couple weeks.
All right, so what I want to do, because I want to set some dates, and if we're not going to have a hearing, we'll cancel it. It's easier than getting the motion, deciding that there'll be a hearing, and setting a date, because we're
Going to the
sticking with
house.
that April
Thank
1st
you.
trial date.
I understand that, but the problem with setting a date for a hearing and an evidentiary hearing requires us to bring someone in from out of state.
You know, so what I'm saying is, file your paperwork,
Okay,
all right? We'll set a date for a hearing.
okay.
We'll set an evidentiary hearing date. I just want to lock those in. I'm trying to do them
Okay,
on
okay,
Mondays or
that's fine.
Fridays for you,
Understood.
thinking that it would be better for your schedule if we tried to accommodate that. But we've got a full session, so
Mr. Brennan and I talked briefly, I don't want to speak for him, but we talked briefly about the January
Anybody
27th.
know what
All
other
council have that date cleared because
Daubert
it
hearing
was
is?
a trial date at one point in our
Right.
history.
Anybody know what the other Daubert expert witness is? That so? Or is the defense? I mean, is the prosecution going against the defense again? Who's got another Daubert hearing? Anybody know who filed that? I haven't gotten anything. Ronnie, can you look into that? Because I haven't seen anything in Discord or any documents. Have y'all? Thank you. I will fix it later, Haley Mouse. I see what you're talking about. I can't get into it now. Oh my gosh.
So what about the 27th for the motion on Mr. Brennan's Daubert request?
on all witnesses, not just that you said you're filing.
The only one he's got is for Rick Green.
What did you file a notice of, you said today?
Notice that I expect that I will likely move to exclude the ARC witness failure to comply with Rule 14. It's not a Daubert hearing.
Okay,
It's compliance with Rule 14.
okay, so that's different.
Yes. I am waiting for.
Oh my Lord, y'all.
Supposed to expect next week.
Okay,
If that changes my position, I'll notify the defense and the court. If it doesn't, then I'm going to pursue that motion.
okay.
Who's next? Arca guys?
Briefly at time scheduling.
I'm a little lost.
No, I mean, since they don't agree with the Commonwealth, who's next gonna be on the stand and prove their knowledge or expertise? Arca guys, who can also eat Brennan for breakfast. You should stop make food references, probably. Beer.
I have no idea what's going on. Anybody want to help me here? I know she's going to make everybody come back, and I think it's BS. And I think that, I don't know. I'm like, Bev, just make your decision. You already know what the hell you're going to do, so just do it. Arr. Arr. Unless she's buying time to try to figure out something else to do to try to knock this down. But do we have any information on what's going on? Any documents? Because I haven't seen anything coming down the pike. Does anybody know? I literally have not seen anything coming down the pike. So we need to figure out what's going on, y'all. because this is confusing to me. La-da-da-dum, la-da-da-dum. Don't know what to do. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. This is strange. So what is the other Daubert hearing? And I guess it's the the prosecution against the defense on the defense expert witness on the technology side. Is that what I'm hearing? The song that goes on and on, my friend, this trial will never end. With I can't remember the word. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Y'all, no. No, we need an answer today, y'all. We need the answer today. I mean, the defense made some good arguments. Most persuasive? Maybe not, but were they good? Yeah. They were good. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused. It doesn't take much today to get me confused, I'll be honest. I haven't seen anything, but I'll look. Okay, because I don't know, we've missed something here. I don't like missing things. And, one of the things he talked about was her being a gatekeeper. God, unfortunately, she is our gatekeeper, and it sucks. I hate it. That woman is cray cray, y'all.
Clear, the 31st will be oral argument
The
at
31st?
9 a.m.
The
And
30
If there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day. And February 7th, and we'll also hear the ACA motion if there's something on that. So we'll go for the 6th, but we'll leave time if it carries over, so we don't have what happened with Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay? All right, we'll see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna look at that again. I need to hear that again because I got to get it on my calendar. Okay, Andrella. Sorry, I'm really bad with her name, and I don't mean to be. It's just the way it's spelled, and I'm struggling with it. Okay, so we're looking at the calendar. We're looking at the calendar right now, and oh my gosh. She said the 31st was for what?
Clear, the 31st will be oral argument at 9 a.m. And if there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day.
I got to block off all these times. Oh, crap. Y'all, this sucks. This really sucks. We're going to go 9 to noon, 1. We're going to make this a hearing. Save. And then she said we will go to the 6th. Ay, oy, 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 vey.
Okay. Clear, the 31st will be oral argument at 9 a.m. And if there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day. And February 7th, and we'll also hear the ARCA motion if there's something on that. So we'll go for the 6th, but we'll leave time if it carries over, so we don't have what happened with Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay? All right, we'll see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I gotta hear it again because I'm typing and I'm trying to do. So the 6th and then the 7th was what kind of argument hearing? I'll have to roll the beautiful bean footage. Oh,
Yeah, the 31st will be oral argument at 9 a.m. And if there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day. And February 7th, and we'll also hear the ARCA motion if there's something on that. So we'll go for the 6th, but we'll leave time if it carries over, so we don't have what happened with Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay? At 9 a.m.
I'm just clarifying because I'm trying to get it all on the calendar.
If there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day. And February 7th, and we'll also hear the ARCA motion if there's something on that. So we'll go for the 6th, but we'll leave time if it carries over, so we don't have what happened with Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay? All right, we'll see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have the documents. February 5th. Yeah, I got it.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. It goes on and on, my friend. Dun, 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 dun. And I think they sent me something in Discord. I believe I got multiple messages in my Discord. Okay, no problem. I don't have multiple messages in Discord, do I? There we go. Unread my corner. Nothing. Live communications. I'm going to the Karen Reed folder. Thank you very much. You were awesome. I didn't see it in chat. My bad, beloved. Don't get upset. Okay, we got some stuff we're going to read. Yahoo! Let me see what this is. That's not it. And of course, it's micro small. Let me embiggen it. Once again, thank you for the gavel drops for having all these documents. You are fantastic and fabulous, and we love you for it. Remember, guys, if you like reading court documents like we do, you want to go and dive in, you can definitely do so. Just go to the gavel drops in your Discord, and you will be able to pull up these documents and read them for yourself. Thank you for the music live. I'm going to cut you out now. We don't need that no more. Okay, we have another document. Okay, let me get situated. Let me get it in front of me. Oh, yeah, that didn't work for us, does it? Let's get it back a little smaller and get it centered. Angela, just let me know when you hop back in. You can help. I will put it up high enough. The notice of the Commonwealth to intent. Oh my gosh! To exclude the ARCA witness Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rentschler for expert inability to comply with the MSC 14 discovery obligations. Oh, I'm getting comfy, y'all. I'm getting comfy, getting the feet up, getting the blanket on, because it's going to be cold in here. Okay. Y'all, we're going to start reading. Uh-oh. Is my camera okay? It's looking kind of funky. Why do you keep moving, camera? I got to figure out why. It's super loose. I got to tighten it down. Okay, now here comes the Commonwealth respectfully provides notice to the defense and its honorable court that at some point prior to trial, it expects to preclude the ARCCA witnesses Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rinchler from testifying at trial. It is possible that the defense may intend to call one or both witnesses at trial. As a proponents of the witnesses, it is incumbent upon the proponent to comply with the Rule 14 of discovery obligations. The obligations is not dependent upon best efforts or fault. Rather, it is simply the obligation of preponderance of the witness to comply. Opponent, of the witness to comply. The history and complexity of the ARCCA or ARCA witness employment and directives are muddled and unnecessary to recount for the purpose of this notice. Really? Rather, it is expected that if the defense attempts to proffer either or both potential witnesses, it will be unable to comply with Rule 14. The Commonwealth does not allege that the defense will be negligent or unwilling to comply. Rather, it is expected that given the handling and employment of these witnesses, the defense will simply be unable to meet the obligation. The Commonwealth provides this notice prior to any hearing or filing a motion to preclude and prior to ruling on DK 442, Commonwealth motion for reciprocal discovery pertaining to employees of ARCCA ARCA. The purpose of notice is to alert the defense that the court of the Commonwealth's expected position given the trial date and impact exclusion would have upon the defense. What? Let me read that again. Respectfully provide notice of defense at the honorable court at some point in trial. It expects to move to preclude the witnesses, blah, 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 from testifying. It's possible that the defense may intend to call them. The proponents of the witnesses, it is incumbent upon the proponent to comply with Rule 14 of discovery. Obligation is not dependent on best effort, fault, rather than simply proponent of the witness to comply. I don't know what they're doing here. What in the world? The history and complexity of the ARCA witnesses. Yeah. Kelly, I'll teach you. It's easy. So they're trying to block their witnesses. Of course they are. Of course they are. And so are they saying that they are no longer employed at that age, at that company, and that is why they are like, no, I mean, what's the deal here? I don't understand this part. Anybody want to hop on and assist me on this one? But to me, they're just pissing in the wind. The history and complexity of the ARCA's witnesses' employment and directives are muddled and unnecessary to recount for the purpose of this. So are they no longer employees and there's bad blood, and that because of that, you don't think that they would be adequate witnesses? And by the way, I want to thank my fabulous mods for getting me all these documents in such a quick notice, and your fabulous work that you do. Well, somewhere there's a major fire with a woman trapped inside a home. No, we're not going to go watch a woman burn. So this is what they're going to be arguing about. Yep, this is going to be what they're arguing about. Y'all, it's going to be fun. So we've got court dates on the 31st, the 6th, and the 7th. She's due to start trial on April 1st. I call that an April Fool's. I don't think they're going to make it to trial on April 1st, but I could be wrong, but it doesn't look like they are. So, yeah. And we'll wait and see what happens with that particular situation with the ARCA motion. I want to thank Toy for the $5, you lovely woman, ADHD Jelly Bean for the witch, and Kelly for the witch. We will be ordering the witch somewhere around the 12th. We will have the witch for the trial, y'all. The witch will be at the trial, and we're going to have fun with the witch. I'm saying witch with a V. The witch. Because I don't want to get in trouble. I want to call her the B word, but I can't. But the witch. We will have the witch at the trial. I need to get the pen. Okay. So right now we have a private chat. Let me see it. Hi, I see you. Let me get you back. Hold on. You're back, my love. Before we go, and we're going to talk for a brief minute, but before we go, if you have not liked, please like, subscribe, all that. But if you did that, put I sub in comments or the like in comments. And I will get you in the drawing. You need to put I like or I subbed, both like this, ISUB or ILIKED. I'll give you a few minutes while we talk, and then we're going to draw for today's entry into the final entry. All right, your thoughts on all this bullshit?
She will be a fool if she, by she I mean Auntie Bev or Judge Bev, if she
Auntie.
denies it.
I don't
Auntie
even
Bev.
give her the honor of judge.
No. She is in the same basket as a YSL judge. I don't know who is worse.
I know he's
she or
horrible,
he.
but I think she definitely made the worst list. I ought to send her a little plaque that says, "You are voted this year's 2024 worst judge." And I would send the other one, "You were voted this year's 2024 most favorite judge for Kurtnik."
Yeah. You're in a criminal justice, and if there is any lawyer in chat or anywhere, I have an interesting question. So recently it came to my attention that when defense files a motion for judge to recuse her or himself, it may come that not the same judge, but some other judge needs to hear that motion. So the motion has to go in front of some other judge.
They
Is
first
it
hear
always,
it.
or is
They hear it first, and then I don't know how it goes in the appellate system, but you can put it through the appellate system. But she recused it.
No wonder.
Yep.
And they're still talking about April 1st, but hold on a second. We did not have the SJC decision, and whichever way it ends, someone is gonna complain. By someone, I mean, I hope that it is a win for Karen Reed, and who will complain? The Commonwealth.
Well, but here's the thing. I agree. Ronnie says they're just trying to make sure that they keep the good witnesses out. I believe this prosecutor, he is doing a fabulous job. I hate to say it, but he's doing what he is supposed to be doing. Do I like it? Not really. I'm not game for it.
I caught him in the lie. Sorry, but yeah, he's doing a fabulous job, but he wants her out because she does not agree with him, and he deliberately asked her questions that he knew she cannot answer with medical certainty or scientific certainty or any kind of certainty.
Yeah.
Because it's not her area of expertise. And who the beep goes to the wherever the accident or crime scene happened? Does Emmy go to the crime scene?
No.
Yeah, no. Mostly not. There are some cases,
Usually,
yes.
well, sometimes yes, but usually also it's the justice of the peace that goes. If they have a justice of the peace, they make the declaration of the deceased is deceased. But he was rushed to the ER, so there's no reason for the ME to go to the scene.
Exactly.
Oh, by the way, we're going to hold real quick. This is Haley Mouse's kitty, who she's packing away her Christmas tree, and she crawled in the box with the Christmas tree. You know, that probably would make a good scratching place where she can get in and scratch. And oh, I bet that feels good. It's a kitty, not a puppy. But isn't that the cutest? I just had to brag on it. Oh, I could see how that would be kitty heaven.
Her. I would just want to hug the kitty.
I know. That would be kitty heaven. I'm in heaven. Just saying. But
I mean, I have so much problems with Brennan. He is doubting. I need to lower my camera. So, she's doubting defense witnesses, Dr. Russell and Mr. Green, while his witnesses are. Let's check. The guy who does not basic stuff. Even my 14-year-old brother, he knows that stuff. Who is just because he's still on the vacation holidays, and during his 20th days of Christmas break, he spent more or less all day was playing PS5 and 4. So he knows from that what basic IT stuff is. He's even trying to rebuild his own computer, which is another thing. So he knows that he's 14 and he knows the difference, and he lied on misrepresented the facts. Yeah.
Or that was his understanding of the facts. That's what but that's my understanding of the facts. The thing is that if I was her and some of those questions, I'd say, sir, that is not what I'm here for. I'm not here to tell you how many pieces of glass were found. I'm not here to tell you what was found in the sweater. They're not really glass, it's plexiglass. And he finally corrected himself. Thank you very much. I am not a forensic evidence expert. I am here to tell you whether or not I believe that this arm and the wounds on that arm are indicative of a car or a dog. And that's my expertise. That's all I'm going on. Don't get me with evidence. Don't get me with where or how much or, I would tell him I'm staying in my lane.
Okay.
That's what I'd say. I would say staying in my lane. I wouldn't let him do that to me. Staying in my lane.
I will also say, sir, I'm not a vet, so I can't answer that.
You're not a what?
Veterinary.
Vet. Yeah. Exactly.
Speaking of glass, something came to me. Let's say again that she hit him, and his elbow in the was in the taillight. But if he only took it once to the taillight, he would only get all the wounds concentrated to this part.
Yeah, the upper part of the arm is soft. This outer part is soft.
Yeah.
It's not going to break it. This could.
Yeah. So but from his wounds, it's he had a very weird boxing match with the taillight.
It doesn't fit. You must acquit. Oh, did I do that? Y'all know where that's from? The O.J.
I'm
Simpson
drinking
trial.
tea because I'm cold.
Oh, no,
It's
no problem, Mija. It must.
it's hurricane weather here. It has been for the
Hurricane?
last. Well, not Milton and Helene type, but mild version of it.
Yeah, no, our hurricane season's over.
Well, it's Sweden.
Barely.
We get bad weather here during the winter. So
Well, ours has ended recently. What in the world is going on?
we were
Sorry, I gotta grab some.
Jason.
No, but anyway, no, our hurricane
Never mind.
season just ended. It was an interesting season.
But we
But
get in comparison to US, our hurricanes are like windstorm in US, like nothing, zero in comparison to like Florida.
Oh, those are massive hurricanes, and I've been in many hurricanes. I
We
have
still
been in
call
many.
it hurricane, but when you compare it to damage here during hurricane time and get damage in the US, this is nothing.
Yeah. Well, it can be bad. Damage is damage, you know. It's relative. It's relative is what I tell people.
There's once there was like a few evacuation from the high risers because of how windy it was. Like it was like last year or year before last. In Copenhagen, which is just across the pond from me. Not across the pond, US. It's literally 40 minutes by train from me. And sea is between me and Copenhagen.
Wow. Wow. Well, hold on. I want to hear something. I'm going to hear something. Hold on. Give me a second.
Before His Highness, aka my brother, called me because he needed me, I mentioned ARCA. The way prosecution is going, are they going to try to exclude ARCA guys? I mean, seriously?
They're trying to exclude as many people as they can, which they have the right to question. They have the right. Why is I feel claustrophobic at us all of a sudden. Why is my camera focusing on the freaking background? Focus. I just noticed. I'm out of focus again.
You're criminal justice major. I have a question for you.
I'll try and answer.
Can defense request a hearing on some of the prosecution's witnesses? Because I have
say that. Slow down.
Few questions.
You got an accent and you kind of a couple of words and I missed them. Say it
Sorry.
again. That's okay.
Can defense request the Daubert hearing on prosecution's witnesses?
Yes.
Because I have some serious questions about that new reconstruction guy.
Well, I do too, but let's put it this way. There's a risk at doing what you're doing. I'm not a lawyer, but I will tell you, they're a risk. And sometimes it's better to let them play their hand and look a fool than it is to try to delete witnesses and leave holes. I guess I'm not a lawyer. So I'm not in that aspect of this, although I may become a lawyer. I am looking into being a lawyer. I am kind of keeping my focus as if I was going to be a lawyer. That is something we can ask of somebody. But
hey, 80s music man.
No. Hold on, I want to hear something. I'm listening to something.
And I would love I'm thinking the Sandra Birchmore arrest in Sandra Birchmore's case happened after the trial, right?
Who was arrested in the Sandra Birchmore?
The police officer, which Farwell, I think the name.
Okay, so yes. And so that does not, well, yes.
No,
And
but if they put on the Guarino, which I hope, because
well, for me, what I'm going to be interested in all of this, in all honesty, is who's going to come back, who's going to testify, and who's going to testify testimony changes. Who are the ones that are going to try to manipulate this into, how do I put this?
I can say without a doubt McAlbert's. Jen McCabe, number one, numero uno, with big
Yeah.
letters.
I think they may alter their testimony a little bit. They're going to have to be careful, but I think they're going to alter their testimony in a way that may potentially harm them. And that is something that everybody's going to have to be cautioned and warned about, because let me tell you, you don't want to be impeached on the stand. And I think that that is going to be a big possibility, is impeachment on the stand. So for me, I'm like, okay, I almost did not cover this. I almost did not cover this again, because so many of my viewers don't want to watch it again. And I fully understand.
What?
And I don't have the viewership because of that, which is fine. But I want to see what the witnesses testify to this round and how are they going to be impeached, both sides of the court. And who thinks if Karen Reed will testify this time?
I don't think she should testify.
I don't think she should at all. I think that that is a very dangerous, slippery slope for her, in all honesty.
If let's, I think she should have testified under normal circumstances, but it's Commonwealth we are talking about. So no, I wouldn't even testify.
No, I wouldn't testify at all. In my case, the only way I would ever testify if I was brought up on charges was if I had no other choice. I would not ever put myself in the position of there possibly being a chance of being impeached while on the stand. Wouldn't do it. I would not.
Well, I'm a terrible liar, so.
Well, it's not about being, well, it's not just about that. It's the fact that anything you say can and will be used against you. But not only that, people will take and twist what you say. And when I guess with my ex-husband's situation, I got on the stand.
Mm.
And I testified in his behalf. Well, that was a show, because what happened was they asked me a question, what did you do on this day? And I gave them, and this is something that my ex and I had talked about. We had done this, we had done this, we had done this, we'd done this. But my remembrance of the order of what we did things at first did not line up with his. So I was just kind of like, I guess I'm wrong, because I wasn't, I'm the type of person, if I'm not sitting here paying attention to what we are doing for a record, do you think 3 years later I'm going to remember if we went to A first and then B, depending on what it was? No. I know we did A, B, and C. I think we did A, B, and C in this order, but if we didn't, I don't remember. But I got on the stand and I testified that we did A, B, and C on this particular day. The attorneys were told that I was hard of hearing at the time. I wasn't as bad as I am now, but I was bad enough. And when they spoke to me, both of them were right there in front of me. I could lip read. I could hear them. I was fine. I didn't know back then that I should have had an interpreter. But truth be told, I didn't know sign language back then. I knew a little, but I didn't know no sign language. So when it came to cross and redirect, redirect on his side, his attorney knowingly, which pissed me off, stood next to his client, my ex, and asked me a question, and I misunderstood the question and answered it wrong. And you could hear the gasp in that room. And I didn't know what had happened. That's why I say it is very important if you are a defendant, if you don't have to get on that stand to try to save yourself, don't, because little things can happen that can have the adverse effect, and bye-bye. And I don't want to be in that position again. I don't. It's horrible. And luckily, my testimony didn't mean squat, but it did not make me look good in the community because it got around.
Did I tell you that I was playing a lawyer not so long ago?
What do you mean?
Well, we had terrible tenants, and those are for the
Terrible what?
books. Tenants.
Tenants, okay.
Yeah. And those are we have had all kinds of tenants over the years, but these are like numero uno of the worst tenants. So we went to court to get them out of the house, and there are some other problems. So we hired a lawyer, but it was more like a consultant than a representative. So I was playing a lawyer, and yeah.
You shouldn't do that.
They're out of the house. They're out of the house. Well, they more or less escaped. They just vanished. It went well, by the way, or somewhat well.
Well, that's good. But I just guess what I'm saying is when you go and testify in court, no matter how prepared you are, you can be tricked and manipulated to give answers that are not the truth. Come to find out that after all this was said and done, I went and looked back at all the receipts and evidences and everything and discovered that my ex had convinced me that the order I was remembering was wrong. So I gave what he said. We have receipts. He didn't show me. He goes, I have receipts. We did this at this time, this at this time, and that time. Okay. I remember going to eat. I remember the movie, and I remember going home, and I remember, so okay. I could have sworn we went to the movie after lunch because he was in a hurry to get out of the restaurant so we can get to the movie. And I had stopped and visit with some friends real quick, and he was a little perturbed, but he convinced me it was the other way around. And he was in a hurry to get back because he had things to do at the office. So long story short, I never think it is good to get up and testify on your own behalf if you don't have to.
I don't think either.
I just hated the deceit. It wasn't necessary. It so was not necessary. But such is life, guys. We live and learn, don't we?
Yes.
We live, we learn, we die. Okay, so what we're going to do is I have no idea what tomorrow holds. We have...
When is it?
Let me talk to you all about the schedule, and then we'll do the drawing. On my calendar, now I don't know what of these, I'm going to have to see if I can find out. This cord is killing me. I need to get the extension. Wish these were cordless, but you can't get these cordless. So on my calendar yesterday, Johnny Santiago was on. I don't know if his trial's actually started. Christopher Hoops is supposed to start today. Johnny Santiago is still going, and Noah Mandro is going. Tomorrow, we got Johnny Santiago, Christopher Hoops, Noah Mondriel, Jason Chin, jury selection, Dante Smith, pretrial, Leandra Lonix, Andre. Those are going on, and then those continue. We got a National Day of Mourning for Jim something and Traversed R. Thompson. So we got a lot of stuff going on. I just don't know which one is what is live, who is live, when, and where. So tomorrow, I might not go live until 10. With the weather being as bad as it's supposed to be, I don't know what time we're going to open. So do not, I will go live when I get in. So I will post in Discord what time I'm going live. You guys, in my Discord, I have created a weather update. No, I don't want to create another thing for tomorrow. We got enough for tomorrow. I have a weather check-in. I would love to hear from y'all and make sure that everybody is good. Yesterday, alternate juror checked in. That was great. Just a place for everybody to share pictures of what's going on in your neck of the woods. I've got to get this camera thing fixed. It is driving me batshite crazy. And okay, it may fall. I ain't touching it no more. What I'd love to do is have 2 or 3 days where I could just disconnect everything and reorganize. I keep saying I'm going to do it, never get to. Okay. Angela, thank you so much for joining. It was a blast. I appreciate it. We've got a lot of stuff hitting on the calendars. Okay, let me share this for the drawing so everyone can see. The StreamYard giveaway. Get it on screen. I would prefer that. Thank you very much. And draw. If it picks me, because I put it in there, I'll just pick somebody else. Karate Cat Mom.
Congrats.
Okay, Mom, you're Karate Cat Mom. You're still in for the end of the month. Now, remember, every day you can come in and like. Now, also, yay, congratulations. Every day, you guys, every day, if you, now, this is only for the I likes. If you hit I subbed, you are still in it. If you became a member, you're still in it. If you gift memberships and receive, you're still in it. This is only for the I like, because there's so many entries, it bogs it down. So for here, we're just going to do it for the I like, just cut down the number of entries. So anyway, Karate Cat Mom, you will be in for the gift card. All right, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Blessings. Thank you. Y'all have a
And
fabulous.
thank you, Ronnie.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ronnie. You were awesome. Everybody, y'all have a fabulous evening. We will see you sometime tomorrow. The weather is supposed to be really bad tomorrow through Thursday and possibly into Friday here. So keep an eye in Discord. And if I can go live at 9-10 in the morning, I'll create a little thumbnail. What, ma'am?
Stay safe and stay dry.
Yes. Stay high and dry. And whatever that means for you.
Yeah.
No, never mind. No, stay high means staying out of the floodwaters, and dry means don't. Yeah. So anyway, and also please do, if it's icy and bad weather, don't get out unless it's absolutely necessary. As a first responder, it is so frustrating to have to save somebody who slid off the road and busted their legs and have to get out myself and risk my life to get in the ambulance or get in the fire truck or go over and help them because they were going for a pack of cigarettes. If it's not vitally important for your survival and the weather is bad, do not get out and drive. You risk not only your life, but a lot of other people. So be smart. Bye.
Bye.
See you tomorrow sometime. Yay. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.